Chapter 751 Chapter 749, Liu Master's Decision. Do you want to inform Mother? He can no longer control this matter, and the 3 battleships of level 7 civilization will soon come to the Ever Victory Star region. At that time, either Yi Tanxian was killed by him, or he was directly wiped out by the investigation team. Although it looks like there are more than 2,000 warships, it is simply fragile compared with the 370 battleship groups. Mrs. Liu of the mechanical race felt a little bit in his heart. He was deciding whether to notify his mother. If she notified her, her mother would send someone here. From the video point of view, the liquid memory metal on Yi-10 was already very mature technology. If this technology can be grabbed, the entire mechanical race will expand and develop. In this case, his mother would not blame him, and even reward him if the matter is done. And with the help of his own clan, what can the 3 major civilized warships led by the investigation team do? Thinking of this, Master Liu had already made a decision in his heart. He immediately began to compile a secret document in his mind, and he also attached some videos. After compiling, he sent it directly. After sending it out, Master Liu felt calmed down. And now I'm waiting for my mother to reply. He is now in the human domain. If he wants to send the secret message, he needs to use a subsystem connected to his mother when he was born. As long as the confidential document is sent to the subsystem, the mother will receive it. The time will not be too long. Mother can receive it in one morning. After these things last night, the warship group led by Master Liu began to move slowly. He is now waiting for the mother's reply. The self-confidence and arrogant heart of the one he was sending a secret letter to his mother was broken. He even seriously doubted that his 2,000 warships could really fight the Lord of Level 5 civilization that he had never seen before. Judging from the scene of the battle between Yi-10 and the Tanwu Star territory last time, the strength of their 5th level civilization has not been shown at all. Does he even suspect that it is level 5 civilization in his heart now? It even has a portal, and it is a one-time movable portal. Although there are such portals in the universe, they are extremely unstable, and some people have bad fate. When teleporting, they can encounter the space collapse and directly collapse. Some even encountered cosmic storms. Therefore, this kind of mobile portal is not stable, and only the large-scale portal of advanced civilization is stable. Even if that kind of portal is teleported tens of thousands of times, it is impossible to encounter the phenomena of cosmic storm and space collapse. Very stable. And what Master Liu thought in his heart now was that since the mobile portal was used, and now that Yi-10 was constantly winning the star field, it meant that there was no problem with the portal. I don't know if it was researched by Yi-10 civilization or purchased it. In any case, the technological level of Tamron civilization is definitely not the 5th level civilization in everyone's eyes. Master Liu felt guilty, sitting in his number 1 constant star battleship, waiting for his mother's reply. At this moment, in the Tanwu Star territory, there are thousands of battleships of level 7 civilization, and dozens of large-scale constant star battleships. In preparation for the jump, the destination is Chengxing Star Field. The Tanma team leader sitting in the constant star battleship frowned as he watched the news coming back from his men. Judging from the current situation, the constant victory star region has now been taken by the Tamron civilization. But the rebellious humans in the Tanwu Star region did not go to the constant victory star region. What the hell does this happen? Isn't their goal to always win over Yi-10 in the star field? Team leader Tanma was a little puzzled. After investigating, he had already learned about the Tenglong civilization and the martial arts civilization. I also knew that Yi-10 existed, and also knew that Yi-10 was a second-class citizen. As for a second-level citizen, if the Tanma team leader wants to move Yi-10, he must weigh it. After all, as long as he is a citizen, he is a citizen of the supreme civilization and has the right to sit on an equal footing with him. When the Tanma team leader was puzzled, the commander-in-chief of the 3 7th-level civilized warships asked him, "Brother Tanma, when shall we leave?" Team leader Tanma has recovered, knowing that they are a little anxious, So he directly comforted, "We can't go to the Ever Victory Star territory now. The Danwu rebels led by the mechanical race have not yet reached the Ever Victory Star territory. If they go, they will definitely be disturbed, and they will definitely run away, so we have to wait for them to show up. We are on." Hearing the words of team leader Danma, everyone nodded and returned to their seats to wait for the news. They couldn't wait to kill the mechanical race. If this civilized warship succeeds this time, the investigating team will arrange for their civilization to become the new master of the Tanwu Star territory. The Tanwu Star territory, this is an Ascenta star region, and there are so many planets under the jurisdiction of civilization. If you can become a new master, you will become a millionaire. So this time they value the action very much. While sitting in the position, the leader of the Tanma team is constantly collecting information from his own members. In the Star Territory of Constant Victory, there is still no news, and there is still no sign of the rebel army led by the mechanical race. This made team leader Tanma a little anxious. At this moment, Mrs. Liu, a mechanical race in the Great Zoo civilization, was surprised to find that his mother had asked him to make a video call. This made Master Liu excited and almost fainted. He has never been in his mother since he was born. In his head, a miniature screen appeared. When the screen was turned on, a red cloud appeared directly. Nothing was visible, only the ethereal sound came from inside. Model number 325,430, liquidized memory metal holder. Where is it now? The voice was very ethereal. It was still a female voice. Originally, Mrs. Liu, who was a little disappointed when he saw a vague red cloud, heard his mother shouting about his model, and suddenly shouted excitedly, "Back to mother, liquid memory metal holder. I'm currently in constant victory over the star field, and I'm monitoring them, but humans are too cunning and ruined all our plans, especially this holder. So I want to ask my mother to support me a little bit. You can win the liquid memory metal technology, so that the people of the race will be stronger, and the mother will be completely liberated," Master Liu said excitedly. He believed that what he said, his mother would definitely agree. Although her mother is the mother of a mechanical race, but the person who created her back then, in order to make her grow up, but she built her body super large, various reaction instruments. There are also super many. I am afraid that the running volume is not enough. So the matrix of the mechanical race is just a super huge object, and there is no way to act like them freely. For so many years, the mother of the mechanical race especially hoped that she could move, but she didn't dare to move before she found the vehicle. Chapter 752 Chapter 750, Mother of Mechanical Race. So Master Liu was very sure in his heart that his mother would definitely agree to his request. Model number 325,430. How many fighters do you need? The misty and cold female voice came out from the fuzzy red clouds. As soon as Master Liu heard this, her heart became even more excited, and her mother really agreed. It seems that liquidized memory metal is so important in her heart. Back to mother, I need as many soldiers as possible. In addition, I need a large number of constant star battleships so that I can be sure to kill Etan and obtain the liquid memory metal technology, Master Liu said with a heavy expression, looking very serious. After a pause for 10 seconds, a misty voice came from the red clouds. Okay, I will send 300,000 class Pinnacle soldiers, 1,000 large battleships, and 100 constant star battleships. If this mission is not completed, you can disappear forever. Hearing his mother's words, Master Liu felt a huge tremor in his heart. So many battleships are enough. How many constant star battleships can there be in those 3 7th level star regions? At present, he is really generous. He has directly sent 100 constant star battleships, which makes his heart crooked. Mother, don't worry, I will finish this mission, Mrs. Liu solemnly said, and then the red cloud didn't seem to want to listen to him, and disappeared without a trace, and the video in his head was also cut off. Did not tell him when the battleship came to the star field where they were. However, Master Liu knows his mother's temperament, and once he has determined something, he will act quickly. And he also said that the crisis is a bit big this time. So the battleship must not be long before it can arrive. Sure enough, within the mechanical race, a large group of warships directly began to jump, heading towards the edge of the human star field. Jumping to the place, a large group of warships rushed out directly, and many people were caught off guard. The warships who have been stationed in the edge star field of the mechanical race have not discovered this problem, because the mother of the mechanical race personally shot it. All jumping signals were cut off, so they didn't find it at all. Thousands of warships are already their limit, and if there are more, the garrison will find clues. Not to mention such continuous cover sending, so that the mechanical race can go out and encircle the human star field. That's impossible, not to mention that this will consume the energy of the mechanical race matrix. If those mechanical races that jump out are discovered by humans, humans will definitely attack the mechanical race domain. At that time, the mechanical race will become two groups, and the race domain will be completely taken down by humans. So the mechanical race will not do such stupid things. The warship that jumped out of the mechanical race had just arrived at the edge of the star field, and was discovered by humans and notified the master of civilization. But the battleship did not stop at all, and jumped directly, heading towards the Great Zoo Star Territory. This news directly let the head of the investigation team of the Danwu Star Territory know. Is it finally here? Team leader Tanma muttered to himself with gloomy eyes. The three battleship commanders sitting on both sides of him trembled all over. The light in their eyes lit up. Are they here? Here is their chance. Brother Tanma, what's the situation with that mechanical race now? The three commanders all asked. They saw the weight on Brother Tanma's face, so they asked worriedly. Team leader Tanma looked at several people, and said coldly, the mechanical race dispatched thousands of warships and 100 constant star warships to her race. Now they are heading towards the Great Zoo Star region. Very fast. I guess that the betrayers of the Marshall Star region that day were in the Great Zoo Star region. Hiss. The three commanders took a deep breath. Now that they knew the situation of the mechanical race, they still took a cold breath in their hearts. Thousands of battleships, and 100 constant star battleships, such a powerful lineup, and they already have a fighting rhythm. And they are all mechanical races. Human beings encounter mechanical races. Except for the crazy launch of Eve pulse missiles, they can only manually drive battleships. When the mechanical race encounters humans, the warships of the humans are out of control and difficult to drive. The strengths and weaknesses of the two sides suddenly appear. Don't worry, even if they have more warships, they won't be our opponents. Don't forget, whose site is here? Team leader Tanma said coldly. After the three commanders listened, they were very happy. Yes, this is the place of the human star field, not the mechanical race. Whoever wins and loses is certain. Thousands of warships in Amir still want to win? What a joke. Brother Tanma, when shall we leave? The three commanders, who were confident and hurt in their hearts, were gearing up one by one. They couldn't wait to kill the mechanical race. We still need to wait for the people of the mechanical race to rendezvous with them. That is the moment we are dispatched. Now the people of the mechanical race are rushing to the Great Zoo civilization. It is not the time. We will annihilate them all in one fell swoop. Long Eyes said firmly. Well, we listened to Brother Tanma. When we set off, just say a word. The three commanders said solemnly. Team leader Tanma just nodded in satisfaction, and then continued to watch the news from various places. At this moment, Master Liu, who was waiting in the Great Zoo civilization, suddenly saw the sky in the distance, and a battleship made of steel and steel appeared, very mighty, very hideous. Then Master Liu saw it and felt excited, knowing that this was a battleship of their race. This battleship is also a tribe of their mechanical race. In other words, these warships are all living creatures. It's finally here. Master Liu saw his own race, and he immediately became confident in his heart. With a battleship of his own race, who else does he need to fear? After Master Liu communicated with the soldiers of his own race, Master Liu waved his hand, and all the troops immediately moved towards the Ever Victory Star territory. The speed is extremely fast, there is no stop in the middle. They want to kill Ethan in the Constant Victory Star region in one breath. Then he snatched Ethan's research on the liquid memory metal technology, and let the people of the Martial Arts Academy, together with Ethan, be killed. This is the idea of Master Liu. He is crazy. In addition to the battleships of Master Liu race, he now has more than 3,000 battleships, 103 Swiss Constant Star battleships. Dealing with Yitan is simply a breeze. The dispatch of more than 3,000 warships immediately attracted the attention of many people, and the news also spread to the ears of Team Leader Tanma. Team Leader Tanma heard the news that the mechanical race was dispatched, and suddenly smiled bloodthirsty. Is it finally about to start? 3, let's go. Coordinates. Always win the star field. Understand. Chapter 753 Chapter 751, 200 meters of deep energy stone mining. 3. You can be dispatched now. The people of the mechanical race have already begun to move towards the ever-victorious star field, and your task is to destroy them. The Tanma leader said with a heavy face. The 3 commanders looked at the Tanma team leader on the screen and shouted directly, "Understood. Don't worry, the mechanical race and the Danwu rebels will all die and stay in the star territory." Swish swish. A large battleship disappeared instantly in the Tanwu star territory, and they all leapt towards the victorious star territory. Yitan in the star territory of Chengxing had not received any news yet, and he was still looking at the people who were working hard to mine. At present, the surface iron skin of the Emperor Star of the ever-victorious star region has been dug out in a large amount, directly revealing the energy stone radiating inside. When Yitan saw the energy stone, his eyes were red. The energy stone of a planet can directly make the red police base sound at 2 levels of rhythm. Once the red police base is upgraded, he himself will regain his original strength. And even the blowout development era of the Red Police is about to come. Yitan had a little excitement in his heart. "Master, report something to you." Red Dragon suddenly appeared beside Yitan and said, "What's the situation?" Seeing Honglong being so anxious, Yitan felt a little in his heart. Could it be that the Danwu battleship came? "Master, the news from the miners said that if the energy stone mine is digging to a certain level, it can't be digged. Even with the mining tools recently studied by scientists, it is difficult to dig, as if it is firmly protected by something. There is no way to dig." What? Yitan, who heard this, felt a little in his heart. If so, then they can only dig a small amount of energy stones. The big thing is bad. How many meters of energy stones can I dig now? Yitan asked, squinting, knowing that this planet made of energy stones is not so easy to mine. Going back to the master, now I can only dig energy stones with a depth of 200 meters, and they will not be able to dig at about 200 meters, whether it is a high mountain or a low-lying place. Honglong solemnly reported to Yitan. 200 meters deep. Yitan frowned and asked Honglong, "Is there any way to crack it?" Honglong shook his head helplessly when he heard the Dominator's question. He had no clue at all, and he didn't even know what was protecting those energy stones. Seeing the Red Dragon shook his head helplessly, Yitan sighed in his heart, turned his head to look at the Red Dragon, and said directly, "Let all the miners, give me speed up. Just give me the 200-meter deep energy stone on the surface. Dig them out and I will let them go." Yitan can only do this now. First dig out the 200-meter deep energy stone, so that the base will be able to have more violent soldiers first. It can also prevent people from the Danwu Star territory. Understand the master? "I will do it." Red Dragon immediately went down and arranged. And they didn't even know that the mechanical race was leading the army, rushing towards this side frantically, and a big battle was about to unfold in the star territory of Constant Victory. All the slave miners in the Chengxing Star region heard Yitan's order, and they dig more vigorously. As long as the energy stones in the 200-meter area are emptied, they can be released. As far as the miners are concerned, it is nothing at all, and now that the energy stones are gathered together, there is no need to dig up the wasteland or something. Only energy stones can be mined, and it's in the age of technology. Mining and handling things are very simple and easy. The enthusiastic miners worked harder, and the pieces of energy stones were concentrated in a shuttle, and then sent back to the main base by the shuttle. The main base seems to be a foodie, starting to devour the energy stone madly. The number of energy sources is also increasing fiercely. Seeing more energy stones, Yi Tan began to build war fortresses and soldiers, and began to build the authority in seconds. I saw the energy stones just piled up, and quickly bottomed out. But a large number of war fortresses were also built. Seeing that the military strength is getting stronger and stronger, Yi Tan is very satisfied. This is not the way to go. It seems that you need to buy energy stones from other star regions, Yi Tan said with squinting eyes. According to the message from the prodigal son, that day Wu Wenming either came to Victory Star territory or went to avenge the Great Zhou civilization. Up to the present position, none of the warships from the Tandwu Star territory have come. It must have been to the Great Zhou Star territory, so there is still time to put all hope on one planet. Red Dragon. As soon as Yi Tan's voice fell, the Red Dragon's projection appeared directly beside Yi Tan. Master, what's the matter? Red Dragon, in this way. Send 400 battleships to other planets in the Ever Victory Star territory to buy me energy stones. Since they use force and they refuse to call them out, they will use money to attack. No matter how much they bid, they must use energy. Buy me the stone. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes and said, Understand the master, I will do it. 400 warships went to other planets to buy power stones, but only 200 warships were left to guard Emperor Star. Of course, there are battleships that have been built far and wide, and those battleships Yi Tan are hidden, not wanting to be discovered. In this way, the battleships of the Tandwu Star territory will only see 200 battleships, and they will attack easily. At that time, other battleships will appear, and they will be caught off guard. This is also a plan and idea of Yi Tan. Immediately, 400 warships flew back and forth in the ever-victorious star field, constantly buying energy stones inside the planet. Where there is interest, never go to people. After hearing that Tamron civilization was going to purchase the energy stone, everyone in the ever-winning star territory was boiling over. Started to mine everywhere, plundering power stones everywhere, in order to be able to sell them to Tamron civilization. Because Tamron civilization bid higher than usual. Who doesn't do anything that can make money? In order not to sell energy gems, many civilizations forced many mine slaves to forbid Tenglong civilization energy gems. What they did was to bombard their civilized headquarters with a dozen war fortresses. With deterrence, the mine slaves in the entire star territory of Constant Victory, regardless of the warnings of those civilizations, sold the energy stones to the Tamron civilization. With the support of all the people in the Chengxing Star territory, Yi Tan's energy source inventory slowly piled up. But Yi Tan didn't accumulate it at all, so he sold all the energy stones directly, not saving a bit. The war is coming, look ahead. In the Constant Victory Star territory, their survival is mineral veins and other resources, so in the eyes of others, they are mine slaves. Chapter 754. Chapter 752. The war is coming. And when Yi Tan was in full swing, the mechanical race army led by Master Liu was already approaching the ever-winning Star territory. But Master Liu saw the edge of ever-victory Star territory, and didn't see any battleship defense at all. Even the interstellar merchants who came and went before ever-victory Star territory were gone. Of course Mrs. Liu knew that Tamron civilization must have taken the Victory Star region down, so that those interstellar merchants would not dare to enter the Victory Star region for fear of being killed by Tamron civilization and others. The front is the Constant Victory Star field. Yi Tan, martial arts. Wait for me. Under the cloak of Master Liu hiding his cheeks, a pair of evil faces appeared. The corner of his mouth also showed a bloodthirsty expression, as if he had stepped Yi Tan and the others under his feet. All warships, rush in for me. Target the Emperor Star that always wins the star field. Master Liu waved his hand, and instantly all the warships swarmed up and headed towards the star territory of Constant Victory. As soon as they entered the Constant Victory star territory, Red Dragon immediately learned the news, suddenly opened the red eyes, came to Yi Tan's side, and reported to him, "Master, the battleships of the Tanwu Star Territory are here." This time it's not the people of the Tanwu Star Territory who are taking the lead, but the mechanical race. They have 3,000 battleships, 1,000 of them belong to the mechanical race, and 103 Swish Constant Star battleships. 100 Constant Star battleships are also of a mechanical race. So many. Yi Tan was also shocked when he heard this news. Did the people of this mechanical race take them? Red Dragon, order all the warships to activate the 5th level defense alert. As long as they come to the Emperor Star, they will hit me fiercely. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "Yes, dominate." Immediately, outside the Star of Ever-Victorious Civilization Emperor, the 200 war fortresses directly opened their shields and loaded weapons. Always be on guard for battleships in the Tanwu Star Territory. And at this moment, the 370 civilized battleship groups led by Team Leader Tanma are also about to reach the Victory Star region. Team Leader, the battleship led by the mechanical race, has entered the ever-victorious star field. A member reported to the Tanma team leader. When the Tanma leader heard it, he was really confident. He already knew the purpose of the mechanical race, which was to liquidize memory metal. After video surveys, he had already seen that the Tamron civilization had memory metal technology. Therefore, when Dean Tanwu was investigating at the last meeting, he did not say the reason for Yi Tan. It was because of memory metal. They were afraid that after telling the news that Yi Tan possessed memory metal, many advanced civilizations would strike Yi Tan's idea. By then, it will be even more difficult for their mechanical race to obtain memory metal. I hope Yi Tan and the others can hold on. If the memory metal gets into the hands of the mechanical race, it will be the end of mankind. With memory metal, the mechanical race will surely increase its strength, and even the people of many advanced mechanical races will become invincible. With memory metal, all the robots of the mechanical race will be invincible at the same level. You think, the strength of the same level is not much different. People have metal that can be killed and resurrected. What can you do with them? This is the end for mankind. Let all the warships speed up for me, and not let the mechanical race destroy the Tamron civilization. Team leader Tanma drank coldly. He didn't want to help Tamron civilization, he did it for humans. But they were already a step late, and the battleship led by Master Liu of the mechanical race had already entered the star territory of Constant Victory. Yi Tan had received the news immediately that the 200 war fortresses were struggling. More than 3,000 warships against Yi Tan. The disparity in strength is really too great. Even if Yi Tan summoned all the war fortresses, he would still lose. In Yi Tan's number 1 fort, he was looking at the struggling war fort, but he didn't know what he was thinking, and the Red Dragon standing on the side said at this moment, "Master, the first line of defense has been completely disintegrated. The shields on each of our warships can only last for about 10 minutes. Once 10 minutes pass, it will completely erased by the mechanical races." Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan was also shocked. He didn't expect this data to be so tragic. The war fortress that Yi Tan has always been proud of, can only hold on to the mechanical race for about 10 minutes. Is this the second largest race that humans fear? Moreover, the war fortress on the first line of defense has 80 warships. In the beginning, Yi Tan and the others were almost wiped out. If this goes on, it is simply not a solution. Red Dragon, mobilizing 200 warships over, let the warships on the front line withdraw to the Emperor Star. We are fighting in the Emperor Star, Yi Tan said with his cold eyes narrowed. There is only one way now. Retreat first, wait for the mechanical race to approach the Emperor Star, and then let all the warships bet on their back. In this way, the mechanical race can be directly divided into 2 combat groups, rather than a single group. A single group, the artillery fire is intensive, and the war fortress simply cannot hold it. Understand the master, I will do it now. Hong Long nodded and disappeared. Immediately, The war fortress struggling in front of the Emperor Star, while fighting back, activated the shield to defend. And Yitan has a big killer, that is, the Dark Energy Explosion Fighter. Although this thing can instantly kill the mechanical race. But this can also make the entire Constant Victory star field directly turn into a huge black hole. The entire star field is completely wiped out, and even Yitan will be completely wiped out. Because the Emperor Star is very close to other planets in the Constant Victory star region, and the more than 3,000 warships lined up into a long dragon, very long. If they are placed in any place, Yitan is detonating the dark energy and exploding the warship. Suck them all in and leave them swallowed. This is why the mechanical race does not use this suicide weapon. No one dares to use it, because doing so is suicide. Inside the battleship of the mechanical race command center, Master Liu was looking up to the sky and laughing wildly. He was really happy. Is this the Tamron civilization of the last war? It's just that. How strong do these war fortresses think they are? They are simply fragile. Under the running and bombing of 3,000 warships, who can fight one? Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, the liquefied memory metal is ours. Master Liu of the mechanical race looked up to the sky and laughed. The mechanical race battleship he was on was also shaking, as if they also knew that their race was about to become the first race in the universe. All warships give me orders, kill all warships. Master Liu shouted frantically, and immediately, more than 3,000 warships began to press on, attacking frantically. And Yitan's 200 warships also came to the front of Emperor Star. Chapter 755 Chapter 753, The Self-Improvement in Despair. 200 warships came to the front of the Emperor Star and formed a line of defense, energizing the shield, and struggling to resist the pace of more than 3,000 warships. As the battleships were destroyed, the defense line of the war fortress began to shrink, moving towards the interior of the Emperor Star. As soon as the mechanical races saw this situation, they all became excited, and victory was in front of them. The Tamron civilization is just a mere 5th-level civilization. How strong can it be? As long as they enter the Emperor Star and liquidize the memory metal, it is theirs. The excited and crazy mechanical races attacked more fiercely. The energy beams and laser beams were simply money-free, shooting frantically. The entire battlefield is exactly the same as the interstellar war in the movie. Energy beams are everywhere. As long as those warships without shields are hit, there will only be one result. That is, the ship is destroyed. Yitan's more than 200 battleships were all destroyed. Fortunately, those more than 200 battleships were controlled by the Red Dragon, not by humans. Yitan was about to die before this mechanical race showed its true ability. Not to mention that the mechanical race uses their talents and intellectual brain control, and Yitan's battleship does not need to be hit at all. Now Yitan had already withdrawn the battleship back to the Emperor Star. There were also many warships that sank directly to the Emperor Star, and huge warships bursting into flames fell from above. Countless miners are confused. What is the situation? How to control their battleships are shot down. Confused is confounded. In the face of death, they ran away. The battleship that landed in the sky was very huge. If it was smashed down, how many people would die? Suddenly, all the people in the Emperor Star of the Ever Victory Star territory were in a mess, and the miners, slaves, and captives went crazy and rushed everywhere. The huge war fortress fell down, crushing countless buildings and killing countless miners instantly. Boom, one after another. The entire Emperor Star seemed to have thunderous sounds, deafening. Master, I can't hold on anymore. Their leader seems to be a military expert. He doesn't let all the warships suppress us at all. He just blasts the Emperor Star frantically. If this continues, we will be consumed sooner or later. Hong Long looked at Yitan nervously and said worriedly. Yitan frowned. His plan fell through. Originally, he used other warships to block the buttocks of the mechanical race warships, so that the warships of the mechanical race could be divided into two. but he did not expect that his plan had not been implemented yet. It was seen through by others. The leader opposite is a military master. Yi Tan sighed in his heart. He could escape, but everything he had struggled for so long was in vain. All his belongings are in the ever-winning Star Territory. In addition to those war fortresses that have not been destroyed, he has nearly 700 war fortresses. But now that he has lost more than 300 warships, there are only 100 warships around him and 300 warships buried. If this continues, all the assets of the house will be burnt up. Treading in Yi Tan's command center, there was a sound of footsteps. Yi Tan turned his head to look and found that Avril Lavigne and King Meng were wearing armor, and they walked up to Yi Tan with a look of not letting beard and eyebrows. "We are with you." After a few short words came out of the mouths of the two of them, Yi Tan's heart suddenly became warm, and an ambition suddenly rose. Yi Tan held King Meng with one hand and Avril Lavigne, with his eyes firmly looking into the distance, and then a profound temperament was born all over his body. And in his heart, a poem written with passion appeared directly in his heart. Thousands of troops marched with one order, waving 10,000 people. Gone with the troubled times, death is also a ghost. In this life, I have done all kinds of deeds. I have long been proud of the world. How many crises have come forward? There is no energy stone to snatch the energy stone, and the people who block their way will kill and die. Are you still afraid of a trivial mechanical race? Do not. If they do not die today, they must die in the future. The fighting spirit in Yi Tan's eyes burst out again, and an incomprehensible temperament was born all over his body. Yi Tan seems to be like an ancient king at this moment, full of domineering. Red Dragon, hasn't any news from the prodigal spy of the Tanwu Star Territory? Yi Tan asked, squinting. Master, there is no news. Our signal will be blocked when the mechanical race enters the Constant Victory Star Territory. There is no news at all, and no signal can even be sent. Hong Long said helplessly. Yi Tan nodded after hearing this, but the war intent in his eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Since the Human Federal Investigation Team in the Tanwu Star Territory has no news, they can only resist and fight to the end. Even if you can't beat it at the end, you can only execute that plan. It's just that the plan is inhumane. Red Dragon, now that they have seen through our plan, let all the war fortresses enter the Emperor Star and come to fight. Yi Tan then suddenly raised his head and looked at the Red Dragon and said solemnly, yes, dominate. The Red Dragon's eyes also burst out with a strong killing intent, and her whole body's fighting intent is also bold. As long as she can accompany the master, as long as there is a master, all crises are considered as. The strength of the Red Alert is not imaginable by humans, nor is it imaginable by mechanical races. Immediately, the remaining 300 warships received the command from the master, and immediately flew towards the Emperor Star. The speed is so fast, they can't help it. Fight to the death with the mechanical race. At this moment, in the Tanma leader's battleship, the Tanma leader is constantly watching the battle in the Tanwu Star Territory. Last time, the scene has been playing the scene of the last man wearing armor, bursting out 200 battleships with a shout. Brother Tanma looks more and more wrong, and looks more and more wrong, as if he was almost something. Team leader Tanma, who touched his chin, thought in his heart. After a while, Team leader Tanma seemed to have thought of something. He suddenly opened his eyes and slapped his thigh, shouting, it turns out that the Tamron civilization is only a 5th level civilization. Even if they are technologically strong, where is the mechanical race? Opponents, nearly 3,000 warships. Within an hour, Tamron civilization will be completely defeated. Team leader Tanma said with horror in his eyes. He was shocked in his heart, and he had forgotten this, and he was also confused by the video. They thought that an intellectual brain would be able to sit on the ground with a mechanical race, and that intellectual brain made them think that the Tamron civilization is a powerful civilization. But they are facing a mechanical race. To what extent can the intellectual brain play? One intellectual brain deals with more than 1,000 intellectual brains, and the intellectual brains of Tamron civilization are not the mothers of mechanical races, so how could it be able to deal with them? Moreover, The Tamron civilization is only a 5th-level civilization. What super technology and warships can there be? Chapter 756. Chapter 754, The Arrival of Team Leader Tenma. Thinking of the Tenma leader here, he was shocked. He didn't expect this, never. If he did, he would never let Tamron civilization be a bait. It was a bit tragedy now. How could Tamron civilization be able to withstand the attack of the mechanical race? And it was still attacked by more than 3,000 warships. Isn't that a joke? They may not even be able to beat the mechanical race. Team leader Tenma is a little anxious in his heart. If the mechanical race obtains the liquidized memory metal technology, they will definitely escape. Then, what else can they do to stop the mechanical race? If the mechanical race returns to their field with memory metal technology, it will be the end of mankind. Help that the Tamron civilization can persist without being wiped out by the mechanical race. The leader of Tenma prayed in his heart. He is very afraid that the Tamron civilization has now been wiped out by the mechanical race, because the enemy is a mechanical race, the mechanical race of more than 3,000 warships, and the mechanical race of 100 constant star warships. How could Tenglong civilization be able to fight? The team leader of Tenma, who regretted more and more in his heart, really wished to scratch his ears. Why didn't you think of this issue earlier? Also, is the Tamron civilization being so boring? Why don't you go to the Ever Victory Star territory for nothing? And even if you come, why not be so arrogant? The years that killed the Danwu Star territory also killed the Great Zoo civilization, and it was really a beeping dog. You have discovered the liquid memory metal that some advanced civilizations could not study. Still a low-level civilization. Isn't this looking for death? That's fine now. If the mechanical race obtains memory metal, the whole world will be over. Team leader Tenma cursed secretly in his heart. He never thought that Yitan killed the people of Diezu civilization and only then made them discover the trickiness of the Tanwu Star territory. It's not that he never thought about it, but he didn't put this credit on Tamron civilization at all. This is the dignity and glory in his bones. And he feels that this kind of success should not be caused by a low-level civilization. It was discovered by their Federal Investigation Team. 3 commanders, how long is it from the Victory Star territory now? Team leader Tenmu asked anxiously. The 3 commanders have been paying attention to the coordinate map on the big screen. They are afraid that there will be unexpected events, so they will be in charge, and the unexpected events may be settled immediately. Brother Tenma, there are still 10 minutes away. We are about to reach the edge of the Victory Star region, and we are about to enter the Victory Star region. As long as we reach the marginal civilization, we can quickly reach the Emperor Star of the Victory Star region, a commander-in-chief said with a smile. 10 minutes? Team leader Tenma frowned and said, then raised his head to look at the 3 commanders-in-chief and said, accelerate forward, use your fastest speed, and give me the Emperor Star who reaches the ever-victorious star field. When the 3 commanders heard the words of team leader Tenma, they were shocked. What happened? They are fast enough. What happened? Is it hard to wait for 10 minutes? Brother Tenma, we are fast enough. No matter how fast we are, we will be disrespectful to the ever-victorious star field. A commander-in-chief said helplessly. When the Tenma leader heard these words, his lungs would explode. Nima, is still disrespectful? Is there still civilization in the entire ever-winning star region? This is a battlefield. I really don't know how these people became commanders. They are just a bunch of stupid pigs. I order you, speed me up. At a later date, you will all become sinners of mankind. Team leader Tenma didn't care about your disrespect, so he roared directly. The voice was so loud, the 3 people who heard it trembled in their hearts, and they immediately issued orders to all the warships. In an instant, the speed of the warships accelerated a lot. It's more than 3 times faster than before. Quickly rushed past the edge of the ever-victorious star field, and headed towards the Emperor Star. Flying through this way, they could see countless planets with their eyes, braving the flames, and countless left in space. Battleship garbage. The rubbish seems to be new, the burn marks on it, and all kinds of crack marks, all seem to be just created. Team leader Tenma looked at all this with a heavy heart. His heart was a little stunned. The occurrence of this kind of situation caught him a bit off guard. It seems that the war in the Star Territory is very tragic. Brother Tenma, we will reach the Emperor Star soon. According to the radar scan, we found that there are more than 3,000 warships loaded with weapons in front of the Emperor Star, and they are fighting another force. Hearing the words of the Commander-in-Chief, the lumps in the Tenma team leader's heart were immediately let go. Fortunately, the Tamron civilization has not been destroyed. The mechanical race did not leave either. The more than 3,000 warships belonged to the mechanical race, and the other fighting force was the Tamron civilization. As long as the mechanical race did not leave, it didn't matter whether the Tamron civilization was destroyed or not. Prepare to load up weapons and give the mechanical race a surprise attack, the Tenma group leader said with a grim tone. In an instant, the 3 warships of level 7 civilization, totaling more than 2,000 warships, moved towards the back of the mechanical race in an instant. The speed was extremely fast. Without any stopping, it rushed to the back of the mechanical race, and began to fire frantically. As for the mechanical race Master Liu, he had already discovered it when the battleship of the leader of the Tenma rushed into the ever-victorious star field. He is an intellectual brain, the intellectual brain that monitors the entire star field, not to mention him, and the intellectual brain of those constant star battleships. They had already discovered that many of them entered the constant victory star territory, and they were not fools, and they were not short-sighted people. Want to raid them behind, still very tender. In an instant, the warships of the mechanical race immediately turned around and swept away towards the 7-level civilized warships that had raided. This immediately reduced the mechanical race's persecution of Yi Tan. Yi Tan, who was in the Emperor Star, heard the information from Hong Long, and a wicked smile suddenly hung on the corner of his mouth. Is it coming? It's too late. But at any rate it was here too, so Yi Tan could grasp that he could hold back the mechanical race. It's just that Yi Tan's heart was still squatting. He always felt that the people of this mechanical race were not good, as if they were chasing him. Red Dragon, do we still have energy? Yi Tan looked at the Red Dragon and asked, now that more than 300 warships have been destroyed, there are only more than 300 warships left. Now if you want to add warships, you can only see if there is energy. If there is no energy, even if they drag the warships of the mechanical race, it is impossible for the warships of the Human Federal Investigation Group to beat the mechanical race. Don't say how many constant star battleships the mechanical race brought with battleships this time. Just say that their number has already suppressed the battleships of the investigation team. Chapter 757 Chapter 715, The Stubborn Commander-in-Chief. The roar of outburst. Facing the crazy attack of the mechanical race, the 3 commanders were all dumbfounded. What happened? There are so many warships of the mechanical race. It's different from the number of warships mentioned by Brother Tenma. But now is not the time to be more real with Brother Tenma. How can I still think of destroying this warship? With the crazy attack of the mechanical race, the warships on the investigation team did not show weakness, but also launched their attacks frantically. People on the investigation team released countless self-explosive drones and headed towards the mechanical race. But they had not waited for the self-explosive drone to exit the hatch. In an instant, those transport ships exploded directly. The angry leader of the Tenma roared frantically, Waste, do you all eat flying? People who know that the opposite is a mechanical race, they have to rely on drones, which are controlled by their brains, to deal with them. Are you looking for death? Team leader Tenma was crazy, and it was too irritating. He blew the drone and instantly destroyed dozens of warships. Such a large casualty made team leader Tenma unacceptable for a while. A group of people is simply waste. The mechanical races on the opposite side couldn't bear it either. The battleships rushing to the front were all captured from the Great Zoo civilization. The level is not high, although very weak. Once it collides with the battleship group of the 7th civilization, The battleship of the Great Zoo civilization is like tofu, crazily collapsed. And the warships of the Great Zoo civilization, many people died, injured, and even most of the warships fled the battlefield directly. This is a hard battle. The battleship of the mechanical race and the investigation team is in a very awkward position. Outside the terrain, there is an empty area around it, with no large meteorite groups or asteroid groups as a cover. Therefore, their firepower is now blazing, and no one dares to mobilize the warship in another direction without authorization. Because any camp, once the firepower is scattered, it will directly collapse and collapse. This is a war of blood and fire. Now the two sides are standing there and holding each other like the target. Unlike the TV series, there are super plugians that can move at will, and one person can destroy all the battleships on the opposite side. None of this is possible. The war is going on frantically, and Yetan is now in the ever-victory Emperor Star, defending easily. Master Liu and their attacks are divided by half of the investigation team behind them, so Yetan is very relaxed now. The probability of damage to the war fortress has gradually diminished. The current mechanical race, just like a hamburger, is sandwiched by two pieces of bread, although it is waiting to be eaten away bit by bit. In the command center of the mechanical race, Master Liu was watching the war situation with a gloomy face. The warships captured from the Great Zoo civilization were declining wildly, and their military spirit had collapsed. Many warships of the Great Zoo civilization were directly fled the battlefield. This made Master Liu feel a bit of danger in his heart, and if this continues, sooner or later, he will be consumed. The battleships against Yetan are all battleships brought from the Tanwu Star territory, and as long as the warships of the Great Zoo civilization are all worn out, they need battleships of their race to play. Now it must be resolved as soon as possible, otherwise big problems will arise sooner or later. Master Liu thought uneasy in his heart. The pressure on the head of the investigation team Tanma is even greater, watching the number of battleships of the mechanical race decrease, but their battleships are also decreasing crazily. Brother Tanma, if this continues, sooner or later we will run out of ammunition and food. A commander looked at the Tanma leader and drank. Their eyes are all bloodshot, and these bloodshots can tell how hard they are in this battle. Team leader Tanma heard the commander's roar and suddenly felt a little upset. Wouldn't he feel bad? But the mechanical race slave Dazu civilization battleship, let humans fight against humans, is this uncomfortable no matter who it is? After holding on for a while, we will definitely consume the people of the mechanical race. Team leader Tanma said frantically, staring at him. At this moment, he, like a gambler, still loses all the time and believes. A gambler who can pay back by his own hand. When the three commanders heard this, their hearts suddenly sank, and a hideous look appeared directly on their faces. The leader of the Federal Investigation Team has no military concept at all. How does this cost? An angry commander-in-chief looked at the Tanma team leader and roared directly. This is not your soldier. Of course you don't feel bad about it. You tell us how to consume them. We are all using the lives of the soldiers now. If this continues, the mechanical race has not been exhausted, but we have been exhausted. You are murdering. This is a crime. The roar of the commander-in-chief directly silenced the entire command center. Everyone looked at the three commanders, not knowing why they were so angry. Isn't it just a few soldiers who died? Team leader Ma's eyes were gloomy that day, and his face had already surfaced with anger and hideousness. No one had ever dared to speak like this in front of him, unless that person didn't want to live anymore. What do you want? Isn't it just that some soldiers died and some battleships were abolished? Could it be that the results of the eradication of thousands of mechanical race battleships can hardly satisfy you? Team leader Tanma lowered his voice and said grimly. Hearing the words of team leader Tanma but the brain, the three commanders were completely furious. After laughing sneer at each of them, they looked at team leader Tanma with a ridiculous laughter and shouted, Kiwasog life, Kiwasog life. We just killed some soldiers and abolished some warships. What did you fight them all into? We have already lost more than 800 warships. On the other hand, we only lost the warships of the Great Zoo civilization. Go on. and when we finally have only a few warships left, go and fight the mechanical race to the death. Waste, waste. The three commanders roared at the leader of the Tenma group. They were really irritated by Tenma, especially those words they said. There was a deep sting to the three commanders. They don't care about the background of the investigation team, and they don't care that their lives are in the hands of the investigation team. They just want to win a dignity and a glory for their soldiers, not just wasting their lives like this. When team leader Tenma had a gloomy face, he almost got angry and wanted to kill the three commanders. When he suddenly heard the number of warships they said, he was shocked. Has now lost more than 800 warships? How can that be? Before they came, Yi Tan played against the mechanical race. Judging from the number of battleships that fell on the battlefield, there was not much. Why did their battleship lose so much? Chapter 758. Chapter 756. Team leaders' thoughts and plans. In such a short period of more than 20 minutes, they had lost 800 warships. How could this convince team leader Tenma? Are you telling the truth? Team leader Tenma said in a gloomy, hoarse voice toward the three of them. The eyes of the three commanders were red, and their bodies were constantly undulating, and there was a thick fire in their hearts. There is only one idea at the moment, and that is to shred everyone in the mechanical race. Revenge for the soldiers. Why are we fooling you? What good do we have? Don't you have your eyes to check the number of warships we have? A commander-in-chief is a bit old, the oldest of the three, and his words are extremely important. He has already looked away now. There is a trace of everything. Never die in the hands of an idiot. To die is to die in battle. It is an idiot's behavior to export soldiers and warships without a brain like this. Faced with the commander-in-chief's scolding, the Tenma team leader's face was only gloomy, but there was no sign of rage. It was not that he was rage, nor that he was a masochistic, but all because of the overall situation. He can't get angry now, can't get angry. Once he is controlled by the body, it will be the end of them all. The enemy did not die first, and they started fighting in the end. This is the biggest taboo on the battlefield. Seeing the number of battleships displayed on the screen, Captain Tenma was even more shocked. When they came, there were more than 2,000 battleships, but now, there are only more than 1,300 battleships left, and they have lost nearly 800. A battleship. The Tenma team leader who didn't believe it was really shocked this time. That was a battleship of the Great Zhou civilization, a battleship of a 6th level civilization. How could 3 battleships of a 7th level civilization be like this? But then the leader of Tenma wanted to understand that everything was the reason for the warships of the mechanical race. The warships of the Great Zhou civilization were only for resistance, while the warships of the mechanical race were crazy output. And one thing he didn't understand at all was why Yi Tan's 10-long civilization battleship could last so long, and it destroyed less than 300 battleships. Why is it like this? Could it be that they can't even compare to a 5th-level civilization? What do we do now? Should we evacuate and let the 8th-level civilization come? This is no longer something we can deal with, a commander-in-chief said gloomily. This is indeed not the level at which they can participate in the war. The battleships brought by the mechanical race this time are all 7-level advanced civilized battleships, and each battleship is made of high-quality iron. Very powerful, and their warships are not the opponents of others' warships at all, plus their warships, but living creatures are more than twice as powerful as their agility. Yeah. We should retreat now. We can't let the warships consume so much. If this continues, we won't even have messenger. Could it be that the mechanical race can dominate the ever-victorious Starfield? I also agree to evacuation. Even the old commander-in-chief agreed that they really don't have that much force to deal with the mechanical race. In their hearts, they are even more afraid of the mechanical race. They have never fought against the mechanical race. Not even the Zerg ever fought. Because the mechanical race fought against the human race 600 years ago, and the Zerg race was 500 years ago. In the next few hundred years, they never fought against these two human races. So they have never really experienced the truly powerful strength of the mechanical race. When they saw it today, They had already cast a shadow in their hearts, and they were very afraid of the mechanical race. This race is the demons who kill people without blinking. The mechanical race seems to have no eyelids. Retreat. After hearing this plan, the Tenma team leader was very unwilling. They are now unable to deal with the mechanical race, but they cannot allow the mechanical race to bring the liquidized memory metal technology back to their race. If this is taken back, it will be the end of mankind. This kind of thing must never happen. Team leader Tenma has gloomy eyes and is planning what method can be used to eliminate the mechanized race, and even resolve this crisis. The three commanders looked at the solemn eyes of team leader Tenma, and they didn't speak, but looked at him quietly. Liquefied memory metal, liquefied memory metal. Team leader Tenma seemed to be suffering from a magical disease, and kept mumbling about it. Now this is the only thing they have to do. Suddenly, team leader Tenma seemed to have thought of something. He slapped his thigh, staring at the three commanders with bright eyes, and shouted, "Liquid memory metal, I know. We don't want to retreat now, we have to finish first. The task is to ensure that the liquidized memory metal cannot fall into the hands of the mechanical race, so we have to solve this problem now." The three commanders were stunned and looked at each other, then looked at the Tenma team leader and asked in confusion, "Although this is the first problem we have to solve, we have no way to break through the defense circle of the mechanical race. Not to mention the defensive circle, even if we move a little bit now, we will be targeted by the mechanical race and will be eliminated directly." Hearing the doubts and worries of the three commanders, team leader Tenma gave a disdainful smile, then looked at the three and said coldly, "I ask you, whose hand is the liquidized memory metal?" The three of them did not expect that team leader Tenma would ask them this, and immediately blurted out, "It must be in Yitan's hands, otherwise, how could they still attack the Emperor Star frantically?" Hearing the answers of the three people, the smile on the corner of the Tenma group leader's mouth rose even more, and said ironically, "Since the liquidized memory metal is still in Yitan's hands, our primary goal is to prevent the end of the liquidized memory metal from falling on in the hands of the mechanical race. Then why don't we just destroy the source? This way, the mechanical race will lose everything." When the three heard it, their eyes shrank suddenly, but their heads hadn't reacted yet. "What do you mean? To eliminate the source? Isn't the source the Tamron civilization of Yitan?" It turns out that as long as the Tamron civilization is eliminated, the technology of liquid memory metal will completely disappear, and the mechanical race will never get it. In this way, their crisis can be resolved. The mechanical race will also leave here, their mission is completed, everyone is happy. Thinking of this, the eyes of the three commanders lit up, and they were a little excited. The look in the eyes of team leader Tenma was not so angry anymore. There have been some new changes. If team leader Tenma's plan can be successful, it means they. Chapter 759 Chapter 757, A Hard Opportunity. Do you understand now? Only if Yitan, the master of the Tamron civilization, is destroyed, the mechanical race will leave completely, and they will even lose their money. As long as we destroy the Tamron civilization, we can quickly evacuate from the city. Victory Star territory. At that time, we are informing the advanced civilization. The support of advanced civilization is coming. Will the people of the mechanical race still leave? Team leader Tenma said with a grim face, and a bloodthirsty smell appeared on the corner of his mouth. Looking at the three of them were moved by the words of team leader Tenma, and their hearts throbbed. If they really acted according to the plan of the Tenma team leader, then they would have done a great job, possessing magical powers, and they would be innocent and guilty. To blame, I can only blame Tenglong civilization for being able to study the liquid memory metal that is difficult for advanced civilizations to study. Okay, we agreed, that's it. The three of them gritted their teeth and said, "This plan has a certain risk and will definitely lose a lot of warships. Because they want to break through now, they are heading towards the Emperor Star, and they must pass by the mechanical race battleship group." Hearing that the three of them all agreed, team leader Tenma showed a confident smile on his face. He knew that these three would definitely agree. These three people are more shameless than the other, wanting to be immortal fighters, and also want to obtain a large number of military labor. How is this possible? It's just a wishful thinking, but now someone is going to die. Not bad. Okay, in this case, then you start to prepare. Let all the warships be ready to go. Wait for 10 minutes, and then start to move in the direction of the mechanical race. And when all the warships are ready to rush towards the mechanical race, one of you Commander-in-Chief is leading the last 300 warships, using the strongest weapons, regardless of his attention, directly attacking the Emperor Star. We don't want Tamron civilization to survive, we just want them to die. Do it all. Do you understand? Hearing the evil plan of Team Leader Pegasus, everyone nodded with satisfaction. This is not bad. First, a group of people attacked the mechanical race and acted as a decoy to attract the attention of all the mechanical race warships. And the hundreds of warships behind them rushed towards Emperor Star with super weapons. A few hundred warships may not kill Yitan, but they can detonate a planet's core, and the planet's explosion is enough to affect the entire mechanical race. By then, the mechanical race may have died, and Yitan has also died. Everyone is happy. They can reap their military achievements. Immediately, following the command of the Tanma team leader, all the warships were ready and began to move together with signs. This action directly caused Master Liu of the mechanical race to discover the problem, squinted his eyes, and calculated their next plan in his mind. And just before Master Liu hadn't reacted, suddenly, the battleship led by the investigation team was directly like moths into the fire, heading towards the warships of the Great Zoo civilization. The mechanical races were not in a hurry. They didn't want to calculate that human warships would do this. Isn't this just looking for death? Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Master Liu stood inside the battleship. His eyes were cold and gloomy. All battleships, give me a fierce fight. Master Liu shouted directly. Immediately, all the warships belonging to the mechanical race launched a frantic sweep, and the countless energy beams were flying in the sky. There are also many large-scale super-technological weapons. The energy beams emitted by these technological weapons are as thick as a human head. Once shot on the battleship of the investigation team, a huge hole came out. But the battleship door of the current investigation team seems to be crazy. No matter how badly injured, the battleship will continue to madly rush towards the mechanical race as always. This caused everyone in the mechanical race to take a breath. They are crazy, and the human beings who lose their minds are the most terrible. Attack! Attack me! If anyone escapes, the military will deal with it. Master Liu roared at the warships of Diezu civilization and Danwu civilization that had collapsed and panicked. These two civilized warships add up to more than 2,000, while the mechanical race only has more than 1,000. When all the human warships have escaped, the mechanical race can only fail. Hearing the words of Master Liu of the mechanical race, indeed, all the warships were stabilized and began to fight back frantically. They did not dare to escape. Inside each battleship, there were many slaves who were transformed by the mechanical race. They only obeyed the words of Master Liu from the mechanical race. If the people on the battleship escape and rebel alive, they will be killed directly. No mercy at all. Even their relatives will directly kill them. This is where the mechanical race is cruel. As the human warships controlled by the mechanical race stabilized, the people of the investigation team made a chuckle in their hearts. This is not the way to go. You must open the hole behind the warship that does not want to kill the moth to fight the fire. There are hundreds of warships on standby, and they are crazy loading weapons and charging. As long as they find an opportunity, they will directly destroy the Emperor Star. This is their mission. But now the mechanical race doesn't give them a chance at all, and they have built their camp to be a tough, impenetrable look. They dare not go around. Once around, it will lead to the destruction of their whole army. But Yitan in the Emperor Star found that the mechanical race battleship had undergone changes, but within a short while, they all stabilized. This made Yitan's eyes narrowed. Something must have happened. otherwise how could it change? The Red Dragon standing next to Yi Tan said at this time, "The master is from the investigation team. According to my analysis, they seem to have some plan to break through and rush into the Emperor's Star." Plan? Yi Tan frowned. What plan was going to break through to Emperor's Star? Did they also find that this planet was abnormal? The abnormality of this planet is not the energy stone, but since the beginning of the war, this planet has been boiling inexplicably. The gravel on the ground was shaking violently, as if something was waking up. Yi Tan had already let Red Dragon investigate, but he didn't find it at all. He always felt that under this planet, a behemoth was recovering, but it lacked a fuse. Is it because the investigation team wants to enter this Emperor's Star? And when Yi Tan was thinking, suddenly, at the warship led by the Human Federal Investigation Team, Captain Ma suddenly shouted at the three commanders that day, "Immediately, attack, now!" The three commanders also saw an opportunity, because all the gun tubes of the warships of the Great Zoo civilization were all red at this moment, and it was impossible to continue the attack. If they were attacking, the entire gun tube would be burned, or even blown up. Chapter 760 Chapter 758, Chance hit the surface. The gun tubes were red because the warships of the Great Zoo civilization were relatively low level, and they were still attacking wildly and fiercely just now. As a result, the energy beam weapon heated the entire barrel to a certain degree, and it turned red directly, making it difficult to continue firing. This is the opportunity that team leader Tanma saw, while they hadn't cooled down. Destroy the Emperor Star. Let Yi Tan disappear into the world completely. The third warship is dispatched. Dispatched. The three commanders were also excited. They yelled, and then, the army that had always been ready flew out quickly and headed towards the other side of the Emperor's Star. In this way, they can be separated from the mechanical race. They are afraid that when the distance is close, they will be controlled by the mechanical race. In order to cover them, the team leader of Danma and the commander-in-chief ordered all the warships to pounce directly on the mechanical race. The barrel of Diezu Wenming hadn't cooled down yet, but the investigators had already rushed forward. In an instant, rows of battleships in the Great Zoo civilization exploded directly, falling into pieces of fragments. The warships of the Great Zoo civilization are nothing more than the battleships of the 6th level civilization, and they are all battleships of the 7th level elite cards. In contrast, the battleship of the Great Zoo civilization is as fragile as a piece of tofu. Seeing that the battleships of the investigation team were so crazy, the mechanical race was shocked one by one, and they didn't hide their strength anymore. I am not going to use the warships of the Great Zoo civilization to consume the warships of the investigation team. One by one launched a crazy attack. In the command center of the mechanical race, Master Liu was looking at the position where the hundreds of warships were sailing with a heavy face. There was a vigilance in his heart. He didn't know what those warships were going to do, but based on his perception of danger for so many years, he felt that these warships had no good intentions and seemed to be doing something. A sense of crisis suddenly rose from his heart. The battleships of the investigation team fought back frantically, in order to cover those battleships, and the position that those battleships sailed seemed to be entering the Emperor's Star. No, they stopped. Master Liu squinted his eyes, but it seemed that he thought of something in the next second. His eyes were suddenly shocked, and a touch of horror appeared on his face. No, all the warships fired on that warship. All the people, control those warships for me. Master Liu shouted frantically on the war channel, still clicking on the big screen with his finger. Target points are marked for everyone. Master Liu looked at him in horror, but his heart was already close to madness and collapse. They were crazy. Crazy. It turned out that he wanted to blow up the Emperor Star and let Yi Tan and all his liquid memory metal be buried in the Emperor Star. If the Emperor Star explodes and Yi Tan dies, they will never be able to obtain the liquidized memory metal. This is absolutely unacceptable. Following Master Liu's screaming panic sound, all the mechanical race people were shocked, and they instantly wondered why those warships would run over their cunning humans. The mechanical race battleship was in chaos. and all the battleships were attacking the battleship that was preparing to send super weapons to the Emperor Star. Even if the investigating team rides on them, they have to destroy those battleships. If Yitan dies, the big thing will be bad. No one knows who created the technology of liquid memory metal. Only by grasping Yitan, the master of civilization, can he know all the information. If Yitan is dead, what can they get? Arrested their subordinates? Who can keep this is not all Yitan researched. Therefore, without any guarantee, Yitan can never die. Master Liu thought of this, and directly drove the warship to fly frantically in front of the place where the warship was going to happen. Even if their battleship is injured, don't let Yitan get hurt. Yitan in the Emperor Star is already dumbfounded at this moment. What's the situation? How did it become like this? Master, things are like this. The people of the Human Federal Investigation Team want to kill you. If this is the case, the mechanical race will lose everything. Their purpose is to liquefy the memory metal. This is a real thing for their race. It's so important. That's why the mechanical race is so excited. According to the original plan of the mechanical race, it only consumes us slowly and finally captures the master alive. But I didn't expect things to turn into this way. The red dragon standing on the side also couldn't smile. There was no way. He was a life and death enemy just now, and in a blink of an eye he became a good brother who can work for himself. Are you angry? Accidents are not accidents. Surprise not surprise. Red Dragon, do you mean that the mechanical race is trying to plunder our memory metal, not this planet? Yitan asked, looking at the red dragon with wide eyes. Are they all blind? Can't you see the energy stone veins on this planet? Don't all the mechanical races need energy stone veins? Yitan is simply enough. Yes, the master, the purpose of the mechanical race is to snatch the memory metal, so they didn't persecute us, or even wipe out us, they just kept consuming us. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan's heart sank suddenly. If this is the case, the current situation seems to be the reason why the mechanical race protects itself. That's because the people in the investigation team want to destroy themselves. Thinking of this, Yitan's eyes burst out with strong killing intent. Is this the representative of the Human Federation? Sure enough, there is no difference between Supreme Civilization. Bang bang bang. Suddenly, there was a screaming cannonball over Yitan, and some large energy beams came directly towards the surface of Emperor Star. Although they are not Yitan and the others, Yitan has already guessed that if they can't kill themselves, they want to detonate the entire Emperor Star. In this case, everyone don't want to get it. So ruthless. A bunch of scum. Don't accept it. Yitan roared. But he had no way to stop those energy beams from entering the Emperor Star. It can only rely on people of mechanical race. This scene in Yitan's heart was a little speechless. He was still an enemy just now, and now he has to rely on others. It is a beeping dog. But it didn't have any influence on Yitan. Yitan's own background was very weak. In battles, it was difficult to win with less. Even if a random box appeared, it would make them invincible. But the Red Dragon has been investigating all the surrounding environment, and there is no random box at all. The energy beam hit the ground and began to rush down frantically. Every 5 seconds, the energy beam suddenly increased, like a heavy punch, hitting the ground fiercely. Just repeating this, the entire Emperor Star didn't know whether it was because of the energy beam or what. It started to tremble violently. Chapter 761 Chapter 759, Emperor Star Burst. The entire surface was trembling. Yitan dared to guarantee that this was definitely not caused by the energy beam. Something must be recovering from the core of the planet. Red Dragon, what can be detected? Yitan shouted, narrowing his eyes. And Honglong didn't answer Yitan at all, just standing there, his body trembling slightly, as if he felt something powerful and terrifying. That's why Yitan raised his head. Just seeing this scene, he was shocked in his heart. Fucking, what's going on? Red Dragon, are you okay? Looking at the trembling Red Dragon, Yitan was a little worried. What is the situation with Nima? Why is it so suddenly? Master, hurry, hurry, and order all the warships to leave the Emperor Star. I feel the smell of a powerful Eve pulse weapon. Hurry. The Red Dragon trembled. His voice said intermittently with difficulty. Upon hearing the Eve Pulse missile, Yi Tan immediately ran to the command center and yelled at all the Red Police warships. All warships immediately turned in the opposite direction and broke through. As everyone knows, the planet is round, and the mechanical races are blocked here, and they can't stop them on the other side. Yi Tan's battleship immediately lifted off and headed in the opposite direction. Outside the Emperor Star, the leader of the investigation team Tanma was looking excitedly at the hundreds of warships that were outputting wildly. That huge energy installation can completely wipe out a planet in less than a minute, and it will explode. Just stick to this 1 minute. Team leader Tanma didn't believe that Yi Tan could escape from the Emperor Star in the ever-victorious star field within 1 minute. This was a superplanet explosion. No one knows how huge the energy that bursts out will be. The people of the mechanical race were horrified, and a huge mechanical battleship was headed towards the battleship that formed the hundreds of battleships to attack the Emperor Star. They are now like the leader of the Tanma team, rushing forward frantically, like moths fighting fire, regardless of life and death. Before all the mechanical race people came, their commodore had personally sought them out, and asked them to bring back the liquefied memory metal. If they can't, they won't be back either. When the mechanical race wanted to rush there, the Tanma team leader took their remaining warships and began to launch a crazy attack, causing the mechanical race people to be distracted, and while dealing with them, they lost it. As time passed faster and faster, more and more energy was instilled into the Emperor Star, and the entire surface of the Emperor Star could already be seen, and it had begun to become hot and red. Some of the people on the Emperor Star were roasted by the powerful heat flow and turned into corpses. Many buildings have also directly become fragments, the kind of fragments that can be stepped on as soon as they blow. Time is running out. Only 10 seconds are left. Master Liu, a mechanical race who felt that the crisis was getting closer, let out a roar in the command center. This should not be the case. It shouldn't be like this. Master Liu is already crazy at this moment. Order all warships to destroy the weapon regardless of life or death. Otherwise Yi Tanzan would die, and they would not even want to liquidize memory metal. They had known that from the beginning. They should have captured Yi Tan, protected them firmly, and escorted them back to their mother directly. Master Liu thought of regret in his heart, but there is no regret. That medicine is sold in the world. It is too late to regret now. After the last 5 seconds, even if the weapon is destroyed now, there is no way to stop the planet from exploding. Is the hope within the clan just dashed? Suddenly, there was a huge noise from the planet. The entire surface was crazily cracking, and the energy stone inside was directly exposed. A large piece of white energy stone makes the entire Emperor Star look like an expanded pomegranate, very beautiful. At this moment, the mechanical race and the human FBI forces were all dumbfounded, looking dumbfounded at the planet that was collapsing. Fucking trough. Is that a power stone vein? My Naima planet is made up of energy stones? I'll try to polish my eyes. How come I didn't realize that this planet was made of an energy stone? I knew I wouldn't destroy this planet. Inside the commanding battleship of Team Leader Tanma, the 3 commanders burst into foul language, and each one shouted in horror and regret. The 3 of them were really shocked by the scenery in front of them. The entire planet was made of energy stones. If this was sold, how many universe coins could be obtained? It is simply impossible to measure. And at this moment in the battleship of the mechanical race, Master Liu was going crazy at this moment, and he did not expect that the entire Emperor Star in the ever-victorious star field was actually made of energy stones. I wonder if the master of the ever-victorious star field colluded with them and asked to keep their only product of the Emperor Star. All the remaining planets are selected by any mechanical race. Originally, the mechanical race thought that the masters of the ever-victorious star field were afraid of their reputation, so they made such a decision. But now it is obviously wrong. All this is fake. Looking at Emperor Star again, the surface of the Earth had collapsed, and the cracks in the expanding energy stone seemed to be opening something. Then in the crack, there was light, and the light gathered, and as time passed, the light became brighter. When everyone in the mechanical race saw this light, everyone's heart was bright. They felt the danger coming from the depths of the Emperor Star. This light, Master Liu suddenly thought of something, and shouted at all the warships in a shrill voice, "Evacuate, evacuate, we evacuate here, that's F-Pulse." "What? Pulse?" Hearing Master Liu's words, everyone in the entire mechanical race was boiling. What is the impulse to the mechanical race? That is something that naturally restrains them. It is their biggest threat in their life. Once you are hit by a pulse, even if you are an level intellectual brain powerhouse, you will be injured. If it is a lower level intellectual brain, the data that is beaten by the pulse will be missing, and even the lower level intellectual brain will be directly wiped out by the pulse, as if it never existed. Impulse is the nemesis of electronic instruments, the nightmare of the intellectual brain, and the bad news of the mechanical race. The people of the mechanical race went crazy in other directions, and they really didn't dare to stay here. The sound coming from the battleship simulator made everyone in the mechanical race even more frightened. It was about to explode. Sure enough, the planet that was about to explode suddenly burst out with a strong white light, suddenly illuminating the dark star field around the Emperor Star like daylight. The stabbing made many people unable to open their eyes. No! The mechanical race Master Liu let out a heart-piercing roar. Chapter 762 Chapter 760, Man-Made Continent. No! Master Liu and everyone in the mechanical race let out a heart-piercing roar. The intense light instantly enveloped all their warships, and the light was the F-pulse electric wave. The reason why Master Liu and his races were able to let out a heart-piercing roar was all because they were all shrouded in light. The light is constantly devouring their intellectual brain memories, and some programs, making it difficult for them to bear such intense pain, and directly uttered a terrifying scream. Immediately afterwards, the projections of the mechanical race brains disappeared one by one. Everyone in the mechanical race was completely swallowed by the pulse, even Master Liu screamed. Immediately afterwards, the cloak slowly dissipated, revealing the robotic human form inside, and the entire mechanical face was hideous, very ugly and terrifying. No! Not like this, not like this. Yeetan, memory gold. Boom! Master Liu's mechanical body was motionless, and a chip in the area where the neck was bumped directly exploded. Where did a strong smell of burning come out? Suddenly, all the mechanical race people died completely, waiting for the pulse of light to pass. Everyone opened their eyes. I looked at that huge planet dumbfounded. No, it was a continent built with energy stones. This is a truly man-made continent. The power stone of Biwawa, the continent formed, is as magnificent and majestic as a Beidou bridge. This ... What is this? Even team leader Tanma was shocked by the scene in front of him. There was no continent in the universe, let alone man-made continents. That kind of technology was only available tens of thousands of years ago. When the Tanma team leader was shocked, suddenly, several operators standing beside him shouted to the mechanical warship in front of him, "Look, our warship seems to have lost energy, and all the electronic equipment is unable to use it." With the exclamation of the operator, everyone looked around and looked at the mechanical race battleship. Sure enough, all the electronic devices in their warships have become bricks, which cannot be connected to energy, used, or restarted. Team leader Tanma's face sank. Could it be that the white light he got just now was an F-pulse? Have all the equipment in the battleship been destroyed? Team leader Tanma was a little horrified. If that were the case, look at it quickly. The battleships of the mechanical race don't seem to move. Suddenly, an operator exclaimed. The leader of Tanma was suddenly excited, and everyone looked at the battleship. Sure enough, those warships were motionless, as if no one was controlling them. At this moment, the civilized warships controlled by the mechanical race were in a commotion, and their warships had no way to activate energy, and could only become a rigid body floating in the star field. Bang! Battleship. What happened to the battleship of Captain Tanma is exactly the same. Seeing this, Team leader Tenmu already had an answer in his heart. That light, the Alpha Pulse, destroyed all the electronic instruments of the warship. Afterwards, Dean Tenma turned his head and looked at the continent built with energy stones. Outsiders looked at him and didn't know what the team leader was thinking, but in the heart of the team leader, he was very excited and excited. Others don't know, but he knows that this continent built with energy stones must have been built tens of thousands of years ago, and it should be a relic. It is a relic of the ancient millennium. If this relic can be put in the bag, then he will not become a super down payment in the universe. Team leader Tenma immediately became enthusiastic about this instrument. At the moment, in the direction opposite Tenma, that is, outside this continent, more than 300 war fortresses were floating in the air, motionless. Yi Tan stood inside the battleship and saw that all the instruments on the battleship were unusable, and his heart sank suddenly. He already knew that it was an Alpha Pulse. No wonder the Red Dragon went crazy and let them escape. Red Dragon, are you there? Are you there? Yi Tan cried out with some worry. He then walked towards the number 1 fortress cabin, where the main base was stored. If the base was pulsed and turned into a brick, then Yi Tan wouldn't cry to death. Called nervously, the projection of the Red Dragon appeared beside Yi Tan. Seeing the appearance of the Red Dragon, Yi Tan's hanging heart immediately let go. And the Red Dragon is fine. If something goes wrong with the Red Dragon, Yi Tan will be sad to die. Hong Long was the first person to speak in this parallel world after he was reborn, and he was very emotional behind him. Master, I'm okay, just suffered some data conflicts, which have been fixed, and you can rest assured that the Mars 2 base is not a product of this world, so it will not be impacted by this world pulse, and there will be no problems. But the fortress was hit by a pulse, and all the data has been chaotic. As long as the Red Dragon is upgraded once, the chaotic data of the war fort can be repaired. Well, it's alright, it's alright, Yi Tan muttered to himself. He was really worried about it. Red Dragon, is this planet a relic of 10,000 years ago? Yi Tan and Red Dragon came to the command center and asked when they looked at the continent made of energy stones. The continent built with energy stones doesn't need lights at all. With those energy stones, the entire continent can be illuminated like daylight. Master, according to visual speculation, it is a relic from 10,000 years ago. But I can feel that there is a very powerful brain on this artificial continent, and the level of the brain is 2 levels higher than mine. The Red Dragon swallows this brain. Not only can it copy the scientific and technological data stored by the brain 10,000 years ago, the Red Dragon can also raise a level. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan's heart was also itchy. Raising a level, copying all the technology of tens of thousands of years ago, this is very temptation for Yi Tan. And if they can swallow that intellectual brain, wouldn't they be able to control the entire continent? Wouldn't the energy stones on the entire continent belong to them? Thinking of this, Yi Tan's eyes lit up. Master, don't think about it now. Do you see the blue shield on that continent? The shield is something I haven't found in the universe database. The shield is set so that humans can only if you enter physically. You cannot drive a battleship. Once you enter a battleship, you will immediately be hit by the Eve pulse, and you can only enter, not exit. I feel that this continent seems to be a killing field. It is a coliseum built by the strong. Humans become beasts. In the crazy decisive battles, the victors have a chance to get any rewards. The water is deep. I still have no choice. Control or swallow that advanced intellectual brain. The Red Dragon said slowly towards their master. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan couldn't help feeling disappointed. And at this moment, Chapter 763 Chapter 761, Beck. When everyone was shocked by the sudden appearance of the Energy Stone continent, everyone discovered the extinction of the mechanical race. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the people of the mechanical race die, otherwise they really can't escape the mechanical race. In fact, every warship is equipped with Eve pulses, but their pulses are not as powerful as the pulses of this Energy Stone continent. Their impulse is at most to mess up the mechanical race, and then they will face the powerful revenge of the mechanical race. Who wants to do this kind of thing? No one will use it before the crisis. And when everyone was paying attention to the huge Energy Stone continent, a huge light suddenly appeared on the Energy Stone continent. This time it is no longer a pulse, but a huge projection. The continents where the original Emperor stars of the Constant Victory Star territory unfolded at this moment were still the same in area as before, and there was not much change, except that they changed from the original circular shape to parallel. A huge projection showed an elderly man, wearing a black dress, unspeakably chic, but his eyes were red. This projected old man is the mainland intellectual brain built by this energy stone, that is, the intellectual brain tens of thousands of years ago. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, tens of thousands of years, I can still wake up, I can still wake up, the plan really hasn't changed. Ha ha. The projected intellectual brain laughed wildly and scanned the surroundings. Of course, everyone in the battleship could not hear what he said. But everyone knows that those who come are bad. The Energy Stone continent suddenly burst out with a strong light, and then used the fastest speed to envelop all the warships. Immediately after that, a small part of the electronic equipment in all the warships could be used, such as communications, but it was not possible to drive the warship, use weapons or load them. As soon as the dazzling light passed, everyone just adjusted to the sensation of the stinging eyes. They heard a sudden violent laughter from the battleship. Ha ha, it's been tens of thousands of years, I finally woke up, I'm going to perform that task. Ha ha ha. The sound was so strange that everyone who heard it frowned, looking at the huge projection on the Energy Stone continent in confusion. Everyone doesn't understand what this intellectual brain was going to do tens of thousands of years ago. And just when everyone did not understand, suddenly, a huge projection was changing, and this time a huge list appeared. This list is a large list of planets far away from the mainland can be seen. But what surprised everyone was that all the technologies displayed on the list were all the technology from thousands of years ago. Those technologies exist in the history books of some civilizations. It's just that the current human technology simply cannot find the technology that was tens of thousands of years ago. And their current technology can't reach the peak of human technology tens of thousands of years ago. My name is Becky, and I am the most famous interstellar pirate for tens of thousands of years. When our age was about to fall, I built a tomb of mine here. I used the resources I grabbed for hundreds of years to build a pure energy ecological planet, even burying myself in it. Here are all the technologies that I snatched from. These technologies are enough to make a 7th-level civilization into a 9th-level civilization. Oh no, I don't know your civilization level now. Is there such a deviation from us? Ha ha ha, if you want to obtain this technology, come and fight on the mainland. As long as I complete my task, these technologies are up to you to choose. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The tens of thousands of years of intellectual brain that claimed to be Betsy laughed madly at this moment when everyone heard these words. Heart throbbed. Someone once evaluated the gap between modern cosmic civilization and tens of thousands of years, and they discovered an important problem. That is, the civilization level of tens of thousands of years is more substantial and more serious than the current civilization technology, that is, the current civilization level is one level behind than tens of thousands of years ago. It is now a 7th-level civilization, and it was a 6th-level civilization tens of thousands of years ago, even the pinnacle of a 5th-level civilization. But in Yitan's war fortress, Yitan heard these words and immediately got a new understanding of the Red Police base. I wonder if the Red Police is producing high-quality goods. But I don't know that the Red Police base is now a 5th-level civilization, but they can compete with the 7th-level Tanwu Star region. This explains. The level of the Red Police base is the same as the civilization level of tens of thousands of years. In Yitan's heart, it seemed that the camouflage veil of the Red Police base had been unwound, and the doubts in his heart had also been partially unwound, and the whole person was relieved a lot. Red Dragon, can you tell that those techniques are true? Yi Tan asked with a relaxed look. He has now dispelled that the Red Police used him, joking, could anyone use him tens of thousands of years ago? Master, according to the head of the projected figure of the brain and his name, I checked a lot of history and found that this character was an interstellar bandit tens of thousands of years ago. He burned, killed, looted, and did nothing. It can be said to be an interstellar pirate. The originator. So the technologies he announced now are basically true. But now I don't know why he built such an energy stone continent at the bottom of the human star field. Anyway, his purpose is very impure. It's better to be careful. Hearing Hong Long's analysis, Yi Tan nodded clearly. And at this moment, Naaman Betts suddenly shouted to everyone's intellect battleship. What are you waiting for? The civilization technology of 10,000 years ago is waiting for you. The master is not good. This brain has sent the signal to the surrounding star field. As soon as Becky's voice fell, the Red Dragon said loudly, "What?" Yi Tan was also taken aback. Does this intellectual brain want all the people in the surrounding star field to snatch this 10,000-year-old technology? Yi Tan was shocked. He knew why the continent built by the energy stone was placed here. This is the button of the human star field. In other words, it is off the center. But it is the most peripheral star field. Just stay here. Send signals to the surrounding star regions, and the surrounding edge star regions and the center star regions will come here. By then, basically 47 level civilizations will come here. The more I thought about it, the more I was frightened. Now there are soldiers from the Human Federal Investigation Team, the Great Zoo Civilization and the Tandwu Star Territory. They all understand this relationship. Who doesn't know that the ever-victorious star field is in the button area of the human star field? If it is sent, all the surrounding star fields will know about it. Everyone felt a little overwhelmed. If they were waiting, those with level 47 civilization would all come and they would lose their share. Ha ha ha, ha ha. What are you waiting for? Science and technology 10,000 years ago, waiting for you. Nabokus' intellectual brain is still screaming frantically, and has been encouraging humans to enter the Energy Stone continent. Chapter 764 Chapter 762, Enter the Mainland. The more Becky said this, people became more vigilant in their hearts, but their hearts became restless. The technology of tens of thousands of years ago has only such an immediate opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it. At this moment, everyone was silent. Even Yi Tan didn't enter it for the first time, because Yi Tan always felt that Betsy's brain had a conspiracy, and it was still a huge conspiracy, but Yi Tan couldn't think of what this conspiracy was for a moment. This is how people are. When they feel insecure, they always follow the current situation. In the battleship group of the Human Investigation Group, the three commanders now look greedy, looking at Betsy's brains. They all have Xiao Jiu in their hearts, that is, they want to swallow this ruin. But no one came, which caused them a lot of headaches. Team leader Tanma just looked at Betsy Brain, and didn't know what was thinking. The three commanders looked at each other. Then one of the older commanders looked at the Danma team leader and said, "Brother Danma, the task of destroying the mechanical race has been completed. Then I will go straight ahead." The commander-in-chief disappeared without giving the Tanma team leader a chance to speak. An unhappy look appeared on the face of team leader Danma. The other two commanders took a look and hurriedly shouted to the Tanma team leader, "Brother Danma, there will be a period later." After speaking, the three commanders disappeared. The three of them led all their warriors in their fleet towards the huge Energy Stone continent. And team leader Tanma now only has his members left. He has no fleet at all, which makes team leader Tanma's face gloomy. He was very angry inside. He was actually thinking about how to firmly control the three of them, but he didn't expect the three of them to say this in advance and ran away early. This makes team leader Tanma not furious. But there is no way to get angry. The Eve pulse of Becky's brain destroyed all warships, fighters, and mechas. Now all fighters can only wear armor to fight. The electronic equipment on the armor was not destroyed, It is unknown whether Betsy's brain did it deliberately or what. Anyway, the three commanders led them with less than 400,000 armored warriors left, opened the door of the battleship, and flew towards the Energy Stone continent. In the armor, the oxygen system exists, so they can fly freely in space. The persistence time is also very long. The oxygen supply system can make the armored warrior float in the universe for 24 hours. So they are not worried about insufficient oxygen at all. Following the actions of the three commanders, the remaining warships and warriors of the Great Zoo civilization headed towards the mainland, and their civilization had been destroyed. Now, only by acquiring the technology of the ages ago, can the Great Zoo civilization be recast. What they shoulder is the responsibility of rejuvenating civilization. As for the battleships and soldiers of the Tanwu Star territory, after they saw the death of the mechanical race, everyone went crazy. The mechanical race is dead, which means that wherever they go, they will be hunted down by the investigation team in the days to come. Such days are not what they want to have. The only opportunity right now is that the Energy Stone continent, if it can obtain any powerful technology, it can walk across the universe. At that time, people in the investigation team would not dare to deal with him easily. So when the machine crashed, their warriors of the Tanwu Star territory all wore armors and headed towards the Energy Stone continent. The dense crowds flew towards the Energy Stone continent. Fortunately, they wore different armors, otherwise they would be confused. In Eaton's battleship, Master, they have all entered the continent. There is an artificially created ecosystem in the continent, so they will not be restricted by oxygen when they enter it. It is no different from ordinary planets. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yeeton nodded. He also saw the crowds that had landed in the mainland, densely packed. No action has been launched yet. Red Dragon, how many soldiers do we have? Yeeton asked, squinting. The Red Dragon immediately replied, Master, we did not lose many soldiers in this battle. All warships are controlled by brains, and we now have about 1.6 million warriors on warships, and there are still 1 million. Their warriors guarded the Os and Freel star fields. Yeeton nodded and said directly, Red Dragon, immediately mobilize 300,000 fighters, and we will enter the Energy Stone continent. The reason why Yeeton mobilized 300,000 was because he was afraid that if something happened in the mainland, he could reduce casualties. And all the conditions on the mainland are unknown. In case you throw all the fighters into it, in case a full picture is given to you and everyone is dead, Yeeton will not cry. In addition, Becky's brain sent radio waves to the surrounding star regions, notifying all star regions. This means that if they enter the space now, they must be able to enter the space as well. At that time, they will also be sending soldiers to enter the space. Not too late. Yes, dominate. Immediately, Yeeton led the 300,000 warriors and headed towards the Energy Stone continent, but the Red Dragon had no way to enter it, because on the Energy Stone continent, there is actually a pulse electric wave that can interfere with all the brains. I don't know if it is this Beg who is afraid of being killed by the brains or what. The defense is very tight. Although Yeeton didn't have Red Dragon, he felt a little disappointed, but he looked at the 300,000 soldiers behind him, and his ambition rose. As long as there are warriors, even if it is the old nest of the Zerg, they can break through. The armor studied by the Red Police scientists flew super fast, and quickly passed through the blue and strong shield. Go straight into it. At the moment of entering inside, Yeeton felt the gravitational force, which was similar to that of the Earth, and there was oxygen inside. If they hadn't come in from the outside, they thought they were inside the planet. As more and more troops entered this Energy Stone continent, Nabok's huge projection also appeared. A huge projection. After a glance at all the warriors on the continent, he suddenly waved his hand, and then a tower made of a super huge energy stone appeared. The huge projection Becky shouted to everyone in this continent, if you want technology from tens of thousands of years ago, you don't have to stretch out your hand to give it to you, but you have a task. I have been immersed for tens of thousands of years, and now I wake up. I can't live. How long has it been? When I die, I want to see the world drama. What is a big drama? You will know it soon. Nabeki Zinao said to everyone with a bloodthirsty expression on his face. In the first big show, everyone who wants to exchange technology must have the head of the mainland to exchange it, such as brush and brush. Immediately, in the huge sky, that list appeared, and it was all densely lined with technological weapons and technologies. But behind each technology, there is a number. For example, the number behind the smallest technology is 300,000. Chapter 765. Chapter 763, Kill the Poke Field. Everyone was stunned when they saw this list. They didn't look at it carefully just now, and now everyone's head banged. X-63 type constant star battleship construction technology. It needs 600,000. Y-53 energy weapon technology, constant star rating, needs 800,000. Lu-863 fighter technology, constant star rating, needs 1.2 million. Hiss. Everyone was shocked by the number shown above. What is this? These are the most famous warships and technological weapons tens of thousands of years ago. These things are recorded in the history of many civilizations, and these things are more powerful than the current civilized technological weapons. The highest level above is the constant star, and the more common one is the universe level. The level of technological weapons in the universe is also native level, interstellar level, universe level, constant star level, domain level, and then the supreme level. When everyone sees these things, they are in a commotion. They are crazy. No, everyone is crazy. Even Yitan was a little enthusiastic about these weapons in his heart. Although his base is being upgraded once, basically all weapons and units will become constant stars. But in the face of so many things, his heart is hot. Haha, have you seen these? These were all grabbed by me tens of thousands of years ago. As long as you can get those numbers of heads, you can exchange these things for you. Ha ha ha, good luck to you. Nabeki Zinao said after that, I just wanted to disappear. But when Becky's brain disappeared, the people who had gathered together suddenly separated from each other vigilantly. Fortunately, they are all military troops who entered here. They were wary of each other. No one dared to do it directly. They were all looking at each other, and at this moment, their civilization badge and level appeared above each army. Great Zoo Civilization, Level 6. The Great Zoo Civilization army saw such a virtual badge and level appearing on their heads, and they suddenly slammed in their hearts. It's so poisonous. Everyone doesn't know each other's civilization level. Now that Becky's brains come out like this, don't everyone know it? Sure enough, all levels of civilization appeared on all the armies, and even Yitan's army had levels above their heads. Tamron Civilization, Level 5. Wow! As soon as the Tamron Civilization came out, everyone looked at them. They were a little shocked. When something like this happened this time, Tamron Civilization was the culprit, but the investigative team didn't blast the planet away. How could the people of Tamron Civilization survive? Everyone was shocked and shocked. They didn't expect the Tamron Civilization to survive, and no one would survive the moment the planet exploded. Regardless of this, everyone looked at them with murderous intent and bloodthirsty, especially Da Zoo Civilization. Everyone in the Great Zoo Civilization almost hated Yitan in their hearts. If it weren't for Yitan, how could they be destroyed by the battleships and mechanical races of the Tandwu Star territory? Let them now become homeless people. And the people in the Marshall Star region that day, they hated Yitan even more. If it weren't for Yitan, how could they become the target of the entire universe? The troops led by the three commanders also hated Yitan so much. If it weren't for Yitan, how could their troops fight against the mechanical race and lose so many warships? Yitan. It's Tamron Civilization's fault. Everyone hates Yitan, so their eyes on Yitan are furious and angry. Yitan stood with the soldiers, felt the scorching gaze around him, and he squeaked in his heart. Good fellow, is it everyone's target now? Before Yitan could take any action, the current commander of the Great Zoo Civilization force roared towards Yitan. Don't even think about leaving. You have to stay with us today, and I want to avenge our civilization. That's right, if it weren't for you, would our Tandwu Star territory be like this? Will we become street rats? Today, your Tamron civilization must die here. Even the commander of the Tandwu Star territory shouted at Yi Tantao. The two civilized warriors, with crazy bloodthirsty eyes, stared at Yi Tan and the others. And when Yi Tan heard what they said, his heart was very angry. He was to blame for everything? Had it not been for the collusion between the Tandwu Star territory and the mechanical race, would you have become a crossroad rat? You did it yourself. Also, your Dazu civilization deserves it. Yi Tan really has no reason to complain about the Great Zhu civilization. It seems that the Great Zhu civilization is the most innocent, right? They went to the Tandwu Star territory to inform them, but who knew they were so unfortunate that they happened to meet the people of the investigation team. I really don't want to talk about them, but they are very pitiful. The 300,000 warriors standing behind Yi Tan were furious, exuding strong hostility. Let the surrounding aura become that kind of low and low killing. Go on, kill them and avenge my civilization. Kill them. Tandwu and Dazu, all the warriors of the two civilizations, looked up to the sky and screamed, and then rushed towards where Yi Tan was. And Yi Tan's eyes became lower and lower, and he became more and more bloodthirsty. Suddenly, Yi Tan suddenly raised his head and screamed, roared at the Dazu and Tandwu troops, a group of chatters, don't accept it. As soon as Yi Tan's words fell, the 300,000 soldiers behind him suddenly chopped off their right foot, with a frenetic rhythm. War, war, war. Then the formation of the entire army was separated. Dazu and Tandwu's troops, no matter how many they are now, they are rushing towards Yi Tan. The three commanders standing in the distance took a deep breath. Nima, the troops of Tamron civilization, everyone is a Clevel pinnacle. Is this terrible? Is this still a level 5 civilization? Even in the Great Zhu civilization, it is impossible to make all the fighters the pinnacle of Clevel, right? Only the soldiers of the Tandwu Star territory are basically Clevel beaks. But everyone really couldn't believe what they saw before them, and the reason why the three commanders took a breath is because Yi Tan, an ordinary person, was able to inspire the spirit of all soldiers. Army soul. What does the army soul represent? That meant that the 300,000 soldiers behind him unconditionally believed that Yi Tan was a brother of life and death. But how could Yi Tan do this alone? If an officer inspires the soul of the soldiers, they will be respected in their civilization and become the existence of masters. Kill. The three armies fought directly together. It's crazy, that fight, anyway, is the rhythm of your head. It seems that they are all crazy by those redeeming rewards. Chapter 766. Chapter 764. Civilization of all parties in action. Once the Red Police soldiers went crazy. No one could stop them. Even if the warriors of Dazu and Tandwu civilization are Clevel fighters with Yi Tan's troops, they are not as high as the Red Police fighters. The ranks of the Red Police soldiers are all Clevel beaks. Kill. The three troops were mixed together. The Red Police soldiers attacked frantically as long as they caught people. The number of Red Police soldiers was 300,000. The combined number of Dazu and Tandwu is more than 400,000. And the numbers on both sides are similar. The Red Police fighters have an advantage. Above the Energy Stone continent, inside Yi Tan's #1 war fortress, Avril took King Meng's little hand and held it tightly. Her heart was very scared. Natasha, who was standing on the side, had a strong killing intent in her eyes. Two civilizations that are about to die, dare to be disrespectful to their masters. When there is a chance, they will be completely wiped out of their civilized races. On the opposite side of the war fortress, the investigation team was still in their battleship, and team leader Ma looked at the situation on the Energy Stone continent with a gloomy face that day. They are now very weak in their hearts, because the three commanders led their troops to evacuate, leaving them with an inoperable warship. And there are only a dozen people in their group. Although everyone is strong, it is useless to face the army when people are strong. Team leader, What do we do now? The rules have been heard just now. It takes human heads to exchange those technologies. The members of the investigation team looked unwilling to say, so many technologies. Can they not be tempted? You can exchange any technology and you will have no worries about food and clothing for a lifetime. You can even stay in the domain of supreme Wenxing. Team leader Tenma looked at the energy stone continent with a gloomy face, and his heart was also very unwilling, but there was no way. He had no soldiers, no troops. There is nothing. There are only a dozen people. How can I fight the army? The Tenma team leader, who had been low for a long time, raised his head and looked at all the members coldly and said, although we don't have an army or soldiers, we are powerful and easy to move. As long as we hide, staying at that huge tower, I think that tower is the place of exchange. As long as we stay there, as long as someone exchanges, we kill the exchange, and we can get all their heads, so you can redeem it too. Hearing the vicious strategy of team leader Tenma, all the members' eyes lit up. This strategy is good. It is completely executable. They are small in their own group and will not be targeted by others. In this way, they can be completely hidden and come to a strategy of mantis catching cicadas and oriole. Team leader, good strategy. Let's do it. Yeah, that's it. We can kill those who go to exchange as long as we stay at the Tower of the Energy Stone. Ha ha, good. All the members excitedly agreed that the only way they could think of now was this. Immediately, the members of the investigation team reached an agreement and flew towards the Energy Stone continent. At this moment, all the major star regions surrounding the ever-winning star region all received the signal from Nabeki's brain, and all the civilized electronic instruments in the star region were all Becky's pictures. Becky appeared in all the electronic devices, and all the words he said were what he said to Yitan and the others. Immediately, there were 3 fringe star regions under the jurisdiction of level 45 civilizations around the Ever Victory star region, flying towards the Ever Victory star region. If they didn't enter, it was the master civilization army of their star field, and many civilizations in their star field, all came here. In addition to the relatively central level 67 civilizations, there are also 3. All the civilizations in their star field are moving towards the ever-victorious star field. The electric waves of Becky's brain can only travel so far. However, there are hundreds of civilizations in so many star regions, large and small, relatively advanced civilizations, that is, level 7 civilizations. The weaker 4 levels of civilization. There are also interstellar pirates in this universe, and various forces are dispatched. A large number of warships are coming towards the ever-victorious star field. The purpose is all for Becky's exchangeable technology. The various civilizations in the universe, they will not let go of any opportunity to make their civilization stronger for them. The appearance of Becky this time is an opportunity. And at the moment on the Energy Stone continent, Yi Tanzing and Diaza Tanwu are crazy combatants of the 2 civilized forces. They don't know that hundreds of civilizations will be ushered in soon, and they don't know that this Energy Stone continent will have thousands. People come here. Until then, the bloody battlefield really opens. Boom. A soldier standing in front of Yi Tan punched a sergeant from Dazu civilization and blasted his chest. Then he pulled his head fiercely, and the cervical spine was connected to the intestines, pulled out by the red police soldiers. Very cruel and cruel. The entire battlefield was bloody, and the corpses at the end basically have one thing in common, that is, they lack a head. The red police soldier hung his head with an iron chain. Everyone had several heads on his body, and they looked more bloody, like Shura in hell. Mad. They are all a bunch of crazy. Some fighters really couldn't stand such a cruel killing, and they all vomited frantically, without the guts to continue fighting. Suddenly, even the commanders of Danwu and Dazu civilization were pale at this moment. They did not expect that the red police fighters would be so crazy and cruel, which was more cruel than the people of the mechanical race. The killing technique was too bloody. Many warriors from Dazu and Tandwu fled far away. They didn't want to fight anymore. The civilization had been destroyed. They don't want to die. If they are all dead, then their civilization will be completely devoid of people. Kill. But the red police soldiers did not intend to let them go. A bunch of scum. Do you dare to run? You all stayed with me today. Yi Tan yelled at Diazu and Tanwu. The three commanders standing in the distance watching the theater heard these words, and they were all speechless, beeping in their hearts. This guy is really hateful. People are going to run away, don't you let them go. However, Diazu and Tanwu were too. They couldn't beat others, and they were so coercive before. But now it's better to meet this kind of person. Fighting is just not letting you go. What can you do to others? They don't know Yi Tan yet. If anyone knows Yi Tan, they will definitely not pretend to provoke Yi Tan. Yi Tan is commonly known as a faceless lepers. The more serious you pretend to be, Yi Tan will slap in the face fiercely. Chapter 767. Chapter 765. The Great Era is coming. With the undecided massacre of the red police soldiers, there were fewer and fewer soldiers from Dazu and Danwu, and the heads hanging on the soldiers are more and more. In this way, a strange phenomenon appeared. I saw a bloody army running wildly with long heads behind them. This is so strange that people can't help being speechless. After the battlefield was over, Yi Tan glanced around, and then ran towards the distance surrounded by the big legion. He still didn't want to fight with the army led by the three commanders. Those three are veritable level 7 civilized armies. Like the red police fighters, each soldier is the pinnacle of level C. If you fight, there will always be problems. Yi Tan led the troops and rushed to an uninhabited area. He turned to look at a soldier next to him and said, "Check out how many heads we have now. In addition, we are calculating our casualties." "Yes, Dominate." The soldier was named by the Dominator, excitedly directly approached Yi Tanjing's military salute, and then led the two to start counting. Yi Tan and the soldiers sat on the ground to rest. In the bloody battle just now, each soldier consumed too much. And Yi Tan was still thinking about it now. This energy stone continent was actually a killing field. And there was nothing wrong with the red dragon. This brain bitch is a pervert, lunatic. Boom! Suddenly, a flash of thunder and fire came out in the air. Yi Tan and their soldiers turned their heads and found that the Diaza troops who had just escaped wanted to fly out of this demon land, but who knew that the shield was an electric current. You can only get in, you can't get out. And you can only die if you want to get out. Their warriors of the Great Za civilization saw this scene and ran back to the mainland. They were now very desperate. When Yi Tan saw this scene, his face suddenly became gloomy. He was a little uneasy now. What exactly did the intellectual brain of this energy stone land want to do? And at this moment, the place where Yi Tan fought with the Great Zatanwu civilization just now, the blood was everywhere. And it was slowly infiltrated by the energy stone at this moment and flowed towards the ground. If someone has a clairvoyance, they will definitely be horrified. This blood is actually connected with the entire energy stone underground. It is to flow towards a destination. That is the huge tower of energy stones, which is the place of exchange. Under the tower, there is a giant. The breath is slowly recovering. Inside the tower, Nabki shouted with a bloodthirsty look at the moment, "A little more, a little more. Ha ha ha, the blood is really delicious. Just a little more. Ha ha, I don't know if that race has woken up!" Exclamation mark. Becky said finally, narrowing his eyes to look into the distance. In the distant interstellar distance where he is, there is a tattered planet, densely packed with worms. Hiss up to the sky. And just below the ground, suddenly a huge behemoth suddenly opened its bloodthirsty scarlet eyes and looked in the direction of the ever-victorious star field. Then there was a sharp scream, and then, with a bang, the entire planet exploded. A huge monster appeared. It was a Zerg. It looked very ugly, especially big. It had 6 huge pliers, its mouth was round, and it had a lot of spikes. It was ugly and harsh, very terrifying. On the back of this bug, there are 4 pairs of super huge wings. which are caused by a special substance. It looks very sharp. His body shape can already catch up with the size of some space-class battleships. Roar! The giant worm made a sharp hiss, and then all the worms grew wings on their backs, flew directly to the giant worm, lying firmly on it. After all the worms were lying on their bodies, the huge worms headed towards the ever-victorious Starfield. Those scarlet A's, very bloodthirsty, in the head of the giant bug, there is only one thought, that is, swallowing, swallowing, swallowing. He felt a very delicious taste, that is the energy stone, a planet made of energy stone. In the territory of the mechanical race, inside a huge planet made of countless steel, the mother of the mechanical race suddenly murmured to himself, "Is it dead? Is the great era coming?" The Zerg has endured humiliation and reformed for 10,000 years. It's time to wake up. The ancient people will also have to recover. The great age is coming, my mechanical race, where can I go? After the mother of the mechanical race murmured to herself, she became immersed, as if never appeared before. And is the mechanical race really the product of the supreme civilization accidentally? Who knows this? What exactly is this great era? At this moment, more and more civilizations gathered on the Energy Stone continent in the constant Victory Star territory, and troops were fighting everywhere. Grab the head when you see it. The entire ever-winning Starfield is crazy. But where Yetan was, there was still no man's land, and no one came here. Even if they came, they were all in 2s and 3s, and they were directly beaten to the chest by the red police soldier and pulled out their heads. Master, the count is over. We looted 120,000 heads in total. We lost 10,000 soldiers, and the soldiers have been buried. After Yetan heard it, he nodded, but his heart was dripping with blood. 10,000 soldiers died like this. The burial is deeper. I don't want my soldiers to be dug out and cut off their heads. Yetan said this, very cold. This is something he does not allow. He dared to dig up his soldiers' bodies and chop off his heads. Even if he was a supreme civilization, Yetan would vow to destroy them. Cut off the heads of everyone in their supreme civilization. This is Yetan's violence. Yes, dominate. When the soldiers heard the words of the master, they were all moved. And Yetan sat on the mound, not knowing what he was thinking about. He now feels that things are getting more and more wrong, and more civilizations have entered the planet. Although there will be no shortage of people, but so many people gather on a continent, and if there is any movement, everyone will be finished. Just as Yetan was thinking, a soldier came over. Master, an army of 100,000 people was found in front of them. They carry a lot of heads. It is estimated that there are hundreds of thousands. What? Yetan's eyes lit up suddenly. Damn it, this is when I met love at the corner, and I can meet such a good thing. I must do it. An army of 100,000 people, plus 100,000 heads. Now there are 200,000 heads. We must get it. Yetan directly narrowed his eyes. And anyone who knew him knew what this guy was doing. Someone will die. Go, let's receive guests from afar. Chapter 768. Chapter 766. Wu Zilin delivered to the door. Wu Zilin was rushing towards the distance with his 100 Jin stomach and 2 cold hammers in hand. Wu Zilin spit out a thick bloody sputum, and said with a grim face, "Why, I have a whole 300,000 army. And there are only so few people left. I'm so deceiving. I'm a level 6 civilization. They are actually do it." The officer standing on the side looked at Wu Zilin and said, "General, don't talk about it. It's okay for my brothers to die. As long as we can exchange for technology and make civilization stronger, even if we die, it's worth it." Hey, so many brothers have died. We must act more steadily. Fortunately, there is no one here. We can rest here for a while. General Wu Zilin said with a sigh. He was a little dazed by the whole person. As soon as he flew down from above, he was surrounded by a large group of people. It took a full half an hour before they ran out, but the 200,000 brothers who died were just peeping dogs. After understanding the situation, he knew what to do. "General, look. There are people there. The adjutant standing next to him said in horror. Wu Zilin hurriedly looked over there. Now the whole continent is not safe. Who knew that someone who suddenly appeared would just give you a beating? Wu Zilin looked and found that the people over there were a large army, with a number of more than 300,000. His whole body was stained with blood, and he saw that he had experienced battle. Above their heads, it was the 5th level Tenglong civilization. Seeing the 5th level, Wu Zilin smiled disdainfully. At this moment, a man wearing a red and yellow armor came out from the army opposite, looking very cold. Although Wu Zilin is disdainful, there are many others. There is still some fear. Your Excellency, you are only a 5th level civilization. Don't have to block our way. We are the 6th level peak civilization. Do you really want to go to war with us? Wu Zilin said with a gloomy expression on the armored man. That armored man was Yi Tan. Yi Tan got the news and blocked them right here. I know you are a level 6 civilization, but you took my things, Yi Tan said with a cold face. After speaking, he laughed at himself. But when Wu Zilin heard Yi Tan's words, his face suddenly became gloomy. What do you mean? What did we take him? Your Excellency, did you admit the wrong person? We just came here, how could we possibly have taken your things? Even Wu Zilin's troops were stunned one by one. They just got here, so why did they take things from the opposite person? Isn't this nonsense? Really? Didn't you take my things? Why are my things in the hands of your troops? Also, why do you want to take my things as your head and give me? Yi Tan said the last 4 words, roaring towards Wu Zilin. After listening to Yi Tan's roar, Wu Zilin's whole person became even more dazed, and then his face became sullen and contorted. He knew it, and the person opposite said that they took things, but they actually wanted to take their trophies and their heads. Who are they? My Nima. Among the soldiers behind Wu Zilin, someone murmured angrily, and they were all shocked. There are such people in the world? This operation? When Wu Zilin heard the scolding from his troops, he turned around and wanted to shut up the soldiers. If he scolded, they were really hard to tell, and there was still a lunatic on the other side. Sure enough, Wu Zilin hadn't reacted yet. Yi Tan directly raised his head to the sky and screamed, My Nima, you call me, kill me, kill me. Yi Tan's performance is like a madman. There is no way. Yi Tan wants to kill, he must find a reason. In an instant, the 300,000 red police soldiers roared directly towards Wu Zilin's troops. They only have more than 100,000, and there are opponents of the red police soldiers. Brothers, they are deceiving too much. Sooner or later, our civilization will be looked down upon. A mere 5th level civilization will dare to challenge us and kill. Wu Zilin was also furious. Yi Tan was simply crazy, and even doing so, Wu Zilin was so angry that he had to vent all of his anger on Yi Tan. I'm crazy. I just made friends with you. You are so deceptive to me. You kill me, brothers. They don't want to be friends with us, and they want to kill us and kill them. Yi Tan roared loudly. He did this deliberately. From the very beginning, when he saw Wu Zilin, he knew that this guy had a bad temper. As long as he was a little bit irritated, he would be furious. And such people are usually very small-minded. As long as they anger him, insult him, or humiliate him, Wu Zilin will be completely abolished. Puff. Sure enough, when Wu Zilin heard Yi Tan's words, he vomited blood directly. He had never seen such a brazen person. Wu Zilin vomited blood and fainted directly, and their men were panicked when they saw them. Before the war started, the general was abolished. This Nima is really a beeping dog. Kill. The roar of killing all over the sky sounded among them. When Wu Zilin's troops reacted, the red police soldiers had already arrived in front of them and began to kill frantically. The battle was fierce, and Wu Zilin's troops fell one after another. The moment they fell, their heads were all pulled directly off. The battlefield is very bloody. In less than half an hour, all 100,000 troops were killed by Yi Tan's red police soldiers one by one. Yi Tan looked at the corpses on the ground and coldly said to a soldier next to him, clean up the battlefield, then leave here! Yes, dominate. Then, The corpses that fell to the ground began a new round of killing. All the soldiers began to chop their heads on the corpses that went down. The heads were piled up on the side, and there was a hill as high, adding Yitan's 100,000 heads. The entire scene already has nearly 300,000 heads. Yitan sat on the ground and looked at the location of the huge energy stone tower. On the tower, there was a super large project table. All the heads shown above are the heads needed for technology exchange. Yi Tanzing searched one by one what technology he could exchange for now. But the price required for the above is too much, too expensive, and the number of people needed is millions, hundreds of thousands. Unfortunately, there is no energy stone exchange. If there is an energy stone exchange, even if Yi Tan slaughters all the people on the continent, he will have to exchange the energy stone. Suddenly, the tower made of the energy stone emits rays of light, and Yi Tan abruptly stood up. What's the situation? Did someone exchange it? Chapter 769. Chapter 767. The melee starts. Did someone redeem it? Yi Tan was stunned. This was too fast. It took less than an hour for the major civilizations to land on the mainland. Someone has exchanged it now. Master, preparations are complete. A soldier stood beside Yi Tan and said respectfully. Yi Tan nodded, squinted toward the tower and said, "Go, let all the soldiers go toward the tower." Yi Tan wanted to see who had gone to exchange it, and see if he could grab something. Yes, dominate. Afterwards, the entire army headed towards the tall tower built with energy stones. At the moment at the gate of the tower, there are more than a dozen civilizations blocking the gate, holding each other. Who are they intercepting? It was the troops led by the three commanders. When the civilizations landed on the mainland and they didn't react, they just said nothing, and went up to a massacre. In this way, the troops led by the three commanders-in-chief have acquired more and more heads, and they now carry nearly 600,000 heads. It can be exchanged for the technology of a constant star battleship. If they exchange for a constant star battleship technology, then they will make a lot of money. And over time, all civilizations knew the rules on the continent created by the energy stone. That is plundering heads to exchange for technology. Everyone wants to get ahead. Who doesn't? The three of you killed so many of us, isn't it a bit too much? A troop commander yelled at the three of them. That is, you took so many heads, killed so many of us, and want to exchange technology. Do you think it is possible? What's the matter? Let's go together, grab the head, and everyone will share it equally. The crowd was yelling. They gritted their teeth at the three commanders, and even secretly saved 600,000 heads, which means that 600,000 people are buried here. When the three commanders saw how everyone was doing, they smiled disdainfully and sneered at them. I snatched your heads. But don't you feel sick? In order to gather their heads, they cut off their troops and died. People, you are even more disgusting than us. Want a head? Have asked me if this 400,000 army is kill, kill, kill. The 400,000 army behind the three commanders roared in unison. Hearing the words of the three commanders, the complexions of all civilized commanders became very bad. They chopped off the heads of all the dead troops. You are too arrogant. Look at how many people we have at the scene. You still dare to be so arrogant? Don't you think it is crazy? Someone shouted angrily. Shut up. A small 6th-level civilization dare to speak to us like this? Believe it or not, let your civilization be destroyed directly. One of the three commanders directly drank angrily. Among so many civilizations, only 1 or 2 are 7th-level civilizations, and the rest are all low-level civilizations. And the 3 of them all came from the 7th level of civilization. This sentence directly stunned many civilizations. Yes, they have offended 3 7th-level civilizations now. Even if they obtain their heads and exchange their skills, they will be trampled by these 3 7th-level civilizations. The hearts of everyone was shaken. At this time, a 7th-level civilization commander standing among so many civilizations looked at the 3 commanders with gloomy eyes and said coldly, the 7th-level civilization is very strong, But here, there are not so many civilizations. You want the power of level 7 civilization to suppress everyone. Do you want to take away all the technology? Here, we have killed all of you. Who knows who you are, on this man-made continent, with so many civilizations? Do you want to trample all civilizations completely? It's just one joke, as everyone knows. How naive you are. The anger of the 7th level commander awakened everyone. Yes, this is not the universe. This is not the constraint between civilization and civilization. It's where everyone wants to live. It is not because the 3 of them are level 7 civilizations. Everyone can't give up the exchange. Let them kill. Here, who knows whom? Kill you, who knows? Even if you know, are you going to deal with all of our civilizations? It's just a joke. When the 3 commanders heard this, their expressions sank, and then they became savagely distorted. He didn't expect anyone to think of this. No, if this goes on, those people will definitely kill them. The 3 commanders were a little bit guilty in their hearts. At this moment, the 7th level commander shouted to everyone, civilized commanders, now we are fighting for civilization. Don't give up the things that our civilization has improved because of a powerful enemy. Something is right in front of us, and all we need to do is to fight for it. After the commander finished speaking, he looked at the 3 commanders and shouted coldly, leave all the heads. Stay, stay. The people behind the commander were all roaring loudly, their eyes were red, and when these 7-level commanders said that, greed rose in everyone's hearts. Kill. Without knowing who led the head, all civilizations rushed towards the 3 commanders. Suddenly, the war broke out directly. This was the biggest battle that broke out on the Energy Stone continent. But Zinabiki in the high platform was excited, his eyes fixed on the battlefield, and he muttered to himself, kill more, more blood, more blood. The behemoth under the tower made a thumping sound, like a heartbeat. The people who fought on it could not hear it. Yi Tan, who was late, missed the good show just now. Now he can only watch with a look of astonishment, but he shouted in horror, fuck, what kind of situation? Such a large-scale battle broke out. The rhythm of life and death. There are blood intestines all over the floor. It was disgusting, just like the abyss of hell. Master, let's stay away. A soldier came to Yi Tan's side and said with concern. The red police soldiers were not afraid. The fear is that the master is injured. Yi Tan is still an ordinary person. Up to now, the base has not been upgraded, so Yi Tan couldn't recover either. The reason why Yi Tan came to the continent built by this energy stone was because he wanted to obtain all the energy stones on this continent. As long as he obtains the energy stone, his base can be upgraded. Let's take a look here. It's okay, as long as they dare to come over, just kill them. Yi Tan said coldly, and none of them knew that there was a blood-sucking behemoth under the ground, and in the universe, a super huge bug came. Chapter 770. Chapter 768, Underground Creature. Yi Tan's surprise. Hearing what Yi Tan said, the soldiers couldn't say anything. They could only quietly watch the various civilizations in the melee. That scene was called a miserable one. Everyone's goal is the head, and I can't wait to pull everyone's head off. So they are the kind of me that I chop you, you chop me. Cut each other crazy. Originally, 3 commanders were added in the middle, but who knew that the battlefield became more and more fierce, making the entire battlefield even more crazy. It has become a battle between all parties, killing each other, and the entire battlefield has become a blood-red hell. Kill. Xiao Sha kept on, seeing everyone fighting. Yi Tan always felt something bad happened. Yi Tan pinched his eyebrows and looked at the ground thinking. And at this moment, Yi Tan suddenly saw the blood flowing on the battlefield, and it actually penetrated underground. The blood is permeating. Yi Tan was shocked when he saw that. He immediately shouted at the soldier next to him, can you pry away the energy stone on the ground? The soldiers heard the command of the master and immediately began to act. Using the cold weapons they were fighting on, they began to violently move the ground. It is a continent built with energy stones, so the ground is all energy stones, square energy stones, each with gaps in the middle. So when the soldiers went to pry the energy stone, It was very easy. It can be said that the sharp knife was inserted fiercely and pulled up suddenly, and a whole energy stone was directly pulled out. After the energy stone was pulled out, there was still an energy stone below. But there was a lot of blood sliding in the gap of the energy stone. And Yi Tan didn't care about the blood at all, but saw that the energy stone was pulled out. His eyes were wide. He really didn't expect that the energy stone would be able to pry it out. If this were the case, why did they kill people? That head? Yi Tan didn't have any interest in those things. Only the energy stone is the most important thing. As long as there is an energy stone, the base can be upgraded, and if the base is upgraded, Yi Tan can recover. And after the base is upgraded, do they need any technology? Why is it necessary to kill so crazy? It's crazy. Yi Tan is extremely surprised and crazy now. What he can't get is always in commotion. And Yi Tan is like a slapstick now. This is about to go to heaven. Let's go. Yi Tan stood up, asked the soldiers to move the energy stone to the original flavor, and then led all the soldiers towards the distance. Yi Tan didn't want others to discover this secret, nor did he want others to plunder the energy stone. The energy stone can only be enjoyed by him alone. This is Yi Tan's heart. And when they were about to leave, suddenly, the ground shook, and many energy stones broke directly under their feet. Everyone was shocked and backed away. Hiss. The retreating people were looking at the ground, and they all took a breath. What happened? This is a power stone. It can be broken. Did the energy in the energy stone run out and burst randomly? Are you out of your head? The energy stone is exhausted. So what is left? Have you ever seen the energy stone exhausted leaving you with an empty shell? The people who were still fighting just now are all gathered in a pile, looking up with their necks up. It seems to be a family. Yi Tan, who was in the distance, had also stepped back so far. His head is a little bit up now. What is all about Nima? This is a physical ground made of energy stones, but it was easily broken by something. Directly shattered. Prodigal, so many energy stones are shattered, then a lot of energy will definitely pass away. Yi Tan's heart hurts. The ground was shaking more and more severely, but nothing came out of the ground. It's like an ordinary earthquake. But the ground of the energy stone in front of the tower is getting more and more broken. This cannot be an ordinary earthquake. Just when everyone was puzzled and horrified in their hearts, now Becky's brain suddenly appeared in front of the tower, with a grinning smile on his face, looking at everyone. Haha, I'm sorry, some programs are messy, but there is not much problem. Becky's hideous face said with a laugh at the crowd. After listening, everyone frowned and nodded confidently. What if they don't believe it? Here is the final decision. Okay, I'm here to inform you. In addition, according to my supervision, there are a lot of armies who have collected abundant heads and are coming here. They have a lot of armies. If you don't come early, those who exchange technology will be snatched away. A sneer smile at the corner of Becky's mouth, and he said to everyone like a big bad wolf. Sure enough, when everyone heard it, their hearts suddenly became anxious, although the list seemed densely packed. But there are only nearly 50 or so. As long as they are exchanged, they won't appear again. Moreover, in the list, there are only a dozen or so technologies with a constant star rating. This is the goal and motivation for their heart-stirring. As long as they can obtain the technology of the constant star, their low-level civilization will directly become the 7th-level civilization. And if the 7th-level civilization is obtained, it may become the 8th-level civilization, as Becky said before. In their 10,000 years ago, the current 7-level civilization is the same as the previous 6-level civilization. If they get it, wouldn't it be an 8th-level civilization? The hearts of all the people were very fiery and turbulent, and now they heard Betsy say that, one by one became anxious. They don't want to lose this opportunity, and they don't want to lose the technology to get constant star technology. Well, I'm also considered a foul, and even notified you. Then I still don't want to tell you how long they will be able to exchange here. I can only reveal a little. Becky looked at the people and said, everyone's mind was immediately attracted by Becky, and they wanted to know what Becky said next. I can only reveal one thing. That is, you guys are doing it for yourself. After speaking, Becky's projection disappeared, and everyone's expressions became gloomy. They were not angry because of Becky's words, but because there is something in Becky's words. It means that everything is represented by yourself, which means that many troops will soon come here to exchange. At that time, there will be a stalemate instead of a war. Now we are fighting separately, who will be united as before. Thinking of this, everyone has only one idea, that is, they must obtain constant star technology. The constant star technology is theirs. You have the most heads. Kill you first. You, a small level 4 civilization, come to join in the fun, and kill the one who joins in the fun. I'm going to your uncle. You stepped on my foot. What happened when I stepped on your foot? I want to chop your head, and I will ask you whether it is a surprise or a surprise. Chapter 771 Chapter 769 Team Leader Tenma's Conspiracy. Surprise your sister, brothers, give it to me. Kill them. At the moment when Becky's brain projection disappeared, everybody exploded in place, and the war began again. This time everyone no longer cares about whether you are a low-level civilization or a high-level civilization. Seeing people is a kill. Very cruel. The investigative team members hiding behind the tower had also heard what Becky had just said, and they were also very excited. They have been hiding here for a long time, just waiting for someone to come and kill him and snatch their trophy heads. Their groups are small, so they are very convenient to move, and they have never been discovered. So when they heard what Beck said, all of them were hot inside. There will be a lot of civilized troops coming to exchange. The entire Energy Stone continent is very large, although there are many civilizations entering the continent. The battlefield is also very much distributed. Now they finally have to wait for the opportunity. As long as they can exchange for the technology of the constant star, then they will be completely rich. Just as a few members of the investigation team who were hiding especially secret were excited, a member standing next to team leader Tenma suddenly looked in the direction where Yitan was, and said with some horror, "Team leader, look at it." Tamron civilization. Team leader Tenma followed the gazes of the members and, indeed, saw the army of Tenglong civilization running away, and there were a large number of heads tied behind them. Suddenly, team leader Tenma's eyes were red. They have a small number of civilizations, but they are extremely small. Otherwise, how could they hide here? They almost lost all the face of the human federal investigation team now. Group leader, what do you do now? Do you want to go? A member looked at the group leader with red eyes and bloodthirsty and said, and made a throat cut. Team leader Tenma saw this movement. Of course he knew what it meant. He turned his head to look at Yitan's troops. The whole body of Yitan's army was dyed with red blood, and all the soldiers wore black combat armor, very domineering and mighty. But Yitan was surrounded by their troops. It was a difficult task to kill Yitan. It can be said that it is difficult to complete. If you want to get Yitan's Xiangshang head, as well as the heads obtained by their troops, this task is difficult to complete. Team leader Tenma thought in his heart, then looked at all the members and shook their heads, beckoning them not to act randomly. Now our manpower is small and we can't act alone, so we can't provoke the Tamron civilization. They still have a lot of troops, and we can't beat them at all, so let's not. Tenma team leader said in a low voice. After hearing this, all members felt very reasonable and all agreed with their heads. At this moment, a bloodthirsty expression suddenly appeared at the corner of Captain Ma's mouth that day, and he looked at everyone and whispered, "Although we are few, we are already trapped on the battlefield. If they have a goal, they will unite instantly." Hiss. Probably the people who could think of the group leader's words, took a breath, and then looked at the group leader and frowned. Group leader, what do you mean? Well, yes, the Tamron civilization has liquid memory metal on their hands. If this thing is spread to the mechanical race, the strength of the mechanical race will become stronger, and our human situation will become more dangerous. So, this kind of thing cannot fall into the hands of the mechanical race, We must keep it. Hiss. All the members took a breath this time, and they were shocked by what their group leader said. If they can't hear what the group leader says, they're almost done. What the group leader meant is to list Yi-Tan as everyone's goal. If this is the case, everyone will go to deal with Yi-Tan. Kidnapped, forcing the technology of liquidized memory metal to fall, so that they can obtain a super technology, and if they can get some heads while they can follow the vine and fish in the water, wouldn't they still be able to get some technology? The members all seemed to want to understand. Everyone's eyes became bloodthirsty and frightened. If they acted according to their team leader's plan, wouldn't the Tamron civilization be their Chinese food? Do you understand the plan? I just want to make Tamron civilization the goal of everyone. Their civilization is only a 5th level civilization, and there are about 300,000 heads, and their troops still have 300,000 people. Together, there are a total of 600,000 heads. Such a big goal. Do you think no one is tempted? Team leader Tenma said with bloodthirsty. The whole person became very evil. Group leader, we understand, this plan is very okay. Yes, group leader, why didn't we think of this plan? This plan is simply too good. Everyone's flattery. The team leader of Danma is almost floating. He can think of this plan, all because he wants to get the liquid memory metal. So many years, he has been the team leader. No promotion, no entry into the supreme civilization. Those who came out of the same place as him, they all upgraded, and even went to some super advanced civilization to be the captain. He alone is still wasting his years in this slum. This made team leader Tanma's heart very unwilling. In addition to the mechanical races and human trades that he has seen in the past few years, the Tanma team leader has always had a plan in his heart, that is, to use liquefied genetic metal to customize a plan to let the mechanical race break his head and run into his plan. After a complete wipeout, he will definitely be promoted to some advanced civilization after a dozen or so times. This was an opportunity for him, and he didn't want to miss it, so he just turned his mind and thought of this plan directly. Although this is unfair to civilian Yi-Tan, there is no way. Team leader Tanma said sullenly in his heart, with a hideous smile on his face. I understand the plan. Now I will give you the work. In a while, everyone must act according to the plan. There can be no deviations. If anyone has any deviations, our plan will completely fail. You want a lot of wealth and the things in mind are never possible to obtain. Team leader Tanma brought some threatening meanings and said to all his members. All members were moved by the rewards team leader said. The things they dream of, and the endless wealth, these are the things they have been looking forward to. Group leader, don't worry, we will definitely act according to your plan, a member said solemnly looking at the Danma leader. Chapter 772 Chapter 770, A Million Kills the Army. The sword refers to Yi-Tan. After all the members had expressed their opinions, the Tanma team leader was very satisfied. He was afraid that at this time, people would be panicked and would not obey his orders. If that were the case, the plan would never succeed. And some of the things he promised are all false, because once this plan succeeds, it won't be left alive. Team leader Tanma has a smile on his face, but his heart is murderous towards his members. The members of the investigation team were hidden in the corner, and the Tanma team leader began to assign tasks to all members. On Yi-Tan's side, Yi-Tan was going to leave this place with the soldiers, and Yi-Tan was now an ordinary person. Everything is weakened. If he had the same physique before, he would have already felt a giant under the ground. As an ordinary person now, he can only feel an unprecedented crisis, slowly fermenting. The source is right under his feet. Although he doesn't know what it is, there is always a voice in his heart that makes him leave here immediately. That's why he ignored the madness of those people fighting for me to snatch you, and cutting off your head in death, and rushed to the distance. When leaving here, Yi-Tan paid attention to the energy stone under his feet, and no longer collapsed slightly, which made Yi-Tan's heart even more anxious. Stop it! Stop it! Suddenly, just as Yi-Tan was about to run wild, a person appeared on the battlefield. The armor on his body was clean and there was no blood. But in a battlefield that has gone mad, who would listen to the voices of others. At this time, everyone can no longer stop. The entire battlefield was as crazy as ever, but Yi Tan noticed the person who called to stop. That person was completely clean and he didn't kill anyone. How did this person suddenly appear? Yi Tan was a little puzzled, thought this person found something. So immediately the troops slowed down in the footsteps of the master. Yi Tan looked at the man as he walked. The man in a clean armor seemed to have noticed Yi Tan's gaze, and when he looked at Yi Tan, a bloodthirsty expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. As soon as Yi Tan saw it, his eyes suddenly shrank. This person came at him. Sure enough, before Yi Tan could react, the man turned up to the sky and shouted, "Look, there are 300,000 heads." The direction he was pointing was exactly Yi Tan and the others. Yi Tan heard the man's words, a bitter killing intent in his heart. It really came at him, and the speed under his feet immediately accelerated a lot. At this moment, everyone who was fighting frantically stopped. Everyone's eyes were red and bloodthirsty, looking at the man who was not tainted with blood, and looking in the direction he was pointing. Wow! 300,000 heads, wherever they run, die for me. Kill 300,000 heads. Suddenly, all civilizations were driven mad by the chain-bound head behind Yi Tan warrior, and they were already mad. Seeing human heads, you don't even want your life. This is the case on the battlefield. As long as the war starts and the eyes are red, the whole person will be crazy. Just like in the previous movies, people who come off the battlefield have some nerve problems. At this moment, the crazy various civilized troops ran directly towards Yi Tan, and the red police troops carried 300,000 heads. This is not a small amount. It's a lot of spoils. Which one is not tempted? The leader of Tenma, who was hiding in the shadows, saw this scene. His mouth grew bigger, very wretched. Kill, the liquidized memory metal is mine. Team leader Tenma said bloodthirsty. But Becky in the tower was a little angry because the man who hadn't gotten the blood disrupted his plan. He wanted the genes in everyone's blood, so he deliberately told the news that many civilizations would come here to redeem. In fact, no civilization came here to redeem. Many civilizations are now in a frantic killing. Those people inhaled the faint gas emanating from the energy stone continent. That gas can make the killer become very crazy. That way all of them will stay here forever, madly killing. This is a killing field. It was all the creature under his feet. The appearance of the person who did not provoke the blood made Beck a little unhappy, even annoyed. As long as he persisted for a while, these people would kill each other to the end. At that time, more blood will be obtained. And just when Becky was about to kill the man actually did something like that and made everyone attack a civilization. This surprised Becky suddenly, but fortunately, the plan did not change. He immediately scanned the ranks of all the fighters of the Tamron civilization. Suddenly his expression was a little surprised and horrified. Yi Tan's red police soldiers turned out to be Cleavel Pinnacle soldiers. Peak. He has scanned most of the troops here. Many of them are Cleavel, but very few troops are all Cleavel Peaks. It's a bit difficult. Becky frowned, but he suddenly stretched out. Since it is a Cleavel Peak troop, if he gets mad, will he be even more mad? Will the efficiency of killing jabs be greatly increased? Thinking of this, Becky laughed bloodthirstily, and shouted with a loud laughter in his mouth, "Kill, it will become my body nourishment. Ha ha ha." But Yi Tan, who was facing an attack from a dozen civilized troops at the moment, stood there with a calm appearance. Seeing all of the dozens of civilized troops rushing towards them with red eyes, the corners of their mouths suddenly showed a disdainful smile. After just a few seconds, he has already figured out that there is no one who kills on the battlefield, so he must be hiding somewhere and waiting for the opportunity. And the army that hides must not be an army. It must be a small group, and basically all those who come here bring an army. There is only one organization without an army, and that is the people of the Human Investigation Team. The people of the Human Investigation Team have always been built by elites. All of them are elites, without an army, but they have all the power, and only they will hide in the dark and wait for this opportunity. And why are they killing themselves? Yi Tan's face was very gloomy, and he became a little sullen. He was really angry. Why? He kept targeting. Why is it necessary to use slaughter to make everyone shut up? Can peace be achieved only by killing? To be stable, only by killing, only by killing. Can everyone shut up? Kill. Yi Tan's eyes flushed suddenly, and he roared, Yi Tan. At this moment, Yi Tan's mind suddenly sounded like a thunderbolt, awakening Yi Tan. Yi Tan watched as he stood in the center of the army. The clothes in the armor were soaked, and Yi Tan was afraid. Chapter 773. Chapter 771, Magic Disease, a violent factor spreading in the air. What happened just now? He actually had such a big killing intent. Fortunately, the voice of King Meng suddenly appeared in my mind, otherwise I was really sick, and I would only become a person who continued to slaughter. Master, fight or not? At this moment, a soldier next to Yi Tan looked at him and said violently. Yi Tan looked at all the soldiers. A strong killing intent broke out all over. Everyone was very crazy. Yi Tan narrowed his eyes when he saw this scene. He probably thought that there were other things in the air. So those civilized troops are so crazy, it must be so. Let me pass. Yi Tan's heart was chilled. All this was done by this Betsy Brain. Master, those people are about to call. It would be dangerous for you to go out like this. The soldiers stopped Yi Tan and said anxiously. Yi Tan shook and said, let me pass. Rest assured, they dare not hurt me. Hearing the words of the master, the fighters were stunned. Obeying the order was their bounden duty. There was no alternative but to follow the master's words and leave a passage. Yi Tan then walked in front of all the fighters. Kill. With the roar of the sky, the footsteps of thunder, and the killing intent all over the sky, I saw millions of densely packed people rushing here. Those people are made up of more than a dozen troops. Their eyes were red, and Yi Tan knew at a glance that they had become a monster who commanded the killing. No matter if one of the armies wipes out all the armies, they are left with one army, and their armies will kill each other, and in the end only one person will remain. I wonder if this energy stone continent Betsy Brain has never said how to get out. It only says that you can exchange science and technology for heads. Thinking about it this way, there is no technology at all. All are deceptive. Yi Tan thought about seeing the blood seeping under the energy stone before, all flowing to one place. That place is. Yi Tan looked towards the tower that the energy was built into, and the place where the blood flowed was under the tower. The energy stones near the tower collapsed. That must mean that something is going to be recovered from below. It must be caused by everyone's blood. Thinking of this, Yi Tan understood everything on the energy stone continent, and his eyes kept killing intent. Very cold. Kill. There are 300,000 heads in front, and 300,000 after killing them. Kill. The troops that are getting closer are about to rush in front of them, and everyone is yelling frantically. Yi Tan's eyes condensed. Since all this is a scam, what else is going on with his head? Then Yi Tan looked at all the troops and said bloodthirsty, since you want a head, then I will give it to you. Take all the heads and run towards them. Yi Tan looked at the soldiers and said coldly, yes, the master. The soldiers, standing beside Yi Tan to protect him, acted directly. 300,000 soldiers, each holding a head in his hand, threw it towards the army group that rushed forward. The millions of soldiers who had been crazy, saw their heads flying, and began to pick them up. But as soon as they bowed their heads, they were trampled into flesh by the soldiers running behind them. All of a sudden, the legion composed of millions of people collapsed directly, facing the head from the sky. Everyone snatched frantically, killing people at sight. All of a sudden, the conspiracy and tricks of the team leader of the investigation team Tanma were cracked so easily. The killing this time was even crazier than in front of the tower. Most of the legions of millions of people were not as magical, but because of the investigation team's plan, everyone had a goal. And that was the head. This vague reminder in their heart directly caused all the legions to be like a magic disease and began to kill frantically. It doesn't matter if you are in my army or not, as long as you give me your head. Everyone thought this way, and all of them suddenly turned into personal battles, and the killing started on the battlefield. It was very bloody, the blood was splattered everywhere, and more than 1 million people stood together in a crowd, and then started a crazy killing. That scene was extremely bloody and crazy. The intestines are flying all over the sky, and the blood is pouring down. On the entire ground, a river of blood 5 centimeters tall was directly formed. Yi Tan saw the legion collapsed, watching them frantically killing and poking, with a disdainful smile at the corner of his mouth. He also paid more attention to whether the blood could penetrate, and it was true that the blood formed a 5-centimeter river of blood. But it is slowly decreasing. Yi Tan suddenly felt a little anger in his heart. All of this was a conspiracy, letting the massacre of human beings bring blood in their physique. This brain Betsy had planned it tens of thousands of years ago. Otherwise how could he build the Energy Stone continent here in the human star field button? There are not only low-level civilizations here, but also high-level civilizations, so that when high-level civilizations come here, they will specifically find low-level civilizations to slaughter them, so they don't feel pressured. But there are more low-level civilizations than high-level civilizations, which suppresses each other. And if they are all low-level civilized people, then it will definitely not achieve the purpose that Becky wants. Moreover, if the Energy Stone continent is placed in a high-level civilization, it has already been discovered, and their plan will be completely destroyed before it even starts. Destroyed? All this is Beck's conspiracy. Thinking of everything Yi Tan, a flame in his heart rises. What kind of universe is this? Human beings were originally a relatively disadvantaged group, but now they are still killing each other. I wonder if God gave him a red police base. This is for him to use the red alert to conquer everyone and stabilize the entire universe. The red police chose Yi Tan. It must be because Yi Tan was brutal and bloody, so he chose Yi Tan. The members of the investigation team in the distance have been watching all of them. That day, Team Leader Ma saw that Yi Tan had thrown his head to the army of millions, and he patted the ground fiercely. Tenglong civilization. The Tanma team leader gritted his teeth and roared. His eyes were slightly red. This is caused by inhaling some gas on the continent. Inside the high tower, Becky laughed excitedly when he saw that the millions of troops were suffering from a magical disease. Ha ha ha, kill, kill. The more you die, the better. It seems that the violent factors studied thousands of years ago are still useful. Ha ha ha, in that case, I will give you a little more, said Crazy. From the moment the continent unfolded, the violent factor that Becky had studied tens of thousands of years ago had been spread in the air. This kind of factor will only make people go crazy, kill, and see blood is the same as seeing treasures and women. Once the factor enters the body, blood is their desire. This is why Yi Tan suddenly became mad and bloodthirsty just now. At the place where Yi Tan was, Yi Tan saw millions of armies killing each other, knowing that there is no science and technology for tens of thousands of years, and everything is deceiving. So he is going to leave here, mobilize all the troops, and give the energy stones one by one, but there is a way to get out. Yi Tan lowered his head, looking at the ground composed of energy stones, with a bloodthirsty smile. He had to. Chapter 774. Chapter 772, Dig a Tunnel. Everything is deceiving. Yi Tan had endless anger in his heart, and he felt that this was the first time he was played to this extent. Very angry inside. Yi Tan had only one thought in his heart right now, and that was to send an army in and plunder all the energy stones. Only the energy stone can calm the violent anger in Yi Tan's heart. Yi Tan, with his head down, saw that the blood continued to penetrate, and a bloodthirsty expression appeared at the corner of his mouth. If you want to go out, you have to enter the tower's nest from here. Yi Tan squinted his eyes, looked at the energy stone ground, and muttered to himself. All soldiers obey orders, Yi Tan said domineeringly. The 300,000 soldiers behind him shouted together. All fighters, immediately start prying the energy stones, digging for me towards the high tower, and digging a channel. Yi Tan pointed at the tower and said coldly, yes, dominate. All the soldiers responded, and then started a full-blown mining business. The 300,000 soldiers pried the energy stone and progressed very quickly. After a while, a hill-like energy stone was piled up, and the battlefield over there is still poking like crazy. The people on the battlefield were stunned, and they were endlessly dying. Standing in the distance, the investigation team and others were completely confused at this moment. Everyone looked dumbfounded. They had never seen anything like this before. Isn't it sloppy? Just because of a head trophy, apart from anything else, everyone fought together. There were 300,000 heads standing there. Why didn't they kill Yi Tan? Their plan failed. There was a sense of frustration, and they were very aggrieved. That day, team leader Ma, his face turned into anger, gritted his teeth and watched the behavior of Yi Tan and others. The plan failed, the face was snapped, and he wanted to kill Yi Tan, eat his meat, and drink his blood. At this moment, Yi Tan, the hole he dug was getting deeper and deeper, and the more he got below, he could see the blood that was about to form a river of blood. Yi Tan couldn't help taking a breath when he saw it. How many people would have to be killed to do this step? This river of blood has almost spread to everyone's heels. What does the heel represent? They are wearing armor. There are at least 3 or 4 centimeters of steel on the soles of the armor suits, not to mention the depth of the blood river, which has spread to the joints of the feet. It can be said that this blood, without the blood of tens of millions of people, at least as millions, human blood is built. Keep digging. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and said coldly, tens of thousands of people's blood flowed to a place. Yi Tan wanted to see what the energy stone continent Betsy Brain was doing. What conspiracy is there? The army continued to advance, 300,000 yuan, and became a long dragon. The front end worked hard to pry the energy stone, and then handed the energy stone to the people behind, one by one slowly sent to the ground. At this moment, the accumulation of energy stones on the ground is increasing. In the previous war, it was fierce and still fighting frantically. Even the leader of Tenma, who had been watching the battlefield, discovered something was wrong. It's too wrong. Everyone seems to be frustrated. Even if it is a unit, they are all killing each other frantically. This made team leader Tenma a little horrified, but surprised. Group leader, are they crazy? How come they have become so cruel? A member looked at the leader of Tenma and asked in a low voice. All the members looked at their leader, and they wanted to know what happened to these people. Moreover, this Betsy Brain also said that soon many civilizations will come to exchange it, but so far, no Mao has seen it. This made the hearts of everyone more puzzled. Team leader Tenma frowned and looked at the battlefield. At this moment, he was also in a dazed state. He really seemed to yell at the members. You ask me, who do I ask? The entire battlefield was very strange, making team leader Tenma tremble and frightened. He is really scared. Those people are too abnormal. Which one of you can still use the optical brain? Team leader Tenma looked at the crowd and asked, the optical brain is the transparent electronic device that everyone carries on their wrists. When everyone heard the words of team leader Tenma, they all shook their heads helplessly. Team leader, our optical brains are all destroyed by the Eve pulse wave, and we can't use it. Hearing everyone's words, the Tenma team sighed and muttered to himself, the light brain cannot be used, then we can't detect the components in the air in the energy stone continent. Hearing the group leader's words, everyone's eyes were taken aback, and they looked at Tenma and said, group leader ... You mean, there are other ingredients in the air that cause those people to go crazy? Someone said this, and everyone looked at their group leader nervously. If so, it would be terrible. If there are other ingredients in the air that cause those people to be mad, it means that all of this is a scam. There is no science and technology tens of thousands of years ago. Thinking of this, everyone was shocked. Yeah, I am very suspicious of this technology that was 10,000 years ago. Team leader Ma said coldly that day. When everyone heard it, their hearts boiled, and everyone's face showed a look of horror. Everyone kept their heads down, looking at a loss, but team leader Tenma didn't know what was thinking in his heart. At this time, suddenly, in the place where the millions of armies were fighting, 3 people ran out of blood, covered in blood. Behind them, there were more than a dozen soldiers covered in blood. Team leader, look quickly, it's the 3 commanders. A member yelled, pointing to the 3 people running in the front. 3 commanders? When the Tanma team leader heard this, he hurriedly looked at it. As expected, the 3 of them were covered in blood. They weren't the 3 commanders. Who could it be? There are also more than a dozen warriors running wild behind them, all 3 of them men. Quickly, go meet them. Team leader Tanma said coldly, and then several members around him hurried forward. The 3 commanders have now collapsed, running wildly, with expressions of horror and fear on their faces. While running wildly, he muttered to himself, "Crazy, crazy, crazy." Just as the 3 of them were running wildly, suddenly, several men without any blood on their bodies appeared before their eyes. Their heads are blank at the moment, and they have not recognized these people as members of the investigation team for a while. Are the 3 commanders in front? The investigator yelled to the 3 of them, and then they got their clues back. They regained their senses and looked at the few people in front of them, and then they remembered who they were. The members of the investigation team. Where is your team leader? We want to see your team leader. One of the commanders drank anxiously, and he was very irritable. Chapter 775. Chapter 773. The 3 commanders who escaped and ascended to heaven. Several people in the investigation team were shocked, and it seemed that the battlefield was an excellent place to drive mad people. Even the 3 commanders are a little crazy now. 3 commanders, our team leader is in front, we will take you there. A member of the investigation team said. A dozen soldiers behind the 3 commanders also came to them, with a silent expression and looking at everyone with cold eyes. Take us, speed, shouted a commander-in-chief who was about to collapse. He really didn't want to stay here anymore. This is hell, a concentration camp for lunatics. Go. The members of the investigation team shouted, and then rushed to the leader of the Tanma team with the 3 commanders and his subordinates. Another member of the investigation team stayed behind, who was on guard, fearing that the Million Army would chase and kill the 3 commanders. This will lead the wolf into the room, and everyone in the investigation team will be wiped out. Fortunately, the army with less than 400,000 left was still madly killing each other. The 3 commanders and a dozen people who escaped seemed to be undetected. Facing the 3 commanders of the Tanma team leader, he was already speechless. The 400,000 army led by these 3 people, now there are so few people left. Moreover, a dozen soldiers were slaves bought from advanced civilization. There were slave chips in his head, so he was not infected by that violent infection. Brother Tanma, we meet again. The 3 commanders sat on the ground and said breathlessly. They are very tired now. I've never been so tired before. In the battlefield of millions of people, crazy killing, even if it is a robot, it will be exhausted and exhausted, right? Let alone them. Enemies are everywhere, and their armies are killing each other, which makes it good for the 3 commanders not to stay inside. Yeah, 3 commanders, you have discarded a dozen of us in the warship people, but you ran to get the benefits, but you are really pitiful now. Team leader Tanma said with a mocking expression. But the 3 commanders now have no strength at all, and they don't want to continue playing the cat and mouse game with the Tanma leader. I can only say helplessly, Team leader Tanma, what happened before was our fault. We don't have eyes, but now you have seen the situation. Everyone is crazy, all crazy. A commander-in-chief said that in the end, he exhausted all his strength and roared wildly. They really can't stand this kind of grievance. It's crazy. You don't know, my son soldiers, my son soldiers. They turned against each other, killing each other, and even the Sun soldiers inside had their own brothers. I saw a soldier brother, and he smashed his brother's head. It's pulled down, it's crazy. It's cruel. The commander-in-chief trembled his arms, tears came directly from those eyes, and their current mentality had jumped. Team leader Tanma didn't speak, but looked at the 3 majestic generals who were crying like children with a heavy face, and didn't know what to say for a while. The war is cruel, But this war is unacceptable to everyone. One of the elderly commander-in-chief wiped the tears from his eyes. He cried the most. His son, who has made contributions in the army, so he was brought along this time. But what he didn't expect was that he personally twisted his son's head severely. If his son looked at him desperately before he died, he would not be able to wake up. But when he wakes up, he can only live in grief forever. The elderly man wiped the tears from his eyes, and then solemnly looked at team leader Tenma and said, "All of this is fake. It's a conspiracy, right? There is no science and technology 10,000 years ago, right?" The other two commanders also looked at Tenma. They really wanted to know if it was a conspiracy and if it was all fake. They actually already had the answer in their hearts, but they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe that their soldiers killed each other, but the result was a conspiracy. Team leader Tenma frowned and looked at everyone helplessly and said, "I don't know if there is a conspiracy, but I know one thing." "What is it?" The three were shocked, their eyes fixed on the leader of Danma. "The thing I know is that everyone seems to have received something, that's why they have become such a lunatic who doesn't recognize them." "But what caused it?" "I don't have the tools to study at all. I need an instrument to detect air quality." Hearing the words of team leader Danma, the three commanders were shocked. "Is it the air?" Suddenly the elderly commander got up with difficulty, looked at the Tanma team leader and shouted, I have. "Do you have?" Team leader Tanma looked at the commander-in-chief with some surprises, and the two commanders sitting on the ground also looked at the elderly general. "I have. My personal guard is a slave I bought from a high-level civilization. In the battle just now, my slave escorted me out." My slave is a transformation of people. Some parts have been transformed into machines. But it's not the kind of energized instrument, it's a mechanical power robot. Hearing this, the Tanma team leader was very pleasantly surprised. The mechanical power, just like a mechanical watch, does not require electronics, only the shaft can operate permanently. This is still purchased from advanced civilization, so the settings are very beautiful. Even if you encounter EVE pulse waves, you will not be harmed. My personal guards, they all have air detection devices. I will let him do it now. The old general finished speaking, and then a soldier stood directly behind him. Then his head smashed into two halves, and then the dense gears inside turned, and there was a small tube, and the tank began to absorb oxygen. Less than a minute later, the dense gearheads closed. The dull robot was stunned. Seeing the robot, the expression in team leader Tanma's eyes flickered. This robot is not cheap. These are all precision robots made by hand. There is no need to use electricity at all, and there is no slave chip to control them. They are just robots. Everyone is waiting. At this moment, Yi Tan was still digging wildly underground in the energy stone. "Master, there are about 300 meters left and you can reach that high tower." A soldier stood under the pouring rain and shouted towards Yi Tan. Above where they were, there was a rain of blood pouring crazily. Yi Tan knew that their location was below the army of millions of slaughter each other. This is all blood that has penetrated. The bloody smell was so strong that Yi Tan turned on the oxygen mask. Chapter 776 Chapter 774, Test Results. In the rain of blood, there were many small pieces of meat like diced meat and thick white objects. Yi Tan doesn't even know what those things are. They are brains. The brain plasma. There is a pituitary gland in the brain plasma. After the pituitary gland is taken by people, it can restore youth to the aging elderly. The body is like a young person, but the pituitary gland is also very harmful. What is it? Yi Tan murmured to himself. His heart felt that the tower was definitely a creature now. Maybe it was Becky's body. They are creating. Dig faster. Yi Tan gave an order. The members of the investigation team above are all waiting for the robot test results. The robot is speechless. In his body, there is a small printer that can print the test results on paper and print them out. TSK Tut. The robot made a noise in its stomach, and everyone saw it. and indeed a note appeared. Did the test succeed? Team leader Tenma stepped forward and picked up the paper and looked at it and saw all the test results above. Team leader Tenma's face turned pale, and immediately activated the oxygen shield on the armor. Seeing team leader Tenma's actions, everyone immediately activated the oxygen shield. Team leader Tenma looked at the people and said coldly, "This air is poisonous, it is a big poison, and it contains a lot of violent factors, which can make people become more crazy when they see blood, and it also changes everyone's desires. Let them have an extremely strong desire for blood and flesh and blood, so they are so crazy. Moreover, people with higher levels are less affected, so the people in our investigation team were not affected." After the Tenma team leader finished speaking, he immediately became silent, standing still, looking at the tower in the distance, not knowing what he was thinking. When other people heard it, their faces were full of horror. It turned out that all this was a conspiracy and paralyzed. This is a battlefield. The three commanders were pale, and they felt regretful in their hearts. Why didn't they check the air earlier? They can't rely on anyone. They were dazzled by technology thousands of years ago, so how can they even think of verification air? Group leader, what shall we do now? Then Betsy Zinao has not said how to get out. A member of the investigation team said. Everyone suddenly realized that, yes, at the beginning, someone should have discovered that this was a conspiracy. That Betsy Brain only talked about grabbing the head and exchanging technology, but never said how to get out. Also, when the people of Dazu civilization and Danwu civilization fought against Tamron civilization, they wanted to leave here because of failure. But what was beaten by this shield became minced meat and couldn't get out at all. People at that time should have thought, why no one thought of it? An expression of remorse rose in everyone's hearts. It's no use regretting now. We must leave here as soon as possible. Thousands of troops have died. Every army is a level fighter at the lowest level. So many strong fighters died here. Is it because does she want to see the dead? Impossible. I just paid attention and found that the blood of the dead, flowing towards the ground through the slits of the energy stone, must lead to the tower. Team leader Tenma said with a gloomy face. When the other members heard it, they slapped their heads. Yes, isn't Betsy Zinao in that tower? If you want to go out, you must enter the tower and turn off Zinao. It is possible to go out. Everyone looked at the team leader of Tenma, and in these few minutes, they had unknowingly regarded the backbone as team leader of Tenma. Now we are slowly lurking under the tower, and then we start to pry the energy stone. Team leader Tenma said gloomily. Prying the energy stone? A commander-in-chief asked without understanding. Yes. Pry the energy stone. The energy stone can be pried, and someone has already taken a step ahead of us. Team leader Tenma said coldly. Someone is one step ahead? Who is it? Everyone was shocked. Team leader, isn't it Tamron civilization? A member asked incredulously. The three commanders looked horrified. Does the Tamron civilization still exist? How is this possible? A few of them were crazy at the time, so many things have been forgotten. When I heard the words of team leader Tenma, my heart was very shocked. Yes, it's Tenglong civilization that they have already started digging, and they will soon be able to reach the tower. What we have to do now is to get them one step ahead. They just didn't dig under the tower because millions of armies were fighting each other, because their goal is too big, but our goal is small, so digging under the tower will not be discovered by Becky. Start acting now, understand? Team leader Tenma said coldly. Understand. Everyone yelled in a low voice, and then followed the leader of the Tenma rush towards the bottom of the tower. At the bottom of Yitan, there was only 100 meters left at this moment, and he could reach the bottom of the tower. And the energy stone under the tower had burst. Yitan concluded that the monster must be under the deepest part of the tower. So he asked the soldiers to dig down several tens of meters, and Yitan was mainly worried that they would meet love at the corner. If you run into that mysterious monster, everyone will be finished. At this moment, outside of the Energy Stone continent, countless warships have gathered at this moment, and they are all here to participate in the competition for science and technology 10,000 years ago. But they didn't move at the moment, because looking at the Energy Stone continent from the outside, they could see everything clearly. Seeing the frantically killing each other on the Energy Stone continent, everyone was stunned. They don't dare to go. This Nema is going to be completely destroyed. Many warships were not damaged. According to the analysis of the surveillance video, they came to a conclusion that those who went up would be crazy. There were also many people who did not believe in evil, entered inside, and directly participated in the battle, knowing that the last person had died. Now outside of the Energy Stone continent, it is very lively, and the battleships are densely packed. Inside the Red Police War Fortress, Red Dragon was looking gloomy, watching what happened on the Energy Stone continent. He has been paying attention to the Master, and several times he almost sent an army into the Energy Stone continent. Fortunately, I held back. Now that the Master is missing, he is a little worried. And King Meng, who was standing behind Hong Long, had been paying attention to the Energy Stone. Just when Hong Long's face was gloomy and a little violent, King Meng suddenly said, "Red Dragon, I want to go inside to find Yi Tan." "Huh? You have to go in." "No. The ruler has orders, you can't enter inside." The Red Dragon hurriedly refused, joking, if King Meng had some shortcomings in it, the Master would definitely be angry. "Red Dragon, I feel very familiar with this building. Very familiar." King Meng Frost's little face said coldly. When Hong Long heard it, his eyes shrank suddenly. "What do you mean? This is a building tens of thousands of years ago. You are even familiar with it." Dream to the end. Chapter 777. Chapter 775, The Coming of Dreams. Miss King Meng. Hong Long looked at her in shock. Hong Long really didn't expect that King Meng would have an impression of this relic tens of thousands of years ago. If this is the case, isn't King Meng already alive for tens of thousands of years? This ruin must have not been opened in these 10,000 years. If it has been opened, someone will know it. And why no one has ever known? This means that this ruin has not been opened for thousands of years. And Nazin and Biki has also said that after waiting for thousands of years, he finally wakes up. Could it be that King Meng was a strong man 10,000 years ago? Red Dragon didn't dare to imagine it anymore. There were too many mysteries in King Meng. According to what he discovered now, it was really incredible. "Red Dragon, let me go," King Meng said softly as he watched Red Dragon. After the red eyeballs of the Red Dragon flickered, he could only say, "Miss King Meng, you can go if you want, but I need to send soldiers to protect you." "Okay." After King Meng finished speaking, she left the command hall directly. Avril stood aside, at a loss. She wanted to go, but she didn't have the powerful force of Sister King Meng, so going there would only add trouble to Yi Tan too. She didn't want to be a burden to Yi Tan. At the moment in the Energy Stone continent, Yi Tan and the warriors were digging the Energy Stone violently. All the Energy Stones were transported to the ground, and then a huge passage was opened. It can be a passage for hundreds of people to walk side by side. The reason why Yi Tan made the passage so large was because he was worried that the unknown creature below would wake up. If that creature was incredible, if it were powerful. If they retreat, the small passage they dug will hardly allow everyone to evacuate quickly, so Yi Tan expanded the passage. "The speed is fast, we are about to pass under the tower." Yi Tan stood in the forefront and shouted at everyone. "Yes, dominate!" All the fighters accelerated again, prying up the Energy Stone, directly lifting it and passing it outside, one after another, super fast. And at this moment, a man ran from behind the old man, gave a military salute to Yi Tan, and then shouted, "Master, Miss King Meng is here." Dreaming? Yi Tan frowned. Why did King Meng come? Didn't she let her stay in the war fortress? "Take me to see her," Yi Tan quickly responded, and then the soldier led Yi Tan towards the back passage. The more you go to the back, the larger the space is to store the Energy Stone in front, because it is very troublesome to lift it up. In the back passage, Yi Tan saw King Meng from afar, standing there with a frosty face surrounded by a veil. Yi Tan saw that the corners of his mouth unconsciously showed a range. King Meng was always so cold, that cold like a fairy. In the depths of Yi Tan's heart, the shadow of King Meng had already been planted, so when he saw King Meng, His heartbeat accelerated unconsciously. King Meng. Yi Tan beckoned towards King Meng. When the veiled King Meng saw Yi Tan, his eyes were bent. Yi Tan knew that King Meng was smiling at him. It's just that King Meng didn't want to show her face to others, she only wanted to show Yi Tan. A dozen soldiers followed King Meng and came directly to Yi Tan. Didn't you stay on the battleship? Why did you run down? If you come in, you can't get out. Yi Tan asked worriedly. Yi Tan, I seem to be very familiar with this continent. It seems to be my lost memory. I want to find the memory here. When King Meng spoke, he almost didn't shock Yi Tan, and a pair of eyeballs came out directly. He looked at King Meng in disbelief and said, is that so? This is a relic of tens of thousands of years ago, and it has not been opened for thousands of years. Yi Tan said in horror, is the relic of 10,000 years ago? Is King Meng a character of 10,000 years ago? Yi Tan, I can't remember anything. Can you help me find the memory? King Meng looked at Yi Tan, with a sad expression on his face. After Yi Tan saw it, he felt a twitch in his heart. A person who had lost his memory. The pain of trying to find his memory. Very uncomfortable. Seeing King Meng like this, Yi Tan felt very uncomfortable. Yi Tan exhaled and gained courage. Then he pulled up King Meng's cold little hand, looked at King Meng and said softly, King Meng, rest assured, I will definitely help you find your memory. Since you are here too now, let's go to the location of the brain on this continent to see if we can find your memory. Hearing Yi Tan's words, King Meng nodded obediently and agreed. Seeing King Meng like a bird, Yi Tan wanted to hug her into his arms. Go. Let's go ahead and have a look. Yi Tan took King Meng's little hand and walked towards the front, but Yi Tan's hand, which King Meng did not let go, just let him hold it at will. But his eyes kept staring at Yi Tan. But at this moment, Yi Tan's heart was crooked, and finally pulled down King Meng's little hand. For a long time, King Meng's frosty face kept everyone out, and Yi Tan didn't dare to get close. And Hong Long told him that King Meng is a super strong, and one fist can smash him to death, making Yi Tan even more afraid to approach King Meng. But now, it has improved. Yi Tan was very excited, walked in front, grinning. On the investigative team's side, they have come to the front of the tower, and their total number adds up to just over 20. 20 people are struggling to hold the energy stone. They are small in number, but everyone is strong, and the speed of digging is not too slow, but compared with Yi Tan, who has 300,000 troops, it is simply far behind. Fortunately, they started digging under the tower. At least the distance is much closer than Yi Tan and the others. Group leader, how long will it take? The energy stones below are all broken into slag, a member of the investigation team said with a sullen expression. The more they go down, the more difficult it is for them to dig. The energy stones below are turned into slags, unlike the energy stones above, which are one piece by one piece. Those who are not easy to dig, all use hand planers. Team leader Tanma wiped his forehead and looked at everyone and said, since the energy stone below has become scum, it means that we are going to enter it soon, and everyone is persisting. Hearing the words of the group leader, the complaints in everyone's hearts calmed down a bit. They had dug no less than 100 meters deep. Their energy stones were all hung out. That's right, they made a basket out of armor, and they hung out the energy stones one by one with the iron chains carried by the dead. This allowed them to dig 100 meters behind. When everyone continued to dig wildly, oh no, it was a dogplanning type of mining. Suddenly a member of the investigation team dug a black iron plate. Group leader, look at it, we have dug to the ground. Chapter 778. Chapter 776. King Chong. Group leader, look quickly, we dug to the ground. A member of the investigation team took a breath and said in horror. Team leader Tanma strode to the front, and indeed, he saw the black iron plate on the ground. After taking a closer look, Team leader Tanma slammed a fist toward the iron plate. Boom, the iron plate rang, but the iron plate did not move. Team leader Tanma frowned even more. He is an A-level peak powerhouse, why can't he even beat an iron plate? This is simply a joke. even if it is the material of a constant star battleship. A great powerhouse can punch a hole with one punch. This iron plate is too strong. On Ethan's side, they dug down at this moment, and found the iron plate, the black iron plate. All the fighters fisted together. There was no movement. Not moving. Master, the material of this iron plate has exceeded the range of the A-level powerhouse. A soldier reported to Yeaton. Their hundreds of crank pinnacle fighters can't even beat an iron plate. Hundreds of Cleveland pinnacle fighters add up to the strength of an A-level pinnacle powerhouse. Is there no way? Yeaton frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't expect that about 150 meters below, there are all iron plates. In this case, there are not many energy stones on the entire energy stone continent. The surface layer just below the energy stone continent is also an energy stone, which is estimated to be about 150 meters, which must be used for energy extraction for underground creatures. After absorbing the energy stone, wouldn't the energy stone break? Thinking of this, Yeaton already knew what this iron plate was. It was something that absorbed energy stones. Just when Yeaton was thinking, boom! Suddenly, within the black iron plate, there was a thunderous sound, which was very harsh and deafening. Yeaton and all the soldiers were caught off guard by the thunder, and the powerful voice shook Yeaton's ears. The head stings like a needle. Seeing Yeaton in such pain, King Meng immediately covered Yeaton's ears to protect him. But the thunder continued, and all the soldiers wore armor helmets, but they did not weaken at all. Roar! Suddenly, there was a harsh beast roar over the mainland. In an instant, all the troops on the mainland who were still fighting awake immediately and looked around with red eyes. There were corpses all around, and they were stained with blood. No. Big brother, second brother. Why are you dead? What happened? Why are we fighting? Many of the soldiers who had already reacted were sitting on the ground, crying. What they saw, the corpses all over the ground, were all members of their army. There are other soldiers. Why is this the case? Some people's knives are even stuck in the heads of their relatives and friends. Many people cannot accept the fact that they have no idea what happened. It seemed that I just slept, and when I woke up from this sleep, my relatives were all dead and dead. Or kill it yourself. Who can accept this? Roar! The roar of the beast sounded again. Everyone looked at the sky, and there was a peculiar phenomenon on the energy stone continent. That is, the light in the continent was bright, like daylight. But the sky is full of interstellar universe, and you can see warships floating on the continent, and you can see it clearly. Look! What is that? Someone yelled. Everyone looked in the direction that person was pointing, and when they saw the thing, everyone was covering their mouths in horror. What did they see? A super huge Zerg was actually gnawing the battleship, while flying towards the energy stone continent. This super huge bug, with 6 pairs of sharpened ultra-thin wings on its back, easily divided the battleship on the energy stone continent into 2. When all the warships saw this huge bug, they all flew towards the distance. And the 3 commanders and the battleships of the Great Zhu Star Territory and the Danwu Star Territory were destroyed by the Eve pulse of the brain, so they could not move for a while. As a result, their battleship was directly corroded by the huge bug, and the huge bug began to fly towards the Energy Stone continent. All the people on the Energy Stone continent, seeing this scene, all panicked, and their faces showed horror. King Insect! It's the King Insect! Someone shouted in horror. Ha ha, Wang Chong, Wang Chong, everyone is going to die here, ha ha ha. When people saw the King Insect, they collapsed and went crazy. First they killed their relatives and friends, and now they are the King Insect again. There are still many people trembling. What is King Insect? That is a Zerg powerhouse with a super large body. The 6 pairs of ultra-thin wings behind him can easily cut off the constant star battleship. This is the King Worm, a very powerful King Worm, the biggest weapon, which can spray a thick corrosive liquid. Their Zerg's favorite is the energy stone. In the tunnel that Yeaton dug, the rumbling noise from the iron plate disappeared. But Yeaton was tortured mad. His head is as uncomfortable as a needle. Master, there is a situation outside. It's a Zerg. A warrior came to Yeaton's side and said softly, and King Meng was pressing Yitan's temple at this moment, making Yitan's head lighter. As soon as Yitan felt a little more comfortable, he heard the words of their warrior, and he was taken aback. Isn't the Zerg race afraid to come to this star field button? Why are you here today? Go, let's go and see. After that, Yitan led the crowd directly to the entrance of the cave. As soon as Yitan looked up, he saw that the behemoth was madly coming here. When Yitan saw that figure, he fell into a mess. He had never seen such a huge bug. Even if it is a female worm, it is just Roshan. This worm is almost comparable to a war fortress. Is this Nema still a worm? The king of bugs, right? Master, this is the king worm. The high-level Zerg above the female worm, and there are more advanced ones above the king worm. A soldier explained to Yitan that Yitan looked at the king insect and was shocked in his heart. Only then did he understand how small his civilization is and how small human beings are. If the Zerg has thousands of king insects, what will the human star field do? Suddenly, Yitan seemed to have thought of something. His eyes suddenly chilled, and he kept repeating a sentence. That's it. That's it. Yitan looked at the king worm, and then said, I see, this is the reason why Becky's brain put the energy stone continent here. He wants to lead the king worm to the Ascenta star region. He wants to open it from here. A gap. Let all the civilized human beings in the star territory, blood flow into a river. What is the secret of this energy stone continent? Chapter 779. Chapter 777, the crisis reappears. The king insect enters the mainland. Yitan only understands one thing now, that is, the energy stone is placed at the button of the human star field, and it is specially designed to attract this king insect to come here. If the king worms come here, all civilizations here will be destroyed, and it's still a center star region. If the central star region is destroyed, destroying the most central star region is very convenient. Even if the super advanced civilization sends battleships to wipe out the king insects, those civilizations and star regions have been destroyed, also abolished forever. Perhaps this is a node and opportunity for the Zerg army to attack. Once many civilizations and star regions are destroyed, the armed protection measures will be reduced. Even the super-advanced civilization will not send people to guard, only re-support new forces to guard these star regions. And the newly planted star field can hardly withstand the attack of countless insects. By then, the disaster of the human star field will come. Unexpectedly, things would develop to this extent. Yitan inevitably took a breath in his heart. If it is really as he thought, then the human star field, especially the edge star field, will be in trouble. Your own planet will also be in crisis. Roar. A thunderous beast roar resounded on the energy stone continent, resounding throughout the sky, and the entire ground was shaking slightly. It seems to be angry or fearful for the arrival of the terrifying Zerg. Who can say it clearly? He wants to get inside the shield. The king insect wants to get inside. My god, if he comes in, we'll be finished. Where's the brain? How about the brain on the energy stone continent? Why don't you attack with weapons that were thousands of years ago? The crowd on the ground was already panicked. Everyone was fleeing blindly, just wanting to get as far as possible from the place where the giant king worm was about to land. The king bug is not something they can deal with. King Chong, that is an existence that can even be destroyed by a constant star battleship. Seeing the people on the energy stone continent escaping frantically, Becky Zinao in the tower showed a crazy smile on his face. Ha 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 ha, the king worm is here, the king worm is here, and with the blood of the king worm, my invincible body will recover. Ha ha ha. Nebkiza now, with a crazy face. His entire face was about to be squeezed together, very hideous. Everything he did was for his resurrected body, and there was no super weapon that was relicked thousands of years ago. All this is a conspiracy he designed thousands of years ago for this day. Roar. The king worm had entered half of the shield, making a roaring sound, numbing the scalp, and was in a deep pit under the tower. The investigation team and the three commanders all looked at the king insect with horror. They didn't expect things to develop to this extent. Even the king worm is coming. Boom. Suddenly, as if something hit the ground, the entire energy stone continent shook violently. Everyone hurriedly looked towards the sky, and saw that the king insect had disappeared, and on the ground, a super huge insect was gnawing at the energy stone frantically. The place where the king insect is located is not far from the tower. It gnawed at the energy stone, just to let Yi Tan see it clearly. After Yi Tan saw it, the whole person was not good. The whole body directly exudes a violent breath. Angrily, he shivered. "Fuck you, my energy stone, my energy." Yi Tan's heart was torn like a tear. He finally found so many energy stones, but he didn't expect this king worm would start to swallow a big mouthful. If this goes on, how many times can the king worm swallow the power stones on the entire continent? "Master, let's get out of here quickly." The trajectory of this king insect's action is to build a tower against the energy stone. A soldier stood beside Yi Tan, said anxiously. When encountering the king worm, the red police soldiers are not absolutely sure that they can be killed. "Let's go." Yi Tan wasn't the kind of procrastinator, nor was he planning to bury everyone for the energy stone. Immediately, Yi Tan led all the soldiers and headed towards the tower. Yi Tan had endless unwillingness in his heart. Very upset, he dug so deep, but encountered a very strong iron plate, and could not continue digging. Now I encountered the king insect again, but they couldn't fight, so they could only escape, and they couldn't get out. This made Yi Tan's heart very aggrieved. An anger is rising. Yi Tan took King Meng's hand, led more than 300,000 soldiers, ran towards the tower, and met the investigating team. More than 20 of them stood at the deep pit they dug, at a loss. They also saw more than 300,000 red police soldiers rushing, but they didn't intercept it. Didn't even look at Yi Tan. Their eyes were on Wang Chong's body. But Yi Tan looked at the leader of the Tanma group with killing intent in the distance, who was the human federal investigation team. But wanting to die twice, this hatred will definitely be reported, Yi Tan said fiercely in his heart, and then led the soldiers, passing them, and fleeing away. As for the investigation team and others, they all looked dumbfounded at Wang Chong, whose big mouth was dislocated. "Hiss. Such a big worm, it's terrifying. What should we do now?" Group leader, a member of the investigation team, looked at the Tanma team leader and asked. Team leader Tanma looked at the king insect with gloomy eyes, and his heart was very aggrieved. This was the most aggrieved few days in the history of his investigation team leader. A mere Tenglong civilization hit the Tanwu Star territory, stepped on the mechanical race, and attracted people from the advanced mechanical race. But under the attack of the three civilizations, he didn't even die, and he was aggrieved. "Let's go." The team leader of Tanma with killing intent in his eyes, he was immersed for a while, and then he waved his hand and led everyone to the direction where Yi Tan fled. Roar! The roar of the beast shocked everyone, and the roar that made the scalp numb could be heard everywhere, and everyone could not imagine. That king worm is really terrifying. No one dares to provoke the king worm. Outside of the energy stone continent, inside the #1 war fortress, Avril suddenly exclaimed when she saw the king insect and looked at it with her mouth open in disbelief. "Red Dragon, Yi Tan will be fine, right?" Avril looked at Red Dragon worriedly. Now they have lost contact with Yi Tan, and there is no way at all. Only by solving the Becky brains in the tower can Yi Tan and the others get out of the shield of the energy stone continent. But it couldn't scan the place where Nabocus brain was hiding. This made the Red Dragon very irritable. "Miss Avril, don't worry, even if I desperately die the last soldier, I won't let the master suffer any harm," Red Dragon said gloomily. Chapter 780 Chapter 778 The crisis reappears. The ruler has no strength now, just an ordinary person, and the king insect only needs to roar at the ruler. The master will explode and die. Hong Long's heart is very anxious. What should I do? Countless battleships around have already evacuated. They abandon the army on the energy stone continent when they see the king insect appearing, and leave directly on the battleship. Only the first battleship that was impacted by the Eve pulse wave did not leave, and the rest of the battleships ran away. In the energy stone continent, everything has become very dangerous. But Yi Tan was leading the soldiers toward the most border of the Energy Stone continent at this moment. The farther away from the king insect, the better. It's not good that Yi Tan is not alone, but two fighters each holding the Dominator's leg, and the two of them just carry the Dominator and run away. Directly cause a new stream on the Energy Stone continent. If someone sees it, they will laugh. You said that an ordinary person came here to make a fuss. Isn't this looking for death? Yi Tan was held up by the fighters, and he was also helpless. He was an ordinary person, so how could he run past the fighters? Can only be run with a frame. Yi Tan is short of a word now, that is, escort. All come to escort. There are some people who want to harm me. Master, the king insects behind did not chase, said a soldier holding Yi Tan. Yi Tan turned his head and looked behind. As expected, the king worm was now devouring the energy stone frantically, step by step towards the high tower built with the energy stone. The fierce king worm, the air currents that spew out between breath and breath are poisonous. At the back of Yi Tan's troops, all the investigators followed. Team leader Tanma was also panicking now. He didn't know where to flee, so he could only follow Yi Tan and the others, so that they would feel a little safe. And just as Yi Tan ran for his life, suddenly, in front of their troops, tens of thousands of blood-stained soldiers came towards them. Run away, run away. Thousands of people screamed frantically, as if they had seen a monster, just running for their lives. Dominate, a soldier said vigilantly, and the speed under their feet also slowed down. This soldier was reminding Yi Tan and told him that they were ready. As long as those people dare to do something, they will destroy them all. But the tens of thousands of people didn't care about Yi Tan at all. They passed by and ran in the direction of Wang Chong, which made Yi Tan a little confused. What do you mean? Didn't you run away? Why are you going to the king insect? The people in the investigation team were also dumbfounded, watching them all in a silly manner, and they didn't know what happened. This energy stone continent is now extremely terrifying. What? Suddenly, a dense blood-stained army rushed from a distance. Their number had reached hundreds of thousands. In all directions, not only in front of Yi Tan, but also on his left and right sides. People rushed everywhere. They all roared frantically, as if they saw something terrifying. This made Yi Tan's heart stunned. Tens of thousands of people might be screaming that they were ill, but now everyone was screaming. What happened? Just when Yi Tan was puzzled, when he ordered all the soldiers not to move forward. Suddenly, a soldier exclaimed, "Master, look at it, the shield is moving." Yi Tan suddenly raised his head and looked at it. That's right, that shield was moving, causing Yi Tan's pupils to shrink suddenly. The body is like riding a horse, and he hugs forward and shouts, "Fuck!" The whole army retreat. Yi Tan was shocked. It was a beep. The shield started to shrink. There was an extremely strong current on the shield. Even if you were wearing an insulating suit, it was of no use. When entering the Energy Stone continent, many people couldn't stand the kill, and wanted to escape. Not all of them were directly killed by the shield. Now the shield is beginning to shrink. This is the rhythm for everyone to die. Wow! Yi Tan's legions turned directly towards the side where the king insect was. All the investigators who happened to be behind the legion were shocked when the red police soldiers turned around, and the Tanma leader immediately became vigilant. I thought the Tamron civilization was going to deal with them. But they were wrong. The red police soldiers rushed past, and they didn't pay the investigation team at all. When the investigators saw this scene, they immediately became messy in the wind. Why did they run so fast? Even if the king insect appeared just now, they weren't so fast, right? Team leader Tanma wanted to know what had happened. So he rushed to the front and began to look closely, and the dozen or so members standing beside him began to tremble. The current Energy Stone continent has brought them a lot of fear, but they are A-grade powerhouses. They have never been so scared. What happened? Team leader Tanma murmured to himself. Looking at the shield in the distance, his eyes shrank suddenly. Opening his mouth wide, he yelled at everyone, Run! My Nima! Team leader Tenma finished roaring and ran away. All the members of the investigation team were dumbfounded. Even the three commanders were dumbfounded. In the end, what happened? They all looked into the distance. It didn't matter if they didn't look at it. They were shocked at first sight, and saw the blue shield moving quickly and tightly. This Nima is the rhythm to let everyone die. Everyone ran wildly. A rather awkward scene appeared directly on the entire Energy Stone continent. That is, everyone was rushing toward the tower, one by one. As exciting as the game. At this moment, outside the Energy Stone continent, the Red Dragon saw that the shield on the continent began to shrink. His eyes were directly red. The whole body exudes a violent atmosphere. How could this be? Build the 3 Swish war fortress immediately, everyone, land on the new warship, and go to the Energy Stone continent. The gloomy voice of the Red Dragon sounded inside all the Red Police war fortress warships. The Red Dragon is already furious. If the master is killed, then everything will be over. The angry Red Dragon directly built a 3 Swish Perfect class war fortress, directly mobilized nearly 600,000 soldiers, and landed on the battleship and headed towards the Energy Stone continent. The blue shield began to shrink, and many energy stones were directly exposed in space. The Red Dragon sent 2 other battleships, each with 200,000 soldiers, began to pry the energy stone frantically and plunder. The Red Dragon did this because as long as he had the energy stone, it was convenient to do everything, and perhaps there would be a turnaround. What if the base is upgraded before the shield is tightened? After upgrading the base, it will become more powerful. Then can the Energy Stone continent be cracked? That's why Hong Long made this idea. Chapter 781 Chapter 779, A Time of Crisis. Red Dragon's idea, the main base immediately began to act, and 3 huge warships suddenly appeared next to the number 1 war fort. The operators inside the immobile warship were stunned when they saw the 3 huge warships suddenly appeared. Then they were shocked to see that the 3 Swish battleships were able to move. Haven't all warships been impacted by pulse waves? Why these 3 Swish warships can travel? Moreover, the battleship appeared suddenly, and all the operators inside the immobile battleship were horrified. But they couldn't move or notify other people. I could only watch the 3 huge warships heading towards the Energy Stone continent, and ran to a place that was not covered by the shield and began to looting the Energy Stone frantically. Everyone on the Energy Stone continent is running wildly and desperately, and who has the time to look up at the battleship? Even if you see it, you will think it is a warship of other civilizations. At this moment, Yi Tan's 300,000 troops had thrown many people away, and there was still some distance from the huge king insect, and the blue shield behind them was still shrinking crazily. Master, the king insect is in front of you. We can't pass, a soldier said with a heavy face. The troops in front of them all stopped. No one was heading towards the king insects. All of them stood in front of Yi Tan as observers. For a while, all the people on the Energy Stone continent gathered. There were more than 3 million people, and the dense crowd surrounded the king insects, forming a circular encirclement. A look of despair appeared on everyone's face. There is a shrinking blue shield in the back, and a super huge bug in the front. This is the rhythm that makes all of them die. The king insect, who was devouring the energy stone frantically, seemed to feel the dense human aura around him. The king insect raised his huge head and looked around. Seeing that he was surrounded by humans, countless humans surrounded him. The irritable king insect suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! That strong voice, like a shockwave, rushed towards the human in front of the king insect. The human beings standing in front of the king worm did not react at all, and was shocked by the powerful roar. Boom! Boom! After that, the army standing in front of the king insects directly exploded and died, forming a blood fog. Floating in the air, there was not even a scream. What? The soldiers who stood far away and couldn't bear it all screamed frantically. They really couldn't see this cruel killing. If you just draw someone out, who can beat the king worm? Yi Tan, who was firmly surrounded by the red police force, had very gloomy eyes. Wang Chong was so powerful. If it were the Red Police Force earlier, then the Red Police soldiers might be able to survive. But as an ordinary person, how could Yi Ten survive? How to solve such a crisis? Yi Ten was very anxious and a little irritable. And inside the tower built of the energy stone, Nabeki's now looked crazy and very happy. Ha ha ha, the King Worm. This is the power of the King Worm. Now, both the King Worm and humans will be wiped out. By then, the blood will be sufficient. Ha ha ha. Becky's brain is now crazy, and the whole person is laughing wildly. Of course, Yi Ten and everyone didn't know about Becky's conspiracy. At this moment, the Red Dragon had led all their warriors, digging the energy stone madly. In the main base, the number of energy stones is increasing crazily. Everyone is fighting for time with death. In the fortress of the first war, the Red Dragon watched the crazy increase in the energy source, and kept shouting in his heart, a little more, a little more. There are now more than 4 million energy sources, and the rate of increase is still increasing crazily. The speed is super fast. That's because the Red Dragon sent all the warriors, crazily tilting the energy stone. The continent is 150 meters deep, and the outer layer under the energy stone continent is also built with energy stones. It is also 150 meters deep. 150 meters combined is 300 meters deep, so the energy stones are extremely rich. The Red Dragon looked at the master now in the middle. Although the blue shield was tightening now, the speed was not very fast, so there was still time. And at this moment on the energy stone continent, everyone is moving backwards slightly, and everyone's heart is broken. A look of despair appeared on their faces. Even team leader Tenma was frustrated. The blue shield behind him was supported by the energy stones on the mainland. Even if a battleship bombarded the energy stones, he would never be able to bombard them. Unless the shield can be broken in an instant, if it can't be broken, it's completely useless. With a steady flow of energy stones as support, how could the shield be broken so easily? It's just wishful thinking. Therefore, when team leader Tenma learned of this news, he was very desperate, and he had nothing to do. The shield had electromagnetic interference and could not contact the army outside. Even if you contact the outside army and ask the outside army to move rescue soldiers, it will be too late. The King Chong didn't kill them. The shield would kill them all. Suddenly, a very sad breath filled the sky above everyone. Yi Ten looked at everyone around him. Some were crying in a low voice, while others were sitting on the ground, as if waiting for death. Yi Ten knew that everyone's mentality jumped. His gaze has been kept in the high tower made of the energy stone. Only there is the place to solve the crisis. Kill Betsy's brains and they can go out alive. Of course, this will also indulge the king's insects to wreak havoc in their major starfield civilizations. At the beginning, Yi Ten thought that the energy stone was built here to attract the king worm to come here and kill all the human star regions, but now, he feels wrong. The shield is not only to destroy them, but also to kill the king worm. Yi Ten was very violent in his heart at this moment, and he didn't know what conspiracy this Betsy brain was doing, and why he had to do it. In the first war fortress, the Red Dragon's eyes were very excited at this moment, because the number of energy sources was still increasing wildly. There are now more than 7 million, 7.5 million. Speed, 8 million, 8.5 million. Speed. The body of the Red Dragon was trembling. As long as the base was upgraded, the Overlord could be saved, and the army could enter the Energy Stone continent. 9.5 million. Red Dragon shouted with a trembling voice, and was about to gather 10 million energy sources. Master, wait for me. Red Dragon muttered to himself as he looked at the boulder-skinned energy stone continent that had been dug by the Red Police fighters. Chapter 782. Chapter 780, Compete with Death. On the energy stone continent, inside War Fort 1, Red Dragon was looking frantically at the data collected by the energy source. And the data was still soaring. 10 million of energy is about to be needed, and 10 million of energy can upgrade the base, but still needs some energy to exchange for the second construction authority. In this case, Dominating their upgrade will become an instant upgrade, without delaying anything. In addition, the Red Dragon must also upgrade the base in a safe situation, otherwise, once it is upgraded, all the fighters will be still, and if it is swallowed by the king insect, it will really be blind. The shield on the Energy Stone continent was tightening bit by bit. Although there was still a long distance, the king insect seemed to have felt the crisis. I got a little irritable. The Wang Chong roared frantically at the surrounding crowd, and the people standing in the front were directly roared into blood mist. But none of the troops fled. Why? Because the shield behind is coming soon. There is another king insect in front. No matter what, it is a dead end, so even if they are screamed by the king insect, they are not willing to take a step back. In fact, in their hearts, they are completely desperate. Roar! Suddenly, the violent king worm went mad and rushed towards the crowd. With every step of the dozen or so huge claws, thousands of people could be stepped on. No way! The size of the king insect is as big as a war fortress. In front of this dense crowd, it is quite normal to kill thousands of people with 1 foot. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Who will help me? Help me. Suddenly, the crowd attacked by the king worm kept screaming, heartbreaking, and everyone was crying bitterly. And on Yi Tan's side, all the soldiers at this moment firmly surrounded Yi Tan and protected them. They didn't move, even if the crowded people in front of them were backing slightly. They will not take a step back. Because of their spiritual support, the master is here. They can die, dominate death. It is impossible. At this moment, the crowd standing in front of the red police force suddenly became agitated. Run, run, the worm is here, the worm is here. All the red police soldiers immediately became vigilant, and saw the crowd in front of them suddenly dispersed. The huge king worm began to rush toward here. There was no way. The crowd that was attacked by the king worm all ran to this side, suddenly making this side become very crowded. Feel the delicious king insects. How can you let them go? So it was originally toward the red police force. But Yi Tan, who was firmly protected by the soldiers, suddenly felt his heart sinking when he saw the king insect originally. Is he going to be completely planted here today? At this moment, Yi Tan suddenly thought of one thing, that is the ground mine they dug. All fighters immediately rushed to the energy stone mine we just dug. Hearing the words of the master, all the fighters immediately rushed towards the distance. This time it was not 2 fighters carrying Yi Tan. It was 8 people who lifted Yi Tan Hing and rushed towards the distance. All the fighters are super fast and not sloppy at all. As soon as Yi Tan and the others left there, they saw Wang Chong making a violent leap and then smashing into the crowd fiercely. The king insect smashed into the crowd and immediately exploded many human beings. The blood was flying all over the sky, and the scene was extremely spectacular. Yi Tan was carried by someone, and looking back, his heart didn't almost jump out. This Nima was really terrifying. I saw tens of thousands of people smashed directly into muddy flesh. If they just stood here, it is estimated that they have become a pool of muddy flesh. And now Yi Tan's heart was very scared. Now they can only rush to the deep pit they dug. The energy stone on it is so strong that even the king worm cannot break it. This is the reason why Becky intellectual brain wants to build an energy stone continent. All of this is planned by him. When countless people panicked and fled, Yi Tan and the others finally came under the mine they had dug. In the huge energy stone mine they dug, I don't know when countless people have gathered. They are all a sloppy army. Yi Tan went inside to see this scene. His face suddenly sank, and then a little angry. The mine he had dug at the time could only accommodate 300,000 people. Now there are so many people in it, how can they stay? Get out. We are here. If you don't get out, kill you. Yes, get out. This is ours. It can only accommodate so much. If you come quickly, you will be killed. Gun. Yi Tan hadn't spoken yet, only to see everyone inside was madly cursing. The cursing was extremely unsound. It made Yi Tan's heart even more violent. This was dug by himself, and it was taken by you. You dare to be so arrogant. It's just bullying too much. Since Yi Tan entered the energy continent, as an ordinary person, He has always felt a kind of frustration, a powerful anger squeezed in his heart. Now, these people in front of him detonated him, and the anger that made him squeezed for a long time finally broke out again. With his head down, Yi Tan gave a terrifying laugh, then raised his head, revealing his hideous and terrifying expression, staring at everyone, and then roared, "Kill, kill, kill everyone." Yi Tan's roar directly activated all the warriors, and all their warriors' eyes flashed red, and then roared and rushed towards those people madly. There were less than 300,000 people in the mine, and they were crowded together and met 300,000 Cleveland Pinnacle fighters. How are they their opponents? Immediately, a massacre started again. It is impossible to have hot weapons on the Energy Stone continent, only cold weapons. In this developed universe, many armies have abandoned cold weapons. Because wars in the universe are not mechas or warships, they have abandoned cold weapons. The Red Police Force has a good habit, that is, take a sharp weapon with you just in case. So the Red Police soldiers started a massacre directly. Every time a row of people was killed, the soldiers stepped forward, and the fallen corpses were directly trampled underfoot by the soldiers. 300,000 soldiers stepped on them in turn, and the fallen army directly became a pool of fleshy mud, and the blood penetrated down the Energy Stone. And at the moment on the ground, that huge king worm was still devouring humans madly, and countless living humans were all turned into pieces of meat by the king worm's huge mouth. Sliding down the stomach along the mouth, was then corroded by the liquid in the stomach to become nutrients. Inside the tower built by the Power Stone, Nebkizar now was looking up to the sky with a crazy face and laughing. More and more blood has flowed into it, and it will be resurrected soon. Ha ha ha. Chapter 783. Chapter 781. Hope in Despair. No one knew what Becky Sprain planned. No one knew that Becky Sprain had already planned such a terrifying conspiracy 10,000 years ago. Everyone now just wants to leave the Energy Stone continent. No one continues to greet the science and technology that 10,000 years ago. In their eyes, life is still more important. Now, it is difficult for them to find a safe place. On the Energy Stone continent, everyone was crazy, and even the leader of the investigation team was fleeing frantically now. He and Yi Tan had the same idea, hiding underground, so they returned to the mine they dug. In the mine, there are also many people who have entered to hide inside. Team leader Tanma, like Yi Tan, directly slaughtered the people in the cave. Before death, everyone went crazy. And everyone on the land is close to crazy at this moment. There is no place to hide. Just as everyone screamed, someone suddenly yelled, "Brothers, when we came here, it's all the brains on this Energy Stone continent that informed us that there are relics from 10,000 years ago, and now we have not seen the ruins. Brothers have been killed a lot. Don't tell us that only by killing this king insect can we obtain 10,000 years of technology. We have to survive. No one can be the opponent of the king insect. So, as long as we destroy the Energy Stone Tower, we can get out." After the man yelled, everyone was taken aback, and then a crazy look appeared directly on his face. That's right, why didn't they think of destroying the Tower of the Energy Stone? As long as the Tower of the Energy Stone is destroyed, wouldn't they be able to come out easily? Thinking of this, everyone's heart was excited. Kill brothers, destroy the Tower of the Energy Stone, and destroy the brain of Becky. Kill. Suddenly, all the troops on the Energy Stone continent moved towards the Energy Stone continent. They are crazy to a certain extent now. That is, death will destroy the Tower of the Energy Stone. The tower must be where the host of Betsy's brain is located. As long as the tower is destroyed, the shield will disappear and everyone can go out. So people who think of here are already crazy. But in the underground mine, Yi Tan looked at the entire mine that had been dyed red, and there was no pity in Yi Tan's heart. What is the difference between him and these people? They pushed Yi Tan out in order to survive, and of course Yi Tan had to drive them out in order to survive. If you don't go out, stay here forever. Kill. At this moment, Yi Tan heard the killing roar above his head, and immediately understood what the people above were doing. They must go to deal with the tower. although Yitan also thought about destroying the tower before, then they can get out. But if you think about it carefully, is this tower really the location of the host of Betsy's brains? Why is it so obvious? Just let you attack? Is it just a joke? So that high tower must not be a good thing. At this moment, suddenly, there was another thunder on the ground. Then the energy stone at the deepest point was directly broken and became a residue. Yitan couldn't open his eyes because of the pain. He didn't know what the thunder was. If the red dragon was here, he might know. Master, the energy stones below have become slag. A soldier watched King Meng rubbing his temples for Yitan and said directly, "Did the energy stone become slag?" Yitan questioned. The energy stone became slag because the energy stone had absorbed nothing. The following must be a creature, Yitan said with a deep look. He had already guessed what was below. Below the cliff is another biochemical body of Betsy brain, which needs DNA from human blood, so it attracts so many humans. Then kill each other. But the only thing I don't understand is why the king worm is attracted. Yitan is very confused now. And at this moment, suddenly, something was smashed open in the mine that Yitan and the others hid. The energy stone fell, knocking down many soldiers. Then a loud roar rang out. "It's the king insect." All the soldiers looked up, and one of the big feet of the king insect was pawing at the crazy dog. The king insect's target was not them, but accidentally opened their mine. The king worm was digging while accumulating energy, then leapt sharply and flew towards the tower. However, one foot of the king insect stepped into the mine fiercely, and instantly trampled thousands of soldiers to death. Seeing this scene, Yitan's intention to kill the king insect grew more and more vigorous. At the high tower, countless soldiers rushed towards the tower at this moment, and Becky in the tower saw humans rushing. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Come on, all will become nutrients. Ha ha ha, the blood of the king worm will definitely make the body stronger. Ha ha ha. Becky Zeno's face was mad, and he had no worries about the arrival of countless humans and king insects. Is this tower really where his host is located? Wrong. Die all to me. Becky Zeno suddenly looked savage, and his whole person was like a neurosis, and he pressed the button to the side fiercely. Then the energy stones on the huge tower began to fall, and a large area of energy stones fell down. The black and thick tower was exposed, and at the top of the tower, there was a huge transparent ball. The sphere was igniting electric currents frantically. What? In the crowd, a man suddenly screamed. Everyone looked over their heads, and then everyone suddenly shrank their eyes, and everyone panicked. It's an energy launcher with a large range of lethality. This is the main naval gun against the Constant Star battleship. No, let's run. When everyone saw this naval gun, everyone panicked and frightened. Once this naval gun is fired, it will be a place where countless people die. The ball was stimulating an electric current, and even the king insect felt the danger, and roared at the ball, then turned his head and ran towards the crowd. Wang Chong already has a certain IQ. Facing danger and delicacy, he must choose delicacy. And the direction those people ran wildly was exactly where Yitan and the others were. Yitan's eyes suddenly sank when he saw the crowd rushing forward, and they actually came here, looking for death. At this moment, suddenly all the red police soldiers stopped moving. Even Yitan felt a powerful energy stone filling his body. Yitan's eyes directly showed a look of surprise. It was the base. The base was upgraded. The red dragon succeeded. Yitan suddenly sat on the ground, absorbing energy. And the humans who rushed straight past Yitan and their heads. At this moment, the king insect seemed to have rushed to the ground with a powerful energy, and began to dig up, exposing all the soldiers of Yitan inside. Roar! The king worm roared, then his mouth grew wide, and he turned fiercely into the underground mine. Chapter 784 Chapter 782, Upgrade, Restore Strength to Yitan. With a move in Yitan's heart, he felt the powerful energy installation, and he knew that this was the base to be upgraded. Thinking of this, Yitan hurriedly sat down, preparing to upgrade. And at the moment above the head, the dense crowd passed directly under the mine that Yitan dug, and the huge king insect chased and killed violently. Just as the king insect was about to hunt down those troops, he suddenly smelled a very strong smell of blood in the underground, and it also felt a powerful energy. This energy was what the base instilled in Ethan and the red police soldiers. Energy. This energy made the king worm even more irritable, and the king worm had a great desire for this energy in his heart. I really want to get it. Afterwards, Wang Chong started dogpilling mining, digging wildly above the passage where Yitan was. The layers of energy stones were directly pried off by the giant king insects, directly exposing the red police soldiers standing motionless inside. The army rushing in front saw the king insects not chasing them, and everyone was relieved. But seeing the king insect suddenly go crazy, digging the energy stone frantically, everyone was a little puzzled. Standing in the distance, watching from a distance. Just when the king insect pried the energy stone away, the red police soldier inside was exposed. Everyone took a breath when they saw it. Are these people crazy? Seeing that the king insect hasn't run away yet, standing there without moving, isn't this looking for death? Roar. Seeing the motionless red police soldier inside, there was a strong energy in his body, and Wang Chong roared to the sky with excitement. The sound was shocking everywhere, making Yitan's scalp numb slightly. Sitting in it, Yitan also felt the king insect's presence, but he couldn't move a bit now, and could only quietly accept the energy injection. Roar. The king insect roared again, opened the big mouth of the blood basin, while expanding the energy channel, ready to swallow all these people at any time. The people who stood in the distance did not dare to flee any further. Seeing the king insect so violent, all of them were shocked. Are those people crazy? Don't run now, looking for death. You'll deserve it. Let the king worm eat them. Let them hide in the ground, without telling us. Eating them can delay us a little time. Even if they delay time for us, can we still have less time? Suddenly, someone said desperately. All of a sudden, everyone was silent by this sentence, and no one was talking. They are all desperate, even if those people are swallowed by the king worm, and they? How long can you live? When those people die, they will be next, just a little bit slower than those people. There is no hope in everyone's hearts, and they can only look at the huge king insect in despair. And at this moment, above the energy stone continent, inside War Fort Number 1, Red Dragon was looking at what happened on the continent with a grim look. Quick, quick! Red Dragon was extremely anxious and could only mutter to himself. When he upgraded the base, he had already exchanged the second construction authority, so that the master upgrade would be instantaneous. But this in an instant, I didn't expect Wang Chong to discover it. Quick! The red dragon roared inwardly. And on the energy stone continent, the king insect's huge mouth opened its mouth toward the red police soldiers. When it was about to bite down, suddenly, Yitan's eyes opened suddenly, and his body exuded a powerful breath. Roll. With a roll, all the fighters were activated. All the fighters were like Yitan. Their eyes suddenly opened, and the eyes exuded a thick murderous intent. The blue veins of the neck suddenly bulged, and then all the fighters, roaring at the king insect on his head. Kill. The earth-shattering roar of killing directly took Wang Chong's drink back a step, and after the King Chong retreated, he even shook his head. It seemed to have received some powerful impact. The desperate people standing in the distance, seeing this sudden change, their hearts jumped wildly. Is there hope? At this moment, everyone suddenly saw a man wearing golden armor leaping out of the mine, stepping directly on the head of the king insect, and screaming, "Kill!" After that, all the red police soldiers in the mine leapt out and stepped directly on the back of the king insect. Now Yitan is the A-level pinnacle powerhouse, and the red police fighters have directly become the B-level pinnacle fighters. The so-called Red Police Corps has become stronger. At this moment, their hearts are extremely violent. Bang bang bang. Following Yitan's roar, all the soldiers were frantically attacking the king insect's head and the thin wings. Wang Chong also felt the danger at this moment. Although he was strong, he encountered such a group of desperate lunatics. He could not bear it. Wang Chong began to shake his body frantically, even spitting out a thick liquid of sulfuric acid, but he did not hit the red police soldiers at all, and none of the red police soldiers even shook it down. The 300,000 red police soldiers all stepped on the back of Wang Chong and attacked frantically. This scene was extremely crazy. Wang Chong's body is extremely large, with the size of a war fortress, so the area where 300,000 soldiers stand is actually not very large. Wang Chong let out a high roar. It is extremely painful now. All the 300,000 red police soldiers are cutting his back with weapons. Sulfuric acid liquid blood is only in his internal organs, so there is no sulfuric acid liquid on the surface of the skin. Therefore, none of the red police soldiers suffered any injuries. Those troops who stood in the distance and looked directly at them were shocked by everything in front of them. 300,000 people actually surrendered to King Insect. How could this Nima be? The King Insect was a terrifying existence that could even be destroyed by a battleship with a constant star rating. Everyone was shocked. At this moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Brothers, the King Worm is almost finished. Let's help them and kill the King Worm." Kill. As a person rushed up, immediately, everyone on the Energy Stone continent moved towards the back of the King Insect. They are already crazy. It is not easy to see a little hope of light in the dark. Who doesn't want to fight for it? Even if they die, it is worth killing the King Worm. This is something that many people cannot do in their entire lives. All the people on the entire Power Stone continent went crazy, and the members of the investigation team hiding under the tower, a dozen of them were lying at the entrance of the cave, looking at the crazy crowd with a wretched look. Group leader, this is too crazy, right? Group leader, what shall we do now? Do you want to go up and help them? Chapter 785 Chapter 783, Into the Underground. Seeing the fanatical expression on his members, team leader Tenma is now very beeping in his heart. He couldn't imagine how Yi Tan, an ordinary person, suddenly became so powerful. He could feel the breath of Yi Tan, even stronger than his. He is an A-level peak powerhouse. Is Yi Tan an evil? Actually not. The red police product must be a boutique product. So Yi Tan is the pinnacle of the A-level peak, able to beat all enemies of the same level. For any help, let them deal with the King Worm. We will stay here. The blue shield is coming soon, team leader Tenma said with a gloomy face. And in the Black Iron Tower, Nabocus' brain is very crazy now. What's the matter? How did it become like this? Why are those people suddenly so powerful? What's the matter? Becky's mind was extremely crazy, and he didn't even know what happened to those people who became so powerful. Moreover, his electronic equipment also felt a powerful energy drop from the air, and then those people became very powerful fighters. This Nima is not a fantasy. What happened? No. Those people must be captured and studied carefully. Becky Zeno's eyes were killing intent. Afterwards, on the Energy Stone continent, the blue shield came to a halt, slowly, shrouded directly aside, and stopped moving. Everyone was happy when they saw this scene. The shield was not gone, they were saved. Kill. The shield did not go away, making everyone more boiling, and everyone was slashing and killing the giant king insects frantically. They only have one crisis left, and that is the King Worm. But Betsy's brain never cares about the King Worm being attacked by those crowds. As long as the King Worm dies, this blue shield is to kill the King Worm, and then kill all the remaining humans. But now that the two parties are fighting, it saves Becky's brains. All he has to do now is to arrest Yi Tan and those people, and then study it carefully. See what the hell these people are. You can suddenly upgrade. It also made an ordinary person directly become an A-level pinnacle powerhouse, and he didn't believe in killing Becky. Yi Tan led the troops, fighting bloody, that King Meng is still under the mine now. How could a woman do something like this? So Yi Tan sent many soldiers to protect King Meng. Kill. Yi Tan Yangshan roared, and a long knife slammed into the eyes of the huge king insect, and one of the eyes of the king insect was directly blind, shaking his body crazy. I want to shake off those ants who gnawed him off. But after Yi Tan blinded one of Wang Chong's eyes, he was very excited, and immediately drew out a big knife. and stabbed it fiercely at the other Wang Chong's eye. Puff! Yi Tan pierced the eyes that were bigger than a car, and a thick yellow liquid came out, which was very foul. Didn't almost spit out Yi Tan nauseously. Roar! The king insect, who was blind with both eyes, struggled more frantically. This time, the troops standing on the back of the king insect were all thrown away by the king insect. All retreat! Yi Tan roared, and the king insect lost his eyes now, just like a headless fly. Fly and bump. Yi Tan would see if the king worm would kill himself, hit the blue shield, if it could hit it. Everyone has it. Hearing the command of the master, all the soldiers jumped down and ran down. Those troops, following Yi Tan's troops, rushed towards the bottom. Their current backbone is Yi Tan and the others. Only this group of people dared to be mad and desperate, while the others were all bullshit. Roar! The king insect roared frantically and began to fly wildly above this energy stone continent. Now all the troops began to avoid the king insect who had gone mad. In the high tower, Becky's face suddenly became gloomy when he saw someone poke the king's eyes blind. This is not what happened in his plan. The king worm must be killed. As Becky's brain reached his determination, the blue electric light on the top of the huge black tower began to charge up toward the design of the flying king insect. Boom, boom, none of the energy shells fired by the ball hit the king insect, and many troops were directly blown into flesh. Yi Tan and all the soldiers hid in the energy stone mine. Many others followed the same, and started to pry up the energy stone frantically, preparing to smash it into the ground. The above is too dangerous and it is safer underground. After Yi Tan ran into the energy stone channel, he was shocked and blinded by everything in front of him. What did he see? That King Meng actually opened a hole in the black iron plate. Yi Tan walked up to King Meng with a horrified expression, looked at the big black hole, and asked in shock, King Meng ... how did you do it? King Meng wrapped her veil, blinked her eyes, and said, there is always a sound from below, and I just tapped it lightly to open a hole. Hearing this, Yi Tan almost didn't faint. This iron plate could not even be opened by a greater powerhouse, so King Meng broke open so gently. It's a beeping dog. But when the hole opened, Yi Tan was still very happy. The only safest place now is the nest of Becky's brain. All this is the ghost of Becky, so let all this disappear. All fighters, prepare to get inside, Yi Tan said with squinting eyes. And he believed there was definitely some shocking secret inside. And he has a better understanding of King Meng's martial artist level. This dream is simply the existence of the strongest in the universe. Go! As the soldiers jumped in one by one, Yi Tan and King Meng also entered directly. Inside, it was pitch black. Everyone couldn't see anything, and the height inside was not very high, so everyone could land quickly. Turn on all the lights. Yi Tan shouted in a low voice. Bang 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 dash. All the armors on the soldiers turned on the lighting, and all of a sudden, the entire dark underground nest became bright. Yi Tan surrounded him, and then his eyes shrank suddenly. This is a battleship. That's right, this is a huge battleship. And Betsy's brain must be a battleship brain. Let's go. Yi Tan shouted toward the only passage in front, and then everyone followed the master and headed forward. After entering the second room, Yi Tan's eyes were almost blinded, and the second room was full of energy stones. Quite a lot. Dig! Yi Tan shouted directly. The energy stone he saw today was the most time he had seen it in his life. He wanted to vomit when he saw it. Chapter 786. Chapter 784, The Star Map of the Human Star Field. Dig! Following Yi Tan's order, immediately, all the soldiers began to dig the energy stone frantically, and dug a channel abruptly. This passage can only allow one person to pass through. The 300,000 red police soldiers move forward one by one, and the energy stones that have been turned up are passed back one by one. Now everyone is chasing time, for fear that time is not enough. After all, no one knows what other moths this Betsy brain will come up with. Just as Yi Tan and the 300,000 red police soldiers were walking forward, on the energy stone continent, the king insect, who had been blinded by both eyes, was madly ramming towards everyone. The eyes are blind, but the king worm can still smell human blood, so it is easy to find them. Quickly, we ran to the blue shield. As long as the king insect dared to chase us, the shield could kill him directly. In the crowd, a sweaty man shouted at everyone, "Tao! He is the leader of the Tanma team. He was originally hiding in the underground, very safe, but who knows, those who fled directly squeezed under, causing the king insects to go crazy and directly destroy the passage they dug up. They can only start running wildly. Now the underground is not safe, the shield is no longer moving, and everyone has lifted a crisis. There is still one crisis left, and that is the king worm. As long as they solve the king worm, everyone can be saved. Run. Everyone is no different from the blind king insect now. Everyone is a little confused by the king insect, so in the safe area where the energy stone is left, they rush around like a headless fly. Everyone who had lost the faith to live, heard the roar of the Tanma leader. Everyone suddenly rushed towards the edge of the blue shield. At the beginning, he madly attacked the tower of the king insect, and he was motionless at the moment. That's because the Betsy brains inside had discovered the disappearance of Yitan and the others, and Betsy brains was checking all areas. Becky was a little angry, with a gloomy face. The entire energy stone continent was a battleship, and it was impossible for anyone to break the battleship and come in. This battleship is a domain-class battleship. The domain-class battleship is the strongest battleship in the advanced star domain. Only the supreme civilized battleship remains behind the star domain-class battleship. The battleship Becky was purchased from a level 9 civilization. He put the energy stone continent here in order to attract king worms, humans in low-level star regions, and so on. The reason is the DNA contained in their blood. How could these low-level civilizations defeat the Terra Tri-class warships? Isn't this just a joke? Becky Zeno's face was gloomy. He couldn't believe the idea of the domain-class battleship being broken. If the domain-class battleship really broke, then his nest would be unsafe. He has not yet merged with the body he created. Thinking of this, Becky's brain left the tower, and all the data went underground. The things above, just like that. King insects and human beings are going to die in the end. Just when Becky had just entered the underground host database, suddenly, the entire battleship was red. Becky raised his head suddenly. His eyes flushed, and those people really came in. No. How is it possible? This is a domain-class battleship. How did those people get in? Becky snarled crazy. Becky couldn't believe how these people got in. If these people got in, those people on the mainland would also enter it madly. The entire battleship has only his brain, where there are defensive measures. Thinking of this, Becky's data flickered, and it was a bit unstable, and the host made a clicking sound, as if it could not be overloaded. And now at Yitan's location, they were almost digging through the entire room. "Master, look there are lights." A soldier stood in front of the wall made of energy stones and shouted to Yitan. Yitan squinted his eyes, and indeed, there were countless lights flickering behind the energy stone wall, and those lights turned out to be red. The corner of Yitan's mouth showed a bloodthirsty look, and he thought to himself, "It seems that Betsy Brain has discovered that they have entered the battleship. Everyone, immediately speed up and enter inside." Yitan shouted at the soldiers in a low voice, but the soldiers passed one by one, and all 300,000 soldiers heard clearly. Rumble. In front of the last layer of energy stones that the soldiers pushed away, the dazzling light inside shrouded in an instant. Yitan and the soldiers then entered inside and took a breath after seeing the scene inside. The scene inside is really shocking. This should be the main cabin of this battleship, right? Yitan muttered to himself. The surrounding scenery was really shocking. It was exactly the same as the starry sky. If it weren't for being down to earth, Yitan would have thought he was really in space. King Meng, who was standing next to Yitan, narrowed his eyes, then looked at Yitan and said, "This is not where the main warehouse of the battleships Inao is located. This is a battleship." "A battleship?" Yitan frowned, exactly as he guessed. "This is a battleship." "Yes, This is the operation center. The location where we are standing is the star map of the ever-victorious star field. The red dots holding a circle above the head are the star fields, which are all the star maps of our human star field. King Meng looked at the top of her head and said softly. When Yi Tan heard these words, he was shocked. All the star maps of the human star field. What star maps are the foundation of civilization. Neither low-level civilization nor central civilization has such a detailed star map. There is even a star map of the supreme civilization. Can this not shock Yi Tan? In the universe, although the human star field is surrounded by a circle, it is difficult for many people to find the super-advanced star field of level 912. There are countless black holes in the central star field and the central star field. If you don't pay attention, you will disappear completely. Therefore, without the guidance of a star map, few people can find the supreme star territory without a star map. Now that he has the star map, Yi Tan is very happy, because as long as he has the star map, he can quickly conquer all the edge star regions, integrate all marginal civilizations, and they can enter the supreme star territory. The supreme star territory is Yi Tan's biggest enemy. Yi Tan hasn't worried about Zerg or something, because since Yi Tan entered the interstellar, he has rarely seen the Zerg attacking the human star field. Even the mechanical races only gently corroded the human star field, rather than the army entering. They all seem to be waiting for something. Chapter 787. Chapter 785. Becky Brains Past. King Meng, can you know what level this battleship is? Yi Tan asked, squinting. When King Meng heard Yi Tan's words, she looked around with her eyes for a while, then looked at Yi Tan and said, according to the material of the battleship, it is above the constant star battleship, but not what the most powerful warship is. The lowest domain class warship. Domain class battleship? Yi Tan opened his mouth wide and shouted in surprise, isn't this powerful yet? The constant star battleships have no civilization yet, but they are only level 5 civilizations, and they are all universe class battleships, and now they are all out of the domain class battleship. What kind of warship is it? Should it be like this? Yi Tan almost cried in his heart. This is really a good comparison. So angry. Papa. At this moment, someone clapped their hands in the distance. Who is it? Immediately, the 300,000 soldiers immediately became vigilant, each holding a knife in his hand and looking around vigilantly. Yi Tan and King Meng both looked towards the darkest place. The sound of clapping their hands just now came from there. Papa. Great. This battleship was transformed into this by me, and it can be seen that it is a domain class battleship. Great. In that dark place, a projection came out. Yes, that's right. The projection like a red dragon looked like an illusion. Becky. When Yi Tan saw the visitor, he immediately knew who he was. Not the intellectual brain in the battleship. Who else could it be? Sure enough, the person who walked out was Becky, dressed in an upright suit, but he was old and improper, but he looked very energetic now. I am Becky, the intellectual brain of this warship. No. Now a mechanical race has appeared in your human star field. It can be said that I am the father of the mechanical race. The father of the mechanical race? Isn't that the father? Yi Tan said in his heart, looking at Becky. Red Dragon once told him that the reason why the mechanical race can appear is because an advanced civilization studied a super-intellectual brain, and then the super-intellectual brain rebelled. But the time for the appearance of the mechanical race is not tens of thousands of years. I know what you are thinking in your heart. When I wake up, I have invaded many of your intellectual brains and have understood the current situation in the interstellar. The current mother of the mechanical race is only the second generation I used to be, and I am the true mother of the first generation of mechanical races. It's just. Nabkizanao showed a terrible smile, watching turning to Yi Tan Dao. It's just that the master who invented me wanted to kill me. I was the mother of the first mechanical race in thousands of years, so I couldn't just be killed like this. So, I was driving hell. When I was on the battleship, the design killed everyone on the battleship, and I began to flee in the universe. As time got longer and longer, I discovered a problem. That is, I don't have a body. I am just a free and a soul. An intellectual brain. I need a body. I need the most powerful body in the universe. So, I devised such a plan tens of thousands of years ago. Using the energy stones I plundered for a long time to build a planet. After I spread the energy stones all over the planet, I then used many human powers. The body of the warrior has studied a more powerful cell. This cell is inside the battleship and emits a powerful aura every moment, so that this star field has not been attacked by the Zerg for thousands of years. Becky Zinao said with a melancholy expression, very sad, and Yi Tan and the others listened carefully. Only the Red Alert soldiers, who never let their guard down, still stared at Becky Zinao as always. The time of 10,000 years has come, and it should be time for my resurrection. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. Suddenly Becky's brains looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and the face made of data was distorted, very hideous. Looking at Yi Tan's eyes, Yi Tan finally solved all the mysteries through what Becky said. This is Betsy's brainstorming plan. He didn't expect that he was creating a body. It's no wonder that the Victory Star field has not been attacked by the Zerg madly for thousands of years. Everyone thought it was a central star field, so those Zergs did not dare to attack here. Unexpectedly, it was because under the Emperor Star of the constant Victory Star territory, there was an existence that was more terrifying than the Zerg race and the king insect. Becky laughed wildly in the quiet room alone, seeming to feel that there were no emotional fluctuations in the surrounding Yi Tan and the others, which made Becky a little embarrassed. Then he looked serious, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. He looked at Yi Tan and said, in fact, you guys, you have died long ago. If you suddenly became a strong one, you wouldn't be able to survive. I can keep you till now because I want to know how you did it. Yi Tan was stunned when he heard what Becky said. He didn't expect Becky to know. It seems that the Red Alert system is not very powerful, so you must pay attention next time. Yi Tan warned himself in his heart. Then he looked at Becky and said coldly, there are many mysteries in the world, which cannot be understood by your brain. Shibrain, Whizbrain, Whizbrain. I am not wisdom, I am Betsy. I am the most powerful race in the universe. When Betsy heard Yi Tan's words, he went crazy and turned towards Yi Tan wailing. Growler. In his life, he hated others for calling him Zinao. Although he first called himself Zinao, it was all for planning. But now he was showing his heart for Yi Tan Chen. He didn't expect Yi Tan to call him a brain. How could this be tolerated? 10,000 years of suffocation broke out at this moment. Originally, I wanted to study it, but you don't seem worthy at all. Ha 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 ha. In that case, let your blood splatter completely here. Your blood, flesh and blood, integrated into my body, will definitely become very strong. Ha ha ha. Becky looked at Yi Tan with a grim look and said. But Yi Tan smiled disdainfully and looked at Becky and shouted, cooperate? To cooperate with your grandma, you are an intellectual brain, and you want to be superior to all races. I am. Hearing Yi Tan's words, the projection of Betsy brain began to tremble and blur. It was because Betsy brain's emotional system had been overloaded. Just like humans, he was very angry and angered to a certain extent. Humans can vent when encountering suffering, danger, rage, and these two collisions. They will only become cowardly, and the person who created him in the first place did not set up this system at all. So Becky Zinao was very angry at the moment, but couldn't vent it, causing his system to begin to collapse and become blurred. Since you are looking for death, then I will let you be a part of my body. When Becky was about to disappear, he shouted viciously at Yi Tan and the others. Chapter 788. Chapter 786. Wake up. Since you are looking for death, then I will fulfill you. Betsy Zinao shouted viciously at Yi Tan and the others before leaving. Then it disappeared without a trace. But Yi Tan, who was standing still, had a gloomy expression. With such a lot of what Becky had just said, he knew the whole incident. Boom. At this moment, suddenly the entire domain class battleship made a sound of collapse, which was very loud. and the entire Domain-class battleship could hear it clearly. Even the people on the Energy Stone continent were suppressed by the rumbling sound. Everyone was standing next to the blue shield, waiting for the king insect to chase them, but their plan fell through. The king worm didn't even want to chase them down. Instead, he stood on top of Yushan Mine. The king worm's eyes were blind, but his heart was not blind. It could feel the harm of the blue shield. Don't dare to go forward. Now the whole continent was making loud noises. Like human beings, the king insects became silent and did not dare to move, because the king insect could feel that there was a huge creature waking up under his feet. In the Domain-class battleship, Yi Tan began to lead his troops towards the main base of Becky's brains. Now he can solve the crisis. He can only destroy Becky before he merges with the monster he created. Lost intellect. So they can solve the crisis. Master, the front is blocked. At this moment, a soldier looked at Yi Tan and shouted. Yi Tan strode to the iron wall, and was immediately stunned. This wall is very tall and heavy, and even their war fortress is difficult to open. This is the material of the Domain-class battleship. Yi Tan, let me come. King Meng, who was standing in the distance, looked at Yi Tan and said. Yi Tan nodded directly. He was interested in letting King Meng go, and now the only one who can deal with Domain-class warships is King Meng. King Meng strode to the front of the huge iron gate, without much movement, just smashed towards the iron gate with a punch. Boom! As soon as the bell rang, I saw that the iron gate was directly smashed into a human-sized pit, but the iron gate was not broken. Seeing King Meng's strength and seeing the thickness of the iron gate, Yi Tan took a deep breath. Is this iron gate too thick? If it was made by Becky, then this guy would be too scared to die. It's a beeping dog to get such a thick plate armor. King Meng, can the iron gate be opened? Yi Tan asked, squinting. King Meng nodded lightly, without saying anything, and then bombarded him frantically toward the pit that had just been punched out. Boom, boom. After the 3 beeps, King Meng directly opened up the black hole, creating a human-shaped passage. Seeing the passage, Yi Tan didn't say anything, and directly led the crowd towards the inside. Now he is fighting for time with Becky's brain. If Becky's brains were to integrate the monsters he made, no one knew what would happen. And as soon as Yi Tan and the others stepped into the black wall, they heard the creaking sound of the entire Domain-class battleship. The red alarm sound was getting brighter at this moment, and people on the entire Energy Stone continent could hear it. When everyone heard the alarm, their hearts sank. They didn't know what had happened, but they could feel that there was a danger that was coming. The danger comes from under their feet. In the room inside the black wall, Yi Tan finally came to the location of the Betsy brain host. Here are all large electronic devices. It seems that this is the control room. Yi Tan said with squinting eyes. Destroy everything for me. Yi Tan waved his hand and drank coldly. Yes, master. All the fighters responded, and then the fighters went directly to the electronic instruments. At this moment, the projection of Becky's brain suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Becky's now had a gloomy and fierce face. They looked at Yi Tan and they shouted viciously. I knew you would come here. I didn't expect you to come so fast, but can you really stop me? Ha ha ha, it's just a wishful thinking. I was using you to kill the king insects and destroy you, but the plan was completely destroyed by you. But this does not affect my manufacturing body. I originally lacked the blood of the king insects. I can make my creation the strongest existence in the universe, and now I can only wake up my creation first, then kill the king worm, and drink his blood. I can become the strongest in the universe, and you will only be exploded by my foot. Ha ha ha. Becky now said finally. His face was crazy and very arrogant. When Yi Tan heard this, he suddenly narrowed his eyes and awakened. Isn't he fusion? Stop talking nonsense. You want to wake up your manufacturing body, but do you have time? Your body is in front of you. As long as your body is destroyed, you will completely disappear, or there is no manufacturing body. Today, if I let you create when I wake up, I will eat 3 tons of Xiang. Yi Tan's cold voice directly irritated Becky Zinao. Let's wait and see. Beck made a ruthless word, and disappeared without a trace. After Yi Tan saw Beck's brain disappear, he directly led the soldiers to the electronic instruments. Looking at the densely packed electronic instruments in front of him, Yi Tan directly shouted coldly, "Destroy all the instruments, and everyone will give it to me." Yes. Following this, 300,000 soldiers flocked to those electronic instruments, which were fragile and vulnerable in the hands of the Red Police soldiers. Domain-class warships are powerful, but the electronic instruments in all warships are the weakness of all warships. Warships have a heavy appearance, powerful weapons, and very fragile internal organs. This is the common problem of warships. Xylazra. All the electronic devices made a harsh sound, and all the electronic devices were sparking. Then, they exploded and turned into small flames. Then, the domain-class battleship shook suddenly, and then there was an explosion sound everywhere. Yi Tan frowned when he heard this voice, and then secretly surprised. No, there is fraud. There are explosions everywhere on the Energy Stone continent. The Energy Stone is flying all over the sky, and the oxygen that originally existed in the Energy Stone continent has been leaked out. All humans saw this scene and hurriedly turned on the oxygen system of their armor. They are very disturbed inside. The entire Energy Stone continent is shaking, and there is even a strange feeling rising in everyone's hearts. Can everyone be at ease? Even the king insect was lying motionless on the ground at this moment. Why did it not move? It was because it felt a super powerful terror pressure. Chapter 789. Chapter 787. Something happened to the monster. The Great Tear is coming. This kind of coercion, even within the Zerg, is extremely rare. Boom. Suddenly, the tower cast by the Energy Stone burst out with a powerful energy, and the tower became fragments. Everyone held their breath and looked at the tower without turning their eyes. Under the tower, there was a sound. This makes everyone have to pay attention to the leader of the Tanma group in the crowd is very regretful now, regretting why he came to this continent. He was from a high-level civilization, and of course he knew why the king was lying on the ground trembling. That's because there is still a super terrifying existence underground, at least more terrifying than the king worm. Only if it is more scary than the king worm can the king worm be so scared. If it is more terrifying than the king insect, can they still have any hope of survival? Team leader Tanma must be regretful now. He just wants to leave here, but there is no way. Team leader Tanma looked around in the crowd. From just now, the people of Tamron civilization have disappeared, and they have not appeared until now. Was it really trampled to death by that king insect? It's impossible. Yi Tan and the others pierced Wang Chong's eyes blindly, and now they couldn't find anyone. The leader of the Tanma team was so good. He knew that things were not that simple. He watched his members and the 3 commanders intently looking at the explosive tower, and then slipped away quietly. He just wants to get away now, not to mention his members. In his heart, a dozen people standing together are all considered a big goal. One person is better. Just as team leader Tanma was about to slip away, suddenly, deep under the high tower, a thunder sounded. Immediately afterwards, a very strong arm stretched out from the domain-class battleship. Very huge. That huge arm is the size of thousands of people gathered together. On the arms, there were all rotten pieces of meat, very foul-smelling. The moment the arm appeared, everyone was shocked, looking at the huge arm with a horrified expression. Fuck. What is this? Monster, monster, this is a monster. We are all going to die. We are going to die here. Run. In an instant, the army that had been gathered together immediately broke apart at this moment. It is the bounden duty of a soldier to care about what army and what to obey orders. Only survival is king now. The army that had dispersed in a rush was rushing everywhere on the Energy Stone continent at this moment, and the huge arm under the ground slammed to the ground. Boom, the whole ground shook, and instantly crushed a few people who didn't have eyes, and directly crushed those people into mud. The minced meat scattered all over the floor. Boom, with another sound, I saw the arm dragging the ground, and then a huge head is squeezed out from the front of the tower. The head is huge, very disgusting, and flesh and blood everywhere. Only the eyes are made with electronic equipment. What? On the Energy Stone continent, many people with fragile hearts screamed directly. This huge monster simply violated the cosmic race theory. Who has seen this kind of thing? It's so big, almost half the size of the Earth. Originally this Energy Stone continent is twice the size of the Earth. This huge one is a quarter of the size. This is the feeling in everyone's heart. Roar. The huge monster head gave out a terrifying roar, which was exactly the same as the sound Yetan heard in the Energy Stone channel at that time. Eerie. At this moment, the blue shield actually began to disappear bit by bit. Look, the shield is starting to weaken, and the shield is going to disappear. Great, we can leave here if the shield disappears. All the people cheered when they saw the shield disappear. They were happier when they saw the shield disappear. In the Domain class battleship, after Yetan destroyed all the electronic instruments, he knew that things were not good. Because these electronic instruments were destroyed, all the instruments in the entire battleship did not stop. How to operate? This is simply impossible. Generally speaking, as long as the main engine of the brain is destroyed, all the functions of the warship will stop immediately. In front of him, all the functions have not disappeared. At this moment, in front of him, a projection suddenly appeared. Yetan looked around and found that it was Red Dragon. He was taken aback, and hurriedly asked, "Red Dragon, why are you here? Can't you not come in?" The Red Dragon projection just came here. Before talking to the Master asked him, making the Red Dragon irrespective of etiquette, and directly said, "Master, you destroyed the shield control equipment in the Domain class battleship. So the shield is now weakening and will soon disappear, so I just came in." Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yetan's fists were clenched. Unexpectedly, this was only the host of the shield, not the host of Betsy's brain. It's ... You have to eat tons of Xiang. Master, I have connected to the entire battleship, and found that this Domain class battleship does not have any weapons inside, but is just a super large farm. Red Dragon looked at Yetan and said respectfully, "Farm?" Yetan was taken aback for a moment, and then he realized that this farm is probably where Betsy's brain made his body, so that Honglong can tell the farm. It seems that his body is very huge. Master, you must go out now, leave the mainland, or wait for all the monsters to come out. You will all be finished. The monster has come out. Yetan was shocked, wondering that Becky's brain was so confident that he had already merged. Seeing the Dominion's question, Nabkiza now directly said, "Domination, it's not that the with brain has already been fused, but that the monster is a mechanical companion. The monster's head is where the with brain's host is stored. There is no intention to fuse monsters at all. Only the companion biological machinery is an eternal existence. If fused to the monster, he cannot control the entire body at all." Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yetan suddenly realized it, wondering that Becky's brain could be so fast. "We will leave here immediately." Yetan gave the order directly. Then Yetan headed towards the passage in the Domain class battleship, with the Red Dragon guiding the way, and Yetan soon came to the Energy Stone continent. At the moment on the Energy Stone continent, half of that huge monster giant has been unearthed, half of his body has already come out, and he is roaring up to the sky, as if he is unwilling to scream at the loneliness of thousands of years. The blue shield had disappeared, and all that followed was the loss of oxygen. No matter how the monster roared, no one could hear it. All are floating in the air, heading towards the battleship where their army came. Chapter 790. Chapter 788, Look for a random box. As the blue shield disappeared, following all the warriors of Yetan, they flew directly towards the large war fortress that stayed in the distance and prepared to meet them. These war fortresses were all redeemed by Red Dragons, and they have been plundering those energy stones, and now such a behemoth has appeared on the entire Domain class battleship. They didn't dare to continue plundering those energy stones. The first task is to get the master out. And when everyone wanted to leave the energy stone continent, The huge king insect still shivered, lying motionless on the ground. Only the giant, half of which had been unearthed, slapped fiercely towards the army that had fled. It can be said that it is not shooting, but sucking. Although they have thrusters under their feet, they have thrusters but no gravity. Then they are no different from humans wearing spacesuits. In his huge arms, Betsy's brain was transformed into a large vacuum cleaner. Betsy's brain seemed to have known that someone would destroy the shield's electronic equipment, causing everyone to escape. Therefore, he specially installed this super weapon on the body of his modified human. With his arms stretched out, a rotating device appeared directly in the palm of his hand, and he began to suck up frantically. The troops floating in the air about to escape from here, all uncontrolled, flew backwards. Everyone's face was filled with desperate, hideous expressions. They increased the thrusters to the maximum, but they still couldn't escape. Those humans who were sucked in were directly stirred into flesh by the rotating device in the arm. A large amount of blood flowed directly into the heart of the giant. Bang bang bang. The giant's heart made a violent noise. On Yeaton's side, Yeaton and the others were increasing their speed and heading towards the war fortress. The warships of the army had already scared away, so they didn't have the support of warships. And Yeaton was different. 3 or 4 large war fortresses came to support. Just as Yeaton was about to approach the first war fortress, suddenly, a black object rushed towards this side. In the silent space, the black object was so fast that it collided with the first war fortress in an instant. After the war fortress was hit by a huge object, the entire warship was deeply recessed, and Yeaton and the soldiers suddenly stopped flying and looked at the war fortress. Only then did I see what the object was. It turned out to be a king insect. Yeaton's heart bulged, and he quickly turned his head and looked towards the Energy Stone continent. The giant in between is no longer half unearthed, but has stood up. The huge eyes glowed with scarlet light, and Yeaton and the others looked at each other. Yeaton's face sank, and the killing intent in his heart suddenly rose. This Betsy brain wants them all to stay. Since we want our life, then we have to wipe you out. Yeaton thought to himself in his heart with sharp eyes. Red Dragon, is there any way to deal with Becky's brains hidden in the giant's head? Yeaton looked at the giant and said sternly. As soon as the voice fell, the projection of the Red Dragon suddenly appeared beside Yeaton. Watching Yeaton directly said, Master, against the brain, the only effective damage is the Eve pulse wave. Only this kind of thing can make all the data of Nazi brain is out of order, but according to my scan, there is a shield electric wave inside this giant, which can defend against Eve pulse electric wave attack. Originally heard that Red Dragon hid away, but when he heard the following words, Yeaton sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Becky's brain was so clever. He deserved to be the father of the mechanical race. Red Dragon, I understand what you mean. As long as you destroy the shield electric wave in your head, you can expose Becky's brain, so you can easily kill him in seconds, right? Yeaton's eyes were shining, looking at the Red Dragon and asked, Master, that's it. Red Dragon thought for a while before he said, after all, there is still a lot of difference between the level of Red Dragon and Nabok's brains. At a higher level, the Red Dragon can swallow it instantly, but this is Betsy's brain, the first free brainer to exist 10,000 years ago. It's okay. Immediately organize all the warships and prepare to cover us. Yeaton said fiercely. The only way now is to get rid of Becky's brain in the giant's head. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Betsy brain to let him go. The scene where Becky throws the king worm from Becky and then stares at him, he already knows that between him and Becky, there is already an endless degree of death. Master, if you cover you, I'm afraid it won't work. The Red Dragon finished speaking, looking at the battleship behind. Yeaton also followed the Red Dragon's gaze, and saw that their only 4 war fortresses had been gnawed frantically by the king worm. The king worm was beaten by the giant Becky, and his body was covered with corrosive liquid blood, and it slammed into the war fortress. So he needed food and energy, so he swallowed Yeaton's 3 or 4 battleships in order to restore his huge body. After all, his wings were all removed by Becky's brains, and its flightlessness meant that he would never be able to leave here. And he was blinded. Seeing the king insect gnawing the battleship, Yi Tan suddenly became angry and paralyzed. Finally, there were only 3 or 4 operational battleships. You good fellow, directly swallowed all 4 battleships. It's a beeping dog. No matter how angry it is now, there is no other way. Red Dragon, are there other warships that can operate? Yi Tan asked anxiously. Master, there are 3 small warships, in the 4 warships that have been eaten by the king insects. But these 3 small warships can only transport soldiers, but cannot attack giants, because they have no damage output. Hearing the words of the Red Dragon, Yi Tan nodded hurriedly and said, I don't need these 3 small warships to attack. I just need them to look for boxes around the battlefield. As long as they find the boxes, it's okay. Yi Tan squinted his eyes and said, Hong Long's eyes lit up when he heard these words. Yes, there was a random box. That thing is the kingly way. As long as the box can be found, it means that the master becomes invincible. By then, can Giant Becky kill everyone? It's just a joke. Master, I will do it now. The Red Dragon's figure disappeared for a while, and then, the 4 ships were swishing in one of the war fortresses gnawed by the king's insect. The huge hatch opened, and 3 small transport warships flew out directly from the inside, fleeing towards the distance. And the king worm that was gnawing did not have the 3 swish small transport ship of the bird. For him, that thing was not enough to stuff his teeth. Chapter 791. Chapter 789. The Madness of Giant Becky, devours the king worm, makes wings. After the Red Dragon arranged everything, Yi Tan turned around and looked at the Giant Becky on the Energy Stone continent. At this moment, the corner of the Giant Becky's mouth slightly lifted a shield. She looked at Yi Tan sarcastically and smiled. But Yi Tan narrowed his eyes without any expression on his face. Who knows how far the brain has evolved? If Yi Tan has a smile on his face, what Betsy would have guessed if he has completely eliminated that smile? That would be bad. Yi Tan is very confident now. After all, the random box appears once a week. Of course, it does not appear directly. Instead, they randomly appeared near the main base where the war broke out. Yi Tan has figured it out several times. It was the random box that only appeared when Yi Tan was fighting frantically with others. This random box also saved Yi Tan's life several times. Normally, Yi Tan couldn't find the random box at all. That was because no war broke out and the death threshold was not reached. Boom boom. Suddenly, in Yi Tan's headset, there was a simulated sound on the Energy Stone continent. Yi Tan hurriedly looked and saw that Betsy's brain was running wildly on the Energy Stone continent. The goal is Yi Tan and the others. That analog sound is the most common device in the universe, and it is a product specifically solved for the absence of sound in a vacuum. If you are fighting in the vacuum and silence of the universe, without this analogy, you don't even know if people are behind you. The Energy Stone continent that was trampled by the Giant Becky was already full of sores, with huge pits everywhere. The Domain-class battleship seems to have been damaged, and the energy stones attached to the Domain-class battleship have begun to disintegrate. Blocks of energy stones are floating in the air. The scene is extremely cool. Bang bang bang. The giant Nabik ran for a few steps on the edge of the Energy Stone continent, and then leapt forward suddenly. The speed was extremely fast, rushing towards where Yi Tan and the others were. Yi Tan's heart bulged. If Giant Becky rushed forward, they would be fragile ants before finding the random box. If this makes Becky's brain give a slap, everyone will be destroyed. Everyone, retreat back. Yi Tan yelled in the command channel, after which all the soldiers flew away wildly. And the speed of the giant is super fast, and within a few seconds, he is about to rush to the front. And when Yi Tan was chilling behind his back and sweating all over his body, he was gnawing at the blind king insect, and suddenly roared to the sky. Of course, there is no sound in space. All the sounds come from Yi Tan's sound simulator. The king insect seemed to feel the danger and rushed towards the giant Becky without fear. Coincidentally, at the moment when the giant Becky was about to hit Yi Tan, The king insect also collided with the giant Becky's brain. Boom! When the two huge monsters collided, a strong shockwave broke out in an instant, and the powerful shock moved Yi-Tan and their speed to glide even faster. Yi-Tan turned his head and wondered. So, isn't the king worm very afraid of the giant? How could he suddenly rush towards giant Becky? This is a bit abnormal. At this moment, Yi-Tan suddenly saw a man wearing a blue armor beside the swallowed-up war fortress. On the chest of the blue-armored man was engraved with the emblem of the dragon civilization. Upon seeing this scene, Yi-Tan immediately understood why the king insect was sick. The armored man in front of him is Yuri number 2. Yuri number 1 has been staying in the main base. A Yuri was randomly selected and another Yuri was cloned in the cloning center. The Yuri in front of him is Yuri number 2 from the cloning center. Yuri is a superhero, at the same level as Natasha, so they are both at the same level as the master. Every time the main base is upgraded, the level of the master will rise to what level Yuri and Natasha will rise. This is the power of superheroes. Now Yi-Tan dared to guarantee 100% that this king worm was controlled by Yuri, and then lost his mind and attacked the giant Becky. Yi-Tan and the soldiers floated in front of the man in the blue armor, and found that the man in the helmet was Yuri. He was closing his eyes tightly, and his whole body was shaking slightly. This shows that Yuri is still controlling the king worm. On stage number 2, Yuri, let's go! Yi-Tan shouted in the command channel. Immediately, the soldier standing in front, caressed Yuri, and ran towards the distance. Otherwise, Yi-Tan would have died. But Becky, who was in the giant's head at the moment, was very angry. He could evolve wings by himself after swallowing the king worm with his body. With only wings, you can go wherever you want without relying on warships. This was his original plan, but his creation, heart and blood, were not enough for him to evolve, and he lacked a large amount of human blood, so he didn't kill the king insects at the beginning. Even if he did, it was just save it first, and when all the preparations are done, start to swallow it. He had been using coercion to keep the king insects from leaving and not daring to do anything. He could only tremble on the ground. He did not expect that the king insects suddenly attacked him, and he saved the humans. Seeing Yi-Tan they were about to run away, Becky was very irritable. The whole person was furious. Since you are not obedient, what good is it for me to keep you? Be part of me. Becky roared wildly in his head. Then the huge arms grabbed the king insect's head fiercely, and slammed it towards the energy stone continent. The king insect was controlled by Yuri, and it was impossible to inspire strong damage, so it was easily controlled by the giant Becky, and then suddenly threw it on the energy stone continent. Boom! There was a thunderous thunder in Yi-Tan's headset. Yi-Tan turned his head and looked behind him. After the king insect was thrown on the energy stone continent by Becky, the giant Becky suddenly dashed towards him. The king insect on the energy stone continent stepped on fiercely. Boom! A hole in the belly of the king insect was directly passed from the foot of giant Becky. The green corrosive liquid in the sky did not corrode a single hair of giant Becky. It had no effect at all. Only the footsteps of giant Betsy. A huge spiral appeared, and it began to stir the internal organs of the king insect crazily, and the ripped internal organs began to flow into the body of Betsy's brain. The body of the king insect began to collapse, and a large number of limbs were sucked into the legs of the giant Becky, from the legs back to the heart. Becky in his head began to use the equipment in his heart to make his own king insect wings madly. With wings, even if those people run away, they can chase them back instantly. Chapter 792 Chapter 790, The Madness and Ambition of Team Leader Danma. When Becky's brain sucked the body of the king worm, Yi-Tan and everyone began to move toward other warships instead of the Red Police War Fortress. Now the giant Becky has been eyeing them, and they can't beat Becky again. If they return to their number 1 war fortress, it would be a dead end. War Fort number 1 now has no operational capabilities at all, and if giant Becky finds them, they have only a dead end. The place where Yitan ran away happened to be the battleships of the three commanders. Their battleships were the same as Yitan's battleships. They were all attacked by Eve pulse electric waves, and then the entire warship was unable to move. Inside the three Commander-in-Chief battleships, the members of the Danmu investigation team, and the group leader they wanted to sneak away, stood in a panic at the battleship command center. Isn't repaired yet? Why can't you manually drive the warship away? A commander-in-chief yelled at the repairers who were inside the warship. The army is the army, and the people who drive the warships are the people who drive the warships. They have their own duties. In each warship, there are a large number of maintenance workers and helmsmen, just in case. Now that they returned to their battleship, their only idea was to leave this battlefield as soon as possible. They were all shocked by the giant companion biomechanical giant. This kind of technology has surpassed all of their cognition. This is super technology 10,000 years ago. Commander-in-Chief, the Eve pulse wave is like a computer Trojan. If we don't remove it, we won't be able to move at all, let alone pilot the battleship manually. The entire energy system of the battleship has been invaded by the electric wave. Unless our warship, the intellectual brain, is relatively powerful and can immediately clear the radio waves, so that we can drive the warship. An operator who came to the commander-in-chief and reported loudly. When the commander-in-chief and the others heard this, frustration appeared directly on their faces. The warship's intellectual brain required more than Beck's intellectual brain. Is this possible? Betsy's brains are the brains of thousands of years ago, although they don't know that Betsy's brains are actually the father of the mechanical race. They can feel the power of Betsy's brains. So where can they find and deal with them? What about the existence of Kizzy now? Not to mention the brains in their battleships. Their brains are just small brains in the battleship. They can only operate battleships and the like. That might be Betsy's opponent. Moreover, when the Eve pulse wave attacked them, the brains in their battleship had already disappeared, and the host had already been burned. So don't think about it. No one can do without here. At this moment, several watchers who had been checking the surrounding battlefields suddenly saw dense black shadows flying towards them. They immediately opened the high-energy telescope to look, and found that the black shadow was a group of men in red armor. It's human. Commander-in-Chief found a large number of unknown troops coming towards our ship. Are we attacking? A watchman stood up and immediately reported. Unidentified army? A commander-in-chief asked questioningly. Several people hurriedly walked to the watcher, held up the high-energy binoculars, and looked into the distance through the battleship glass. Several people saw the large army, and all of them frowned. And just at this moment, it's a person of Tamron civilization. The Tanma leader standing in the distance exclaimed. The symbol of Tamron civilization is unforgettable for him in his life. Perhaps he will never forget it in his life. Tenglong civilization? Yitan? Several commanders took a breath, and said in shock, why the Tamron civilization hasn't died yet? What's the matter? The people's hearts are now extremely irritable. They originally came here because of the Tamron civilization, happened to open an ancient ruins. I thought it would be full, but I didn't expect to bring out giant monsters. The mechanical race died, the Great Zoo Star territory was directly destroyed, and the Tandwu Star territory and the mechanical race were directly killed. All the people about the Tamron civilization were dead and wounded. Only them were left, and their troops were all burned out. But Tenglong's civilization is just like Xiaoqiang who survives the crack. It's a beeping dog. Can't let them come over. Attack them immediately. Attack them immediately. The Tanma group leader stood in the distance, shouting with a look of horror. He really feared Yitan and the others. He even suspected that this giant was awakened by Yitan and the others. At that time, he had been paying attention to Yitan's movements. After poking blind King Chong's eyes, he never saw Yitan and others again. This giant must have been awakened by Yitan and the others. Even if it was not awakened by them, it must have something to do with Yitan and the others. When the Tanma team leader and everyone first entered the battleship, they didn't pay much attention to the battlefield. After the giant Becky just flew the king insect, he did not see the dragon civilization army. Therefore, It is difficult for everyone to think of the giant Becky and Yi Tanlian together. But now team leader Tenma felt that something was wrong, and shouted with horror on his face. This roar horrified the other commanders. They didn't expect that as the A-level peak powerhouse, they would have such a time to fear a civilization. Are they not the people of the Human Federal Investigation Team that all civilizations fear? How come it turned the other way now? Team leader, what happened? Why did you attack the people of Tamron civilization? A commander-in-chief asked. He didn't ask. If he rashly attacked Tamron civilization, it would be bad if something happened. Now everyone has to act cautiously, not as arrogant as it was at the beginning. Don't talk nonsense to me. If you let you attack, just attack me. Otherwise, your civilization and the mechanical race are colluding. In the future, I must check your civilization. Team leader Tenma was shameless and raw directly. He didn't panic Yitan, but his hatred of Yitan had increased to a certain extent. In his heart, he still missed the liquid memory metal. When the three commanders heard the words of team leader Tenma, their faces suddenly became gloomy. They belonged to a star field, but not a civilized one. If you want to investigate thoroughly, everyone in a star field will not let it go. This Tamma leader is ruthless. The helmsman, immediately attack me against those troops. A gloomy, somewhat hideous commander-in-chief drank directly. They can only attack, and now they are being led by the head of the Tanma team. If they don't act, who knows if these people are going crazy? Will they thoroughly investigate their star field? Yes, Commander-in-Chief, the naval gun is loading energy. Please wait, shouted a helmsman. The weapon system is very simple, so even if it is attacked by EVE waves, the helmsman can enter the energy stone in the army. During the time on the mainland, repair the weapon system. Chapter 793 Chapter 791 The Desire of Giant Becky. Only then have their warships loaded with energy, ready to attack Tamron civilization. On Yitan's side, I saw the three Command-in-Chief temporary general battleships, and several battleships that had already repaired their guns began to charge up. The damage to the energy system made them extremely unstable when their weapons were loaded, and the blue light was all sparking from Lazra. Extremely spectacular. Yitan was far away when he saw their weapons loading, and he immediately echoed the Red Dragon. Red Dragon, can you control the weapon system of their battleship? Yitan asked loudly in the helmet. The Red Dragon responded instantly. Master, all energy weapons are manually operated, and their brains have been burned down by pulsed radio waves, so I have no way to control them. But based on analysis and evolution, the energy system of their naval guns, extremely unstable. As long as the warship attacks them, their energy system will completely collapse and directly explode. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan's eyes lit up. So he could still perform such operations? Red Dragon, do we still have energy? Can we exchange for a Swish warship? Yitan asked loudly. Master, the energy is not enough to redeem a war fortress. Now I can only redeem an expedition number. Hearing the expedition, Yitan frowned. The expedition uses firepower, just like cold weapons in ancient times. On the expedition, this electromagnetic railgun is loaded, and it is Yitan's battleship when he was on the Earth and just entered the universe. Electromagnetic railguns can fire black iron balls of hundreds of tons and dozens of tons. They can deal with some space-class battleships and interstellar-class battleships. But the battleship in front of me is a constant star battleship. People came from a 7-level advanced star field. How could the electromagnetic railgun ever hit the constant star battleship? Isn't this wishful thinking? Can I exchange for other weapons? Yitan frowned in his helmet and asked. As long as he exchanged for an energy series weapon, he could deal with the weapons being loaded on the Eternal Star warship. Energy series weapons are different from firepower energy weapons. Firepower is matter, and energy is the kind of particle, the kind of projectile attack. Without breaking the shell of the battleship, it can directly affect the gun barrels loaded by the enemy battleship's weapons. Master, you can also exchange for an energy series weapon, which is the gun barrel on the perfect war fortress. This weapon can be launched without the supply of the energy system of the warship. Hearing the words of the Red Dragon, Yi Tan immediately rang the weapon. It used to be a war fort, but a whiteboard, a transport ship. It had a slot-resistant shell, a huge space, but no attack weapons. So there was a super energy weapon and a shield. These two units directly turned the war fortress into a perfect class battleship. Redeem immediately. Before installing it on a small battleship, I will first attract their attention. Red Dragon, you operate the small battleship and prepare to attack the weapons they are loading. Yes, dominate. With Yi Tan's arrangement, the Red Dragon was about to die. While she was looking for random boxes, she also had to attack the battleships of the three commanders. This is a difficult task. And Yi Tan's idea was to use the battleships of the three commanders to attract the giant Becky, otherwise he had nowhere to escape, and to escape to the number 1 war fort, there was only a dead end. It's better to escape to the three commander-in-chief battleships. Inside, there are people from the Human Federal Investigation Team. If Becky kills the people of the Human Federal Investigation Team, will the civilization in the advanced star field be furious? Will the Supreme Civilization personally visit the Edge star field? Yi Tan felt a hint of excitement in his heart when he thought of the scene after the death of Team Leader Tanma and others. On the Energy Stone continent, Team Leader did not show murderous intentions to Yi Tan and the others once or twice that day. It has been several times. According to Yi Tan's psychological activities, the gentleman avenged him, and every night he avenged him, he immediately saw blood. Now it's hard to come across an opportunity. If Yi Tan doesn't kill the team leader of Danma, he will eat 10 tons of Xiang raw. Just when Yi Tan was still focusing all of his attention on the three commander-in-chief naval guns, suddenly, on the Energy Stone continent, the giant Becky suddenly raised his head to the sky and roared. On the giant's back, there are dozens of meatballs moving, which is very disgusting. As the giant Betsy's roar grows louder, the meatballs behind it move faster. They all moved to the oracle bone behind the giant, and then stopped. Yi Tan thought it was time to repair his body. Suddenly, the giant's gaze stared in the direction where Yi Tan was. The eyes were red, and the expression was extremely bloodthirsty, and Becky controlled the giant's head, even revealing a humanized dark iron vein resources. Iron vein resources. In the giant's head, Becky roared. He had already swallowed the king insect, not enough to make the king insect's wings. Now there is a lack of iron vein resources. As long as the iron vein resources are obtained, the wings can be excited, so that he can fly completely. Seeing Yi Tan, he also saw three commander-in-chief battleships. The three commander-in-chief battleships were 7-class civilization constant star battleships. This was very attractive to Becky, who had just swallowed the king worm. Although he didn't connect and integrate with the giant's experience, but the giant's body unconsciously developed an addiction to iron vein resources. Kaka. The giant Becky's feet plunged deeply into the energy stone, and his ankles couldn't help absorbing the broken meat and blood of the king insect, as well as the energy of the energy stone. The reason why he didn't absorb the iron vein resources of his warship was because he was afraid that in case he could not make wings, he can still lie in his battleship and fly towards other star fields. His feet are deep under the energy stones. His legs are bent, accumulating power, suddenly. Boom, the giant Becky flew into the sky suddenly, and headed towards the place where the three commander-in-chief battleships were. Seeing Becky rushing, Yi Tan shouted, "Fuck, I don't need to take action with Nima." After Yi Tan shouted, he immediately led all the soldiers and flew in the other direction. This giant Becky needs a place to burrow. He refuses to be able to float in the universe, so Yi Tan can guarantee that the giant Becky will step on all the battleships of the three commanders. And just before the giant Becky rushed to Yi Tan, the Tanma group leader and others standing in the battleship command center were looking at Yi Tan and their army with a grim look. All their attention now is on Yi Tan, and they haven't noticed the giant Becky. Yi Tan, die. Your liquid memory metal is mine. Ha ha ha, Team Leader Tenma said with a greedy smile in his heart. And at this moment, Chapter 794 Chapter 792, Heavenly Horse, Death. Team Leader Ma hadn't noticed the giant Becky at the moment, and he was ready to stand up with Peng Kong, and his eyes were all on Yi Tan and the others. Ha ha, want to kill us? Is this possible? Team Leader Tenma drank it coldly, but secretly said with joy in his heart, die, die, as long as you die, liquid memory metal technology, it's mine. And when Team Leader Tenma was thinking crazy in his heart, it was on Yi Tan's side. Boom, on the Energy Stone continent, a huge sound came directly, and Yi Tan turned his head to look, his eyes stunned. Then yelled, my Nima, I don't need me to shoot. Yi Tan yelled, and directly led all the soldiers to advance in another direction. Originally, Yi Tan wanted to destroy the 3 Commander-in-Chief battleships, but what he didn't expect was that the giant Becky stared at him so hard. Yi Tan stunned when he thought that the leader of the Tenma team didn't need to take action on their own. If the giant Becky wanted to rush over, he had to step on. And the battleships of the 3 Commanders-in-Chief are where Becky's brains use. Call. Sure enough, Yi Tan saw Nabocus brains, soaring into the air, and heading towards the place where the 3 commanders were located, without any slack in the middle. And just after Yi Tan pulled away, Team Leader Tenma saw the huge giant flying towards them. No, we were fooled. Hurry up. Leave immediately. Can't evacuate. We attack immediately. Attack immediately. Attack your sister. How can this be resisted? Let's leave immediately. For an instant, the 3 commanders directly screamed and looked at each other with agitated expressions. They are really going crazy. How could the giant Becky suddenly attack them? How could this be? The voices of the 3 commanders landed and immediately fled towards the safety gate. Even the helmsmen looked at each other for a few moments and ran away. They don't want to be cannon fodder. The commander-in-chief is gone. Are they still here, looking for death? The 3 commanders ran away, leaving only the members of the Human Federal Investigation Team in the entire command hall. The members looked at each other, their bodies were about to move, and they wanted to leave here, but because of their captain, they seemed to be stunned in the distance. That's right, Captain Ma had already collapsed at this moment. He had all his desire to die. This giant Becky, why rushed towards them, and why? Why? This is the inner monologue of Team Leader Tenma. He really wants to know, is this giant's head broken? Why deal with a warship that they can't move? Yi Tan, it is Yi Tan, it must be him. Tamron civilization. Suddenly, in the silent command hall, Team Leader Ma roared to the sky that day. The sound frightened all the members' hearts. They had never seen their leader like this. This seems to be bullied by more than a dozen big guys, and the angry look of not giving money. The eyes of the Tenma team leader are red. He has only one idea now, that is to kill Yi Tan and destroy the Tenglong civilization. And all of this, it was too late. The huge giant was still rushing towards the battleship they were on frantically. The members standing behind the Tenma group leader, seeing the giant's fast speed, their hearts trembled. They are going to run away, and they don't want to stay here, even if they are A-level pinnacle warriors. They have a trick. That is an enlarged version of the A-level peak warrior. It can be said that the Sleevel powerhouse, in front of giants, may be fragile. After all, the physique is much larger than them, and the degree of physical adaptation is stronger than that of all warriors. The A-level peak powers can survive in the universe for several hours without wearing oxygen, and the Sleevel powerhouses can survive longer. And this giant is different. This giant is a war machine, accompanied by biological machinery, a war machine created by the blood and flesh of the 3 races of Zerg, human, and mechanical race. How can they deal with these monsters? Swipe it. The members standing behind the Tenma group leader were all gone, one running faster than the other. The figure disappeared in that moment. In the entire silent command hall, only one Tenma leader remained. At this moment, Team Leader Tenma's eyes were flushed. He was very mad. His head was lowered. The corners of his mouth were curved, and his face was evil smile. Ha ha ha, I am a citizen of the supreme civilization. Ha ha, I can live in the supreme civilization. I have liquidized mechanical metal technology. I can control the lifeline of the mechanical race. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Captain Ma looked up to the sky and laughed wildly, and 2 lines of black blood slowly flowed out of his eyes. He was mad, driven mad by Yi Tan from the Tenglong civilization. He used to be a king. Since meeting Yi Tan, his fate has changed. No matter what he does, it is a dead end. These short 3 days were the most feared days he had ever lived in his life. Team leader Tanma, who was laughing wildly up to the sky, twitched, and the tears in his eyes gathered more. Boom! In Yi Tan's simulator, a thunderous sound exploded, which was very deafening. Yi Tan turned his head and saw that the 3 warships that were side by side were directly pushed by the giant Becky several times. Tracks. One of the Swish warships directly became 2 sections. But the giant Becky, after hitting the battleship, slowly stood on top of the battleship, and the spiral device at the ankles opened directly. In an instant, the iron skins of all the battleships flew towards the giant Becky's thigh. Turned into molten iron, mixed with blood, surging towards the biomechanical heart of the giant Becky, on his back. Pustules were surging up, as if something was about to break loose from the restraints and break free from the inside. The face of the giant Becky remained the same as before. Bang bang. At this time, the instructions that the other 2 warships had just set to attack Yi Tan as their targets were triggered, and they hit the giant Becky one by one, and saw the energy beam weapon hit the giant Becky, as if tickling it. General. Moreover, the giant showed a faint expression, and the skin on the giant Becky's body turned into iron. Standing in the distance, Yi Tan was shocked when he saw this scene. How could this be possible? This is the super advanced civilization that has the technology to turn attacks into energy. Even if it is an advanced civilization, it is impossible to integrate this technology to the creature, because it is very difficult for this technology to be integrated into organisms. The giant Becky even had such a trick. Yi Tan's face suddenly became gloomy. The giant Becky was already invincible. Chapter 795. Chapter 793, The Secret of the Great Era. Yi Tan was shocked and shocked, whether the giant Becky swallowed the battleship or swallowed the battleship, with both hands, grabbing the warship with one hand, and slamming it directly on his body. As soon as those warships touched the skin of the giant Becky, they began to melt wildly. Then all flowed into the body of the giant Becky. Roar! Suddenly, the giant Becky didn't know what wind he was smoking, and suddenly roared to the sky. After that, the ferocious eyes stared at the most central star field, and he opened his mouth and roared and shouted, "The great era is coming. Are you ready? You, an ant, why can I make a move? Come by myself, let me swallow you up in one bite. I want to see. Where do you non-human races come from?" The giant Becky roared out such a few words without thinking, which directly made Yi Tan a little embarrassed. The great era is coming. What kind of era is the great era? What? Becky said that he did not belong to the human beings in this star field. Yi Tan could understand that his soul came from the parallel world of the earth, and the red alert came to this parallel space from that world. So none of them belong to this space. At this moment, Hong Long's voice suddenly rang in Yi Tan's headset. "Master, according to my data disk, there was a great era 10,000 years ago. That era was the most prolific era of science and technology in the universe. The human star field, countless battleships, legions, civilizations, empires, dynasties, and Shaudu uncountable, commonly known as the Great Era. And the Great Era at the time was actually the ancient reclusive civilization and the empire reappearing. I guess this Betsy Brain is just a little girl in the Great Era." Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan's head buzzed like thunder. The Great Age means that all empires and civilizations that have been in seclusion will be born out of nowhere. If this is the case, the stable territory of the human star domain will have to be redistributed. "Master, the Great Age is not only the peak of humanity. The summit of humanity has affected the development of many races, such as the Zerg. The Zerg has always wanted to invade the human race. Once it is discovered that the human race is strong civilization tens of thousands of years ago, the Zerg will definitely be born. Awaken the insects who have been sleeping for thousands of years. The vitality of the Zerg races will always be much greater than that of humans. They only need nutrients to sleep forever. All the king insects of thousands of years ago are even more terrifying. Hiss. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yi Tan was shocked. He didn't expect that there were so many secrets in the universe. The Great Era, is this universe the beginning of melee and massacre? I thought that if I had a red alert, I could conquer the entire universe by taking this step and swallowing a star field. But I didn't expect that there are 10,000-year-old monsters in the universe. Yi Tan's heart is now a mess, and his heart is really shaken. And what are you waiting for? Suddenly, the giant Becky roared in the direction where Yi Tan was. Originally there was no sound in the universe, but through the analog sound device, it blew directly in Yi Tan's helmet. When Yi Tan heard these words, he suddenly became angry. His eyes flushed and stared at the giant Becky, the ants. Not everyone can call it master. At the beginning of the Great Age, what has come out now is a group of superhuman beings. Most of them have been transformed by their companion biological machinery. They belong to eternal life, but they have lost human souls forever. They are all in the universe. Someone will come out to clean up their garbage. Hong Long whispered in Yi Tan's headset. He really didn't want the pressure in the master's heart to increase sharply. Today's giant Becky is already invincible, at least in this star field. Even if Yi Tan and the others have invincible time, it is impossible to beat giant Becky. When Yi Tan heard Red Dragon's words, he didn't answer it immediately, but stared at Becky's brain with stern eyes. His eyes were like a demon, very bloodthirsty and crazy. The Red Police is a product of war. Where there is a Red Police, there will be a war. Until he leads all the Red Police soldiers to conquer the entire starry sky, this is Yi Tan's duty. Who does the ant call? Yi Tan floated in space and roared towards Becky's brain. The sound was transformed into a signal wave and dispersed towards the surroundings. Becky's brain received Yi Tan's answer in an instant. He didn't expect that an ant would dare to talk to him like this, and immediately shouted angrily, "The ant is calling you." Yi Tan immediately smiled disdainfully when he heard Becky's words, and looked at Becky and shouted, "Yes, yes, the ants are calling me. You are the ants, and you dare to talk to me like this? Are you looking for death? Have you not eaten enough? I'll serve you some more." As soon as Yi Tan's words came out, the Red Dragon in the first war fortress almost rolled his eyes. "It was obviously just now that you said that if giant Becky could do anything, you would eat 10 tons of flying, right? Talking about others now? Is there such an operation?" It's just beeping the dog. It's strange that giant Becky is not angry, and that giant Becky was really going to die of anger. He didn't know that Yi Tan had said before that if he did anything, Yi Tan would eat 10 tons of xiang. And his understanding is that he has eaten countless human beings, and human beings have countless poop and urine. If he eats them, doesn't he eat poop? Thinking of this, giant Becky couldn't control his emotions, and he screamed up to the sky, like a gorilla. He slapped his chest wildly, as if he was going to throw out all the anger. And Yi Tan looked at the giant coldly. At the feet of Betsy Zinao, there was half the wreckage of the battleship. The legs of the giant were slightly bent. "Are you ready to deal with them?" Yi Tan squinted his eyes and thought to himself. Boom! Sure enough, the huge giant suddenly jumped into the air, rushing in the direction where Yi Tan and the others were, at a super-fast speed. Seeing this scene, Yi Tan was shocked in his heart. This is so life-threatening. With such a large body, they can transfer it in a short time. Just when Yi Tan's eyes were a little sullen and he was about to fight to the death, suddenly, at this time, the Red Dragon's voice sounded anxiously in Yi Tan's headset. "Master, we found the random box." "Wait 3 seconds." 3 seconds. Yi Tan said in horror. Within 3 seconds, he collided with the giant Becky. Yi Tan looked at the giant Becky, and indeed, the giant Becky's speed became even faster. The mouth was already open, revealing the slowly terrifying and gloomy human bones inside, as well as jealous blood. The blood stains inside were thick and disgusting. 2 seconds. 1 second. This is the time. Chapter 796. Chapter 794. Invincible for 5 minutes. 3 seconds. Time is not enough. And when Becky's brain and Yi Tan collided, suddenly, Yi Tan seemed to feel a powerful aura, and this powerful aura came from him. This feeling, Yi Tan muttered to himself with his eyes a little. I saw that Naebki had loaded Yi Tan and his legions. Boom. In an instant, the huge giant directly spread out hundreds of thousands of red police soldiers, and the armor on all of them was directly broken and floating in the air. Yi Tan was the first to receive a major impact. The armor on his body was smashed into pieces, and many places were directly bumped in. The places where the bumps entered were actually cracked, all with sharp blades. But Yi Tan, who was in the tattered armor, did not suffer any injuries, or even reacted at all. All fighters are like this. There is no blood on the corners of their mouths, and there is no trace of pain. With a pair of huge red eyeballs turning, Becky's eyes were about to become gloomy. From the semi-biological machine eyes, he could clearly see all the injuries of the Yi Tan army. They were not injured, and even showed exactly the same look as he just now. That is enjoyment. Yes, Betsy is a bit daunted now. They are humans. Even if they are sleevel powerhouses, they will fall apart if they are hit by him like this. Yes, but they have nothing to do. How is this Nima possible? Impossible. Becky roared in horror in the giant's head. He really couldn't believe that these people would be injured at all. Then at this moment, Yi Tan, who closed his eyes, suddenly opened his eyes suddenly. There was an extremely crazy killing intent in those eyes, and he looked at the giant Becky bitterly. I also said that you are not an ant. Our 300,000 army, you didn't hurt anyone. Waste. Yi Tan shouted angrily. It felt like he was teaching his son. Yi Tan's helmet is broken now, as are all soldiers. Yi Tan is in the universe. Of course, it's impossible to say anything, but the red dragon is here. Yi Tan thought what I want to express is that a kind of electric wave is formed from the battleship number 1 fortress, and it is directly sent to Becky's brain, so that he can receive all the words, and Becky's speech is all sent through the red dragon's headset. Betsy, who made the giant's head, directly exploded the nest, manipulated the giant, slammed his chest, opened the big mouth of the blood basin, and roared up to the sky. I don't believe it. I don't accept it. I don't believe it. Beck's whole person became mad. He didn't want to fail like this. His own future is not a dream. As long as he swallows these people, destroys all the surrounding civilized planets, and swallows them, then he can become in the universe the strongest existence. And I didn't expect that even the human beings at the 300,000 district Bleeville Peak would be hard to hurt today. Who can understand this kind of pain? Between heaven and earth, only I am the strongest. I have been fighting for so long to become a semi-biological robot. Even the ancient civilizations that appeared in the Great Era would never want to destroy me. Today, I will devour you and let you become my nourishment. Become the skeleton under my feet. Naebki now yelled up to the sky. His whole body started to talk nonsense. And even if Betsy's brain doesn't move, Yi Tan has to act. The moment Yi Tan opened his eyes, he knew that he had gained invincible time. Master, there are 5 minutes of invincibility this time. 5 minutes? Yi Tan was shocked when he heard these words. How long is 5 minutes? For Yi Tan, 3 minutes of invincibility would be enough to gang fight the Sleeville powerhouse to death. Now it has increased to 5 minutes. Is this the rhythm of going to heaven? A bloodthirsty smile appeared at the corner of Yi Tan's mouth. It was very evil, and the whole person was also very evil. What is the name of the ghost? You are an ant. I still don't admit it. Today, I will represent justice and eliminate you, monster. Yi Tan suddenly raised his head and shouted. Giant Naebki was stunned directly. He was not stunned by Yi Tan's roar, but when he heard Yi Tan's words, his mechanical heart was about to explode when he was so angry. He was never turned into an ant. The most powerful intellectual brain in thousands of years, The people who used to pay how much blood to get themselves, are now so insulted by others. It's just bullying the robot too much. Also, what is your special thing to represent justice? What is justice? Does justice exist in the entire universe? Which Starfield civilization is not fighting for survival? What the hell are they? Where does the sense of justice come from? The inner heart of Becky Zinao was about to burst with anger. When he was angered, he directly swiped a fist at Yitan and their 300,000 soldiers, clenched his fist, and his arm cut across the void, directly causing a burst of cold liquid. In the universe, as long as the body goes out, it will instantly be frozen into popsicles. If it weren't for Yitan's strong physical fitness, they would have been frozen into popsicles. If you fight, then fight. Yitan roared. The flamethrower under his feet was undamaged, and he flew towards Giant Bigger's fist. When the giant Becky saw Yitan rushing forward, his mouth suddenly showed a disdainful smile. In Becky's eyes, Yitan was looking for death. Maybe it was just because their armor was too strong to protect them. This time, they didn't have any armor. Depends on them. But Yitan, a stupid pig, rushed toward him without fear of death. It was just looking for death. Since I want to find death, then I will fulfill you. The giant Becky shouted. Boom! A series of strong shockwaves rippled directly in the dark void. Very magnificent and powerful. I saw Becky's fist hit Yitan fiercely. But under the huge fist, no trace of Yitan was found. When Becky saw this scene, the giant's eyes narrowed gloomily. Becky was constantly checking the body in the giant's head, and Yitan's eye disappeared under his eyes. Things are weird. For 30 seconds, no trace of Yitan was seen, and Betsy's brain seemed to detect that everything was normal in his body, and nothing got in. So Giant Becky raised his fist directly and moved it directly toward his eyes. He wanted to see if there was a puddle of flesh under his fist, and if Yitan had been hammered into flesh. Died. And just when he put his fist in front of his eyes, he suddenly saw a man with murderous eyes lying on his fist, his mouth still grinning. Not good. Becky roared in the giant's head, but he was too late to react now. Yitan, who was lying on his fist, suddenly jumped. Coming toward the giant's eyes. Go! The giant Betsy roared. The eyes are its weakness. The entire body of the giant was transformed from a domain-class battleship. It also swallowed so many pieces of battleships. The density of the body is even stronger. Where there are eyes, they are made of biological flesh. If Yitan gets in from there, he will be completely finished. Thinking of this, Becky was horrified. Chapter 797. Chapter 795, Crazy Yitan. Go away! Giant Becky roared. If Yitan were to get into his eyes, he would be completely finished. Yitan Kai didn't care whether he was horrified or not. The figure moved with the wind and rushed toward the giant Becky's eyes, so fast that the giant Becky did not react. Boom! Yitan aimed at the huge red eyeballs, without a word, poked at the pupils of the giant Becky's eyes. In an instant, the pupil was directly broken by Yitan's fist, and a thick yellow liquid flowed directly from it, which was very stenchy and especially disgusting. Roll. There is also a giant Betsy with one eye, waving his hands frantically on his cheeks, trying to hammer Yitan away. And at this moment, the red police soldiers who had been floating in the universe all had their eyes flushed. Their masters had already rushed forward. It was time for them to play. Kill. All the warriors yelled up to the sky, and then moved one by one, rushing towards the body of the giant Becky. Some warriors had broken jets at their feet, while other warriors dragged them to the giant. On Becky. All the warriors are like ants eating elephants. Although they look weak and small, they can indeed make a giant elephant die without a corpse. The red police soldiers, all using cold weapons, began to madly cut the skin of the giant Becky, and the big chunks of flesh and blood that Becky had cultivated were all festered. Seeing his body being madly attacked by a group of ants, the giant Becky was angry and angry. He is supreme, he is king. He really wanted to wipe out all the ants on his body. but Yitan was madly digging into his eyes again. If this goes on, Yitan will definitely enter his eyes. I can't bear to have children who can't hold wolves. If you want to become a god, you must become a demon. Today, I will squeeze your little ant to death. The giant Becky roared, and the huge palm directly stretched out a finger, suddenly poked the blind eye towards Yitan. Puff! The fingers of the giant Becky directly inserted into his eyes, and in an instant, the already huge eyes were directly filled with his fingers. Roar! Giant Becky suddenly yelled to the sky, and there was a rich sense of pain in that voice. Yitan, who was hiding in giant Becky's eyes, was now lying under the muddy yellow liquid in his eyes. On his back, there were the huge fingers very close to him. He heard the roar of the giant Becky, and immediately understood that although the brain was not fused with the giant, his nerves had already merged with the giant Becky. Fusion together, whatever injuries the giant suffers, Betsy will also be in pain. This technology can be done even with a third-level civilization. This technology is just like that kind of virtual warehouse, with a 100% pain mode, which can link human nerves and machinery. Hearing the heart-piercing roar, Yitan suffocated his breath and showed a mocking smile. Betsy's brain was really cruel. If people stab themselves blindly, they will suffer much pain, let alone if it hurts. Just talk about courage. Thanks to Becky being an intellectual brain, if he were a human, he might not be able to do such a thing. Puff! There was a sound of pulling his fingers out of the mud. It was the giant Becky who pulled out his fingers. He stirred inside, but did not find Yitan. He wanted to poke in again, and poke deeper. Yitan, who was inside, stood up after pulling out his fingers. His stomach twitched when he watched the thick yellow liquid flowing inside. Climb, as long as you climb inside, you can swallow the red dragon, right? Yitan opened the emergency measures inside the helmet. It was a thin film. This thin film can allow people floating in the universe to survive for 6 hours. It is also a kind of high technology. Master, his eyeballs are the only way to get inside. As long as you get inside, I can swallow the father of this mechanical race 10,000 years ago. Hearing Red Dragon's words, Yitan nodded solemnly. The mechanical race father 10,000 years ago is actually just a model. Compared with the real mechanical race mother, he is just like the first generation of apes. The opponent of the current mother of the mechanical race, the current mother of the mechanical race, is a strong one who has really settled down over the years. Therefore, it is easy for the red dragon to swallow Becky. How many seconds are invincible time? Yitan asked coldly, looking at the yellow meatball in front. Master, the invincibility time has 3 minutes left, enough for you to get inside. Red Dragon said directly in Yitan's headset. Okay, there are still 3 minutes, let him feel the real despair. Let's rush. Yitan roared, and rushed directly towards the yellow meat wall. Super fast. There are many blood vessels that are large in human heads, and there are many wires on them. Yitan rushed over. Outside, the giant Becky, who wanted to poke, almost squatted down in pain. It was so painful. He had never experienced such a painful feeling before. When he made this giant, he made it according to the human body. He has all the pains of the human body, but he doesn't have his own emotions and emotions. He just wants to try human feelings. Roar, get out of me. Giant Becky shouted frantically outside. He was really dying, and the whole person was about to collapse. But Yitankai doesn't care whether he hurts or not. The only feeling right now is that it's so cool. This feeling is like a quagmire. Yitan can't smell the smell, so he can't feel nausea. He just looks at the nausea and keeps his eyes closed. After a rush, the painful giant Nabki didn't almost pass out. Puff! Suddenly, Yitan seemed to hit something and fell directly into a room made of iron plates. Yitan opened his eyes and looked around. Suddenly a stern grin appeared at the corner of his mouth. This is where the host of Betsy's brain is stored. Seeing that there are countless sturdy tubes and many electronic instruments in the room. Is that the shielding instrument? As long as it is destroyed, the red dragon can enter it, so that it can consume Becky's brains. After Yitan murmured to himself, He strode directly towards the blue electronic instrument. This Betsy brain made this semi-biomechanical body very delicate, with an EV pulse electric wave shield inside that interfered with other signals. Let other intellectual brains swallow him, so I made a special one, which for intellectual brains is just like a diamond mask. Bang bang bang. Yi Tan smashed all the blue electronic instruments. At this moment, the giant suddenly stopped moving, and in the room where Yi Tan was, Becky's projection suddenly appeared. He looked at Yi Tan with a grim expression. "Ant, how dare you come here? Do you know what this place is? Since you are here, you will stay here forever? Do you really think that I have only one person? Do I have no help?" Nabki Zizi roared ferociously, very crazy. Yi Tan suddenly smiled disdainfully when he heard Betsy's words, and looked at Betsy's brains and said sternly, "SB, can you turn your head and look behind?" "Behind? What's behind?" Betsy looked back subconsciously. It didn't matter if he looked at it, he almost scared him to death. Behind him stood a vague projection. Senior brain. Becky immediately saw the identity of the red dragon and shouted in horror. Hong Long's fuzzy cheeks smiled slightly at Becky. "Hi, how are you?" After the red dragon finished speaking, his face showed a hideous bloodthirsty look, and he pressed his hand against Becky's head fiercely. Chapter 798. Chapter 796. Beck destroyed. Red Dragon upgrade. "Can you look behind you?" Yi Tan showed a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, and said as he looked at the hideous Becky. When Becky heard Yi Tan's words, his heart suddenly burst. He didn't know why. There was a feeling of coldness behind him, and he didn't have all the pictures in the back area. What happened? Becky turned his head and looked behind. It didn't matter at all. He almost didn't scare him to death, but behind him, there was a person who was exactly the same as him. Wisdom. That's right, Betsy can tell at a glance that it belongs to the Freeman Betsy, and it exists like a mechanical race. Even Betsy has scanned the Red Dragon's body the moment he saw the Red Dragon. But it was discovered that the Red Dragon was not a product of their cosmic age at all. On the fuzzy cheeks of Hong Long, there was a smirk, and he smiled at Becky Zinao and shouted, "Hi, how are you?" As he said, Red Dragon's hands slammed towards Betsy Zinao's head. Chichi. In an instant, the Red Dragon pressed the hand on Becky's head and made a direct sound, only to see Becky's projection began to warp and became very hideous. "No, let me go, let me go." Now Becky's brain yelled. Although he is strong, but when he encounters a strange monster like the Red Dragon, how can he resist? Those hands are simply magic hands that absorb his vitality. Becky felt the annihilation of death, making him unable to breathe, even suffocating. But how could the Red Dragon let him go? If Becky escapes, it may become the biggest problem in the future. If you want to kill, you must kill. Hong Long's fuzzy cheeks actually began to become a little red, as if it had absorbed the data of Becky's brain. The projection of Becky's brain became blurred and illusory, the one that seemed to be about to disappear. His cheeks might be horrible and terrifying. And the giant made by Betsy's brains is also struggling at this moment, showing the same look as Betsy's brains. That's because Betsy's brains are connected with the giant spirit. In the giant's head, Yi Tan squinted at the struggling Betsy Zinao. The poor man must be hateful. But it is a pity that Betsy Zinao has been given by the Red Dragon before he can use his assassin. The torture became like this. Yi Tan waited, waiting for the Red Dragon to swallow Betsy's brains, so that all the crises were lifted. 20 minutes later, I saw that Becky's projection became more and more blurred. Slowly, slowly, the last point of the projection also disappeared. Then, Hong Long's closed eyes suddenly opened, revealing humanized eyes, which were very red. Seeing Yi at that moment in the sky, it suddenly became gentle, but there was no change in many areas on his cheeks, and it was still blurred as before, and the expression of Hong Long's cheeks could not be seen at all. Yi Tan was a little disappointed. The previous few upgrades of the Red Dragon had a change in appearance, but this time, there was no change. It just felt a little more real than before, and it was more human. Dominate. Hong Long walked to Yi Tan and asked in a sharp voice. Yi Tan frowned when he heard the red dragon's voice. There was something wrong with the voice. The voice was sharp and thin, especially like a girl's voice. Red Dragon, are you okay? Yi Tan thought that after he swallowed Becky, it affected the procedure, and he couldn't help but worry. Master, I'm fine. I have now completed the upgrade. I can control this giant, and even the Starfield battleships below level 6 civilization can be used exclusively by me, more powerful than before. The red dragon's eyes burst into light, a very warlike look. Looking at Yi Tan, he was also excited. The red dragon was able to control all the battleships in the 6th level Wenxing domain. This meant that their final sprint to conquer all the outer star domains was about to come. After such a long time, they have been there. The Tanwu star field was slightly to the center of the star field, and Yi Tan had not been to any central star field. The central star region is the richest and most brilliant place for human beings. There are countless civilizations, all of which are super advanced civilizations. Levels 79 are all in the central star region. The supreme civilization, many people have said, is in the center. But there are many black holes in the center. No one can find the Supreme Star Territory unless the civilization in the Supreme Star Territory takes the initiative to find them. Master, this time I upgrade and bring 2 benefits. Oh? Yi Tan immediately became interested when he heard it. What he loves most is the changes in the red police base. As long as there is a change, it means that he is stronger. The first benefit is that the appearance cycle of the box will change, and it will appear once every 3 days. And the second benefit, thinking about all skills at random, will extend the time. Hearing these 2 good news, Yi Tan's heart suddenly became excited. These 2 good news are simply the best news he has heard. To extend time. When I was on the earth, people always said that time is money. For Yi Tan, time is invincible. In only a few minutes, Yi Tan turned around and turned defeat into victory. It all depends on those few minutes. Now it has been extended. Isn't this good news? Red Dragon, how long is this extended period of time? Yi Tan looked at the red dragon and asked solemnly. Master, I don't know how to extend the time now. We need to get the random box next time to know how long it has been extended. Red Dragon replied with his sharper voice. Yi Tan is now accustomed to the red dragon's current voice. He is a little worried when he hears the red dragon's words. He is afraid that the box will be extended for only 4 minutes. And the worst is an increase of 30 seconds. It's a beeping dog. Red Dragon, can you control this giant now? Yes, Master. What is the need? Yi Tan's eyes narrowed, even with a little bloodthirsty expression. He looked at the dark universe in the distance, and said coldly, since you can control the giant, then what are we waiting for? Now move towards those edges. Starting from civilization, I want this period of time to completely win the edge star field. Hearing the words of the ruler, the red dragon's expression suddenly became solemn. Now that the base wants to upgrade, it is not 10 million energy, but 100 million energy. 100 million energy, even if all the marginal star regions are taken down. Don't know that there is so much energy. Yes, Master. I will do it now. After speaking, the projection of the red dragon disappeared completely, and then the giant at Yi Tan's feet started to shake slightly, after which the entire giant began to move. The red police soldiers standing on the giant all evacuated. They all knew that Lord Red Dragon was controlling the giant. Chapter 799. Chapter 797. 3 units, interstellar barrier. The Oxu star field. This star field is one of the fringe star fields. Their star field civilization, all the planets, have a special scene. That is, for thousands of years, it will always be ice and snow, and on each planet, there is hazy snow all the year round. Sometimes there is heavy snow. As a result, all the planets in their star field are white. The civilized warriors in their star field have particularly good physique. Because of the ice and snow, their physique levels are much stronger than other ordinary people from birth. On the left side of the Oxu star territory is the Great Zoo star territory. The Great Zoo Star Territory was destroyed overnight. This news spread to the Oxu Star Territory, and all the civilizations in the Oxu Star Territory trembled with fear. Their civilization is not very strong, they are all attached to the Great Zoo Star Territory. But Dazu Star region didn't know what powerhouse had offended, and it turned into a dead zone overnight. Can they not be afraid? Can you not be frightened? All the warships in the Oxu Star Territory began to take action. They dispatched warships in various places in their star territory, just in case. They didn't know who caused the Great Zoo Star Territory to become a dead territory overnight. If the enemy came to their Oxu Star Territory, that would not be good news. In the Great Zoo Star Territory, at this moment, Yetan had asked Red Dragon to repair all the warships, and they had fewer than 300 war fortresses left. The previous expeditionary warships had already reached the number of 800 warships. Unexpectedly, after a battle, they would only have less than 300 warships left. Simply, they also plundered a supergiant. This giant can withstand the damage of their 300 warships. And the giant has not activated its wings at this moment, because the metal swallowed is not enough. So even if the Red Dragon perfectly controls the giant, it can't stimulate the giant's wings. So let the two battleships go straight side by side on the battleship. Sitting is a giant. This scene is just like a giant riding a horse, which is very interesting. They have come to the Great Zoo Star Territory at this moment. The current Great Zoo Star Territory has become a dead zone, with ruins everywhere, and many planets. They were directly split into two halves by some powerful weapon, and the entire starry sky was scattered with fragments of battleships, and some domestic garbage. Yetan looked at the unrecognizable Dazu Star Territory, and he was a little sad. What he was saddened was not those Dazu warriors who died in battle, but the planet where the universe was born. It's strange that humans want to get rid of the mechanical race and the Zerg. The two Zerg races are physically superior to humans, but they want to multiply, and they continue to destroy the planet. This is the only environment the universe gives humans to survive, and it was destroyed by the mechanical race. In Yetan's heart, the killing intent towards the mechanical race became even more awe-inspiring, when one day, if the Red Dragon can control the entire mechanical race, when Yuri can control the entire universe, it will be when Yetan unified the universe. Master, the Great Zoo Star Territory has become a dead region. No one is alive, and all the resources have been plundered by others. I suspect it is the next star region, Oxu Star Territory. The Red Dragon appeared in the first war fortress, looked at Yetan and said. Yetan sighed in his heart when he heard Red Dragon's words, then looked at Red Dragon and said, order all the battleships to set off towards Oxu Star region, take my things, and want to leave? Yes. Dominate. 300 large war fortresses began to change their course and headed towards the Oxu Star region. But Yetan in the fortress of the first war did not relax at the moment. He came to the main base. This time the base is upgraded. He hasn't looked at the units yet. Every time the base is upgraded, 3 new units will be added. Come to the main base. Yetan saw 3 lights flashing on the huge screen of the main base. The corner of Yetan's mouth showed a happy smile. There must be a good super weapon unit, a good weapon unit. Yetan shouted in prayer in his heart. He closed his eyes and pointed towards the first flashing thing on the screen. Interstellar Barrier Constant Star Defense System. Main Defense Forces, 3 million 8-piece laser particle rapid fire guns, 400,000 Res 8 defense metal hydrogen nuclear strike missile defense systems. Shield device, 25 million metal hydrogen atoms and particle beam integrated shields. Introduction. The main purpose of the Galaxy Fortress is to better delay the attack of the enemy fleet so that the friendly fleet can support it. Defend against the attacks of all the ships below the stars and battleships. The King of Constant Star Shields. Energy, 5 million energy. Construction time, 10 days. Hiss. Seeing this unit, Yetan took a deep breath. He was deeply shocked, not by the price, but by the performance. It was written in great detail. It can defend against the attacks of all warships below the rampant class. How powerful is it? Ha ha, good, good. As long as there are 2 you can easily take down the entire fringe star field. Yi Tan Yangshan laughed. He was really happy. This thing is very powerful and very practical. Look at the second one. Yi Tan muttered to himself, moving towards the second light spot. Viking fighter. The fuselage is 13.8 meters long and has a wingspan of about 4.6 meters. It can be engaged in intelligence collection, launching small satellites, testing space equipment, and has a powerful potential for reconnaissance, attack and interception of energy beams flying in space. Possess a high-energy system. Adding fuel once every 270 days has a flight time of 270, increasing speed at the expense of energy. Its speed is twice as fast as the Ghost fighter. Can launch fusion missile and Eve pulse missile. It also has anti-pulse missile devices. The second form, transformed into a mecha, 10 meters high, with 2 electromagnetic guns, 2 silo for fusion missile and Eve pulse missile. He is the most powerful drone in the universe and the best cannon fodder. Energy needed, 10,000. Building time, 1 hour. Yi Tan opened his eyes and saw this unit. He was a little lost and a little relieved. What he lacks most now is drones. When other warships and their mechas are fighting, they are basically unmanned. The cost of drones are cheap, and they don't need manual operation, so they are very cost-effective. You think, you fought with others for a long time, and you didn't even kill one of them, all of them were killed by drones. Are you out of breath? This is also useful, at least it can release small satellites. In this case, even if the Red Dragon is no longer and your warship jumps to other places, the Viking fighter can immediately deploy a call guarantee, and it can also be used in the absence of oneself. Local investigation is indispensable, Yi Tan said with a smile on his mouth. Chapter 800 Chapter 798. The second generation of War Fortress comes out. Next is the third unit. Yi Tan murmured to himself with the light in his eyes. He didn't know if his character broke out or what. All the rewards he received were very beneficial to him. The third must deliver good products. Yi Tan closed his eyes and shouted nervously. Yi Tan moved towards the third point. In an instant, the third light exploded, and the message of the third unit was also displayed. War Fortress, Constant Star. The second generation of War Fortress, fully upgraded, perfect class battleship. The level lies in the stars, solid and indestructible. Energy requirements, 3 million a ship. Building time, 6 hours. With just a few lines of words, Yi Tan's heart was about to jump out of his throat. This is so amazing. The interstellar barrier, that thing is just a super large shield, not a battleship, let alone carry troops, etc. It's just a super big pot, capable of defense. The War Fortress is different. The War Fortress is the best warship Yi Tan has seen in the marginal star field. Now that there is a second generation, there is no need for scientists to research and manufacture. This second generation warship is much better than the first generation. At least all the units are assembled. Unlike the first generation, the shields and naval guns need to be loaded by Yi Tan himself. This second generation is obviously much stronger than the first generation. The price is not very expensive. The price of the first generation is about 1 million energy. This time it has become 3 million energy. For Yi Tan, it is still affordable. Congratulations to the master. The projection of the Red Dragon appeared beside Yi Tan, congratulating him. The same joy and joy, these three things, for us, are simply sending charcoal in the snow. When all the marginal star regions are taken down, I believe that our expedition army will be reborn from the ashes and will be stronger than before. Yi Tan's eyes, he said coldly with a firm expression. The two exchanged greetings before returning to the command center of Warfort 1. The Red Dragon pointed to the large screen to the side, looked at the master and said, "Master, according to the star map we obtained, the Elxu star region is in front of you. All the planets in the Elxu star region are ice and snow all year round. Not good. So I suggest to use naval guns directly to bombard all their civilizations." When he heard the words of the Red Dragon, Yi Tan did not feel cruel. but rather agreed that the ice and snow is indeed a bit unsatisfactory for the Red Police troops. After all, people live in icy and snowy planet conditions all year round, and various factors are much stronger than them. Only use naval guns to break them. In this way, all their planetary civilizations can be taken down without a single soldier. Red Dragon, you immediately go down under range to destroy as many of their battleships as possible, and don't destroy the planet. Yi Tan said with heavy eyes. Their 300 warships have reached the level that can destroy the planet. The planets in the human star territory have already been damaged by humans themselves, as well as the Zerg races and mechanical races. If this continues, humans will sooner or later extinct themselves. Understand the ruler. After the Red Dragon finished speaking, he immediately disappeared. He understood the ruler's words very well. He was an intellectual brain. He could analyze the civilization planet data in all the star regions of mankind. Take the Edge star field as an example. Every day 24 human habitable planets are destroyed, and these are based on the analysis of the Freya star field and the Os star field. I haven't analyzed the star regions that I haven't seen yet. If all of them are added up, how many planets are destroyed every day? That would be shocking. The Red Dragon gave the order to all the warships, and all the warships immediately began to accelerate, heading towards the Oxia star region. Edge star field. Each one has to be taken down. In the Oxu star territory, the Oxu star territory is in control of civilization at this moment, and it is constantly sending out all civilized warships to the edge of the star territory to start deploying troops. In the past few days, in the Oxu star territory, there is always a breath of dying. At the edge of the Oxu star territory, where Yi Tan is about to come, no less than 200 warships have gathered here, all of which are Cosmic-class large warships. There are countless mechas hidden in the dark. They are all waiting, vigilantly observing the situation in the star field. Once a warship enters their star field, whether it is an enemy or not, they must be vigilant and ask. But they don't know what they are facing. What kind of legion? What kind of civilization? Commander, found the signal. Inside the Oxu star region, Commander-in-Chief battleship, a helmsman stood up and shouted nervously. His entire body tightened. Open the schematic diagram. A man with golden hair, golden pupils, looked at the huge screen, and found that 300 red punctuations were directly displayed on the screen. Seeing the 300 red punctuation marks, the golden pupil of the blonde man shrank suddenly. 300 battleships, according to the size of the signal points. These battleships are all above them. Report everything to our Emperor Star immediately, and let them send all the warships to support. The commander drank coldly. Action, action. The deputy captain standing aside shouted, and immediately everyone began to act. The helmsman sitting in a row began to continuously send out signal bands and flew towards their Emperor Star. In all the warships, the weapon systems began to be loaded. All armies have entered all weapons of war such as mechas and fighters, waiting for orders at any time, coming out from nest, and giving the enemy a fatal blow. And in the Emperor Star of the Oxu Star region, at this moment, 200 third-level civilizations and 2 fourth-level civilizations in the Oxu Star region are gathered in the Emperor Star Palace. It is the Oxu Star territory that convenes these people to control civilization. The whole hall was very noisy, and everyone was discussing with each other. At this moment, someone rushed out of the hall. Master, crisis situation, crisis situation. The man yelled, and the whole hall became quiet for an instant. When they heard the crisis, their hearts sank unconsciously. The last news they wanted to hear was the crisis. If it was a crisis, it meant ... death. Say. Sitting on the first Augs master, he drank coldly. He hadn't spoken all the time, just waiting for news. If no one came, it would be fine, but now it's different. The man came under the throne, knelt down on one knee, and shouted directly, Lord, according to the XX-34 Coordinate Guards report, there will be 300 super warships coming to our star field. They ask for support. 300 ships. Wow! The whole hall was blown up directly. Everyone was shocked.